Bye. All right. Good morning. It is Chuck and Anders Hurst with you here today. Ashley is out. Just looking up one more thing. There it is. There it is. Now I know. Now I've solved all of mysteries.
Oh.
Yep, it's over. I'm done. Done with life.
Excellent. Done with life.
I had one last question I wanted to know, and I figured it out during the break, so that's it. I now have all the codes.
The
Sorry
launch
about it.
codes?
Yeah, I can't share anything with you now,
Jeez.
Anders.
Is that what you mentioned in the first segment that no one heard?
Yes, exactly.
You shared the launch codes?
Yeah, I solved all of the world's problems in the first segment, and no one heard it. All right, we do have a problem. By the way, I do want to mention this.
Okay.
We did not plan this. People that tune in on YouTube are probably thinking, hey, is Kraken making an announcement today? Anders and I both showed
Same
up
hat.
in the same exact hat today.
Although I have the black and white one, you have the navy and light blue one. Still, the same logo. It's great.
I don't wear hats a lot. I have been a lot lately. I don't know why. Yeah, I grabbed the hat, and sure enough, Anders and I have the exact same hat on today. We're matchy-matchy.
We are.
All right, let's talk about the Mariners. All right, so is it sweep or die this weekend? I mean, there are 40 games remaining on the season. You are 5 games out. Mathematically, of course, that's not the case. Yeah. There would still be time to come back from anything. But shudder at the thought of being 6 back or 8 back.
Yeah.
Because you're one or the other if you lose the series. But the idea of being 4 back versus 2 back, man, that seems chasmic. Like the gap between that seems just so enormous. Like momentum shifting at that stage. So does it feel that dire to you? Because frankly, it does to me.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I guess my follow-up question to that would be, do you think like 82-80 gets the playoffs?
Good.
Is it AL West or bust? Are you looking at the wild? It just feels like there's too many teams to jump in that wild card. There's 7 teams for one spot.
You go on a heater, you can win either one.
Sure.
You can get in the wild card.
Sure.
But and they've done this before.
Yes, they have.
At times in the last 5 years when they looked as dead as could be, and suddenly they summoned their best stretch of baseball out of nowhere. They've done it. They've done it under Dan.
Yeah, they have.
So it's not only is it not impossible, it's not even out of the character of the Mariners here in the last few years. So
it is for this year's
done.
Mariners.
So, yeah. But we're not done with the season.
Sure.
So if you go on a heater, you're in both races.
Yeah.
And you will probably overtake one, if not both.
Right.
But let's see the heater. And what I'm talking about is not 6 out of 10.
No.
I'm talking about 11 out of 12. That's what I'm looking at. It just doesn't look like they're capable of that.
It doesn't.
But certainly they are.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
there is a world where that does exist.
Win 3 series in a row. It's like they've only done that once this year, and it was during their 8-game winning streak. They've only won 3 series in a row once this year. That tells you how hard it has been for this team to play a stretch of good baseball. I don't think 3 series in a row is all that impressive or like just out of this world hot. It's like good teams do that pretty frequently, right?
They'll tell you win 1 series.
Yeah.
Just that's all they can focus on.
It's true.
To get it going. And I think that does keep you in the race.
Yeah.
Win 2 out of 3 from the Astros this weekend.
Yeah. You just got to keep doing
Sweep
that.
them, though.
Yes.
Sweep them, and all of a sudden, you've seized all the momentum back in the division. That will mean that you have won 10 of your 11 games against the Astros. You've already won the tiebreaker.
Yeah, you have.
Against Houston.
Even if you
year.
get swept this weekend.
You know, you'll lose it against the Rangers, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
But yes, you already have won the tiebreaker. You've beaten them 7 out of 8 games so far this season. And it has been a team that has dominated. But this is also not the same team.
Correct.
And this is what we should have realized at the beginning of the year. Yeah, the Astros looked down, but there were some reasons for that. And let's face it, pretty good winning culture there. Whether they cheated or not at one point, and however long they did it, they were also good at playing baseball, and they just established a winning culture, and it was hard for the Mariners to overcome that until they finally did a year ago. Now they seem to have their number. Let's hope that continues into the weekend, but we should have known they weren't just going to fade away.
Yeah.
They have not.
They-
We started the last series, which we won 3 out of 4 against the Astros, they came into that series with a 16-25 record, and we took 3 out of 4. Well, they went they finished at 17-28. So they were 11 games under 500. That was on May 14th. Since that time, Josh Hader has come back. He got back on the team on June 3rd. We didn't face him.
Right.
Hunter Brown, we haven't faced him. He's back. He came back on June 16th. And since that time, Yordan Alvarez has turned into the best hitter in the world, like better than Judge, better than Ohtani.
And if I remember correctly, he wasn't in that series either.
Might be right about that.
I don't think he was.
Might be right about that. But he's chasing a triple crown now.
Oh, yeah.
322 batting average, 5 home runs, 87 RBIs. You know, I love the phrase. The person that I heard give it first was Dan O'Dowd, the aircraft carrier.
Yep.
That's an aircraft carrier.
Big time.
That's the definition of that. And it makes up for a lot of flaws. We saw it with Cal Raleigh a year ago. And we can see how much a team can tumble without having that once you get used to having that.
Exactly.
But Alvarez has pretty much just said, get on my back. And then the pitching has gotten better because they've gotten healthier as the season's gone along. Cam Smith's gotten better as the season's gone along. He's been a little bit hot. But it's really those things. And it has completely turned them around. Again, they were 17-28 back on May 14th. And suddenly they are atop the division right now. And they have in the second half gone 15-6. Over a stretch of 21 games while the Mariners were floundering, the Astros were getting well, and they went 15, including going 11-1 over a 12-game stretch. That's the kind of heater that we need right now, and hopefully it started yesterday. It doesn't have to start today. Hopefully it started yesterday.
Right.
Hopefully we've already got it going, but I don't know, Anders. I don't know if just taking 2 out of 3 certainly keeps hope alive, but if you want to feel like they're back, if you want to feel like 37 games to go, we got a really good chance here. Take 3 bites out of the Astros and put yourself in a position to be 2 games back with 37 to play.
Yeah. I mean, it also depends on how it looks for me, because if all of a sudden, like, we see the August Julio that we've seen in 3 of his 4 previous seasons, then that's a huge thing. If you see some dominant starting pitching, and I mean like yesterday Logan Gilbert dominant, right? Not just like, okay, you got 6 innings, 3 runs. You gave us a chance, but I mean like all you need is 1 run, we're going to win. Like we saw yesterday. If we see that kind of stuff, that's where I feel like this team can take that next step.
Yeah, nothing got fixed yesterday. Nothing healed yesterday
nothing.
Other than you had 4 pitchers step up and play great. All right, Hugh Millen's next. X's and O's, our first one of the football season on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It's Chuck Powell and Anders Hurst with you. We roll into our final hour here on this Friday. Good to have you with us. 9 o'clock segment. ABCs of the M still to come your way. One last thing to close us out for the week. But right now, it's the first episode of this season officially of X's and O's with the QB1 himself. Hugh Millen joins us here on the program as we get ready for the first preseason game of the year tomorrow night at Lumen Field against the Dallas Cowboys, a team that Hugh Millen once led to some victory. Hi, Hugh.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Great to be with you.
Yeah, good to be with you as well. You wore the star. You wore the star on your helmet.
I wore the star. The most decidedly was not a star, but but it started. Troy Aikman's back was hurt, and so I got all the reps with the number one team for the Super Bowl champions, and started. That was back when the starters actually started and played in the preseason. So started, I think, 3 games. Yeah. Started a game in Wembley Stadium in London. That was kind of cool for the Cowboys.
That's cool. Wow.
Seems like another life ago.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. You know what's funny is that we start in X's and O's, and so Ashley sent me like a message, but she does the thing where she talks into the text. She doesn't just text it. Yeah. So when she sent it to me, it said Hugh on tomorrow with EXES and O's. And I was thinking to myself, what a great segment that would be, that we break down football and every week one of Hugh's X's on the show.
My wife would love that. Yeah. Let's do precisely that.
And I want you to go in deep detail as you do about the Seahawks. Film study.
My exes. Oh.
Grab one. We'll put a picture up on the internet, and then you tell us the highs and lows of that experience.
Well, I a lot of my fraternity brothers enjoyed our time as red-blooded American boys in college. I'll just leave it at that.
We'll leave it at that. Yeah. All right. Well, let's get into it. Before we start talking preseason, your thoughts. I'm sure everybody's interested in the decision to go after, sign, and include on this world champion team Terrion Arnold, considering his circumstances.
Well, I've done all of my discussion before, just kind of explaining from the Seahawks perspective, the idea of, the corners are arguably the weakest or most shallow position group on the Seahawks, and that if there's football character, I kind of did it from the perspective of Seattle. And by the way, I'll say this, I as a Seahawks fan, and I'm putting air quotes as an analyst here, I would not trade John Schneider for any other GM in the NFL, nor would I trade Mike McDonald for any other head coach. That is honest and sincere. So there's a part of me that has to just say, hey, defer to them. But I don't think that they are inerrant. Nobody is. Nobody's perfect at their job. I'm concerned that they might be making a mistake, is my opinion. Because, all the arguments for why you would get a really good corner are kind of what I've alluded to. But now let's put Terrion Arnold under the Klieg likes. Since this news is broke, I watched with the coach's tape every single pass play of the Detroit Lions from last year that he was on the field, every single rep. And now he got better throughout the season, but let's just talk about him as an athlete. He's 5'11" and 3/4. That's good. That's good. It's remarkable how many corners are right at that 6 foot level. He's at the 55 percentile. His weight is at the 35 percentile. Is 190 pounds at the combine at 189. His 10-yard split, 1.44, doesn't really get you. 53rd percentile. 40-yard dash, below the median, 4.51, 43rd percentile. Now his jumping gets up there. His 3-cone was drill. The quickness was 93%. So there's some aspects of him, but as an athlete, he doesn't really wow you. Then when you watch the tape, okay, he played left corner 133 snaps, right corner 112, in the slot 66. So mainly an outside corner. And what I see from the, my notes, first thing I say, well, man, the Lions play a lot of man to man. And then after having watched all that, I went back, look at the stats. The Lions were second most in man to man in what's called cover one in all of the league. Cleveland Browns were number one. So Seattle, by the way, 27th in cover one, man, which is man to man and a free safety. But I like him in press coverage better than off coverage. I think that there's a physicality to him, almost a drawing penalties type. He has contact after 5 yards, but there's a physical nature to him. I think he's really good defending the go ball. But I think that there's some technical aspects of his transition when he is trying to change direction and mirror and shadow through the break point, an in-breaking route or an out-breaking route. I think he has wasted steps. There's always a frame where if you go frame by frame where his legs get really wide. The best corners, if you can imagine standing just with your feet just a little wider than your shoulders and then tying like a belt or a rope or something to your feet, the best guys whether they're in press coverage or where they're in off, when they make that transition to change direction, their balance, their body control, their feet are underneath them. And I feel like his feet get wide and it creates a little, what we call separation bubble. And I'm just analyzing this as if, okay, I'm a quarterback. We're playing the Lions this Sunday. How do I feel about number 6? That's his jersey number. Number 6. Does he spook me? Do I want to go, where can he be beat? And on in-breaking routes, I think that there's a portion there right on the break. If you throw on the break, you're going to have separation against this guy. I think in off coverage, he's too conservative. I think he's got a better athleticism. Like he gives too much separation right from the jump whether he's in a back pedal, which is usually when he's in the slot. We don't see that, but mainly his off coverage is when he's in the turn. What does that mean? You're playing outside leverage and you're turning and you're outside, you're closer to the sideline than the receiver. You're trying to see the receiver and the quarterback in your vision, and he's just giving too much ground, and his response, I think, is just not elite. And so I think I'm looking here. I'm going to throw on this tape. I'm saying if if this guy's worth this,
right?
I had to feel like, whoa. Mm-hmm. Here's a guy that I looked at Pro Football Focus after I watched every tape and wrote my notes down or watched every play. So I'm not influenced by whatsoever, but It is interesting to note, out of 109 qualifying cornerbacks, his coverage grade was 88th out of 109. His total defense grade was 92nd out of 109. That includes his run support. I think he's pretty physical in the run support. But he's not Witherspoon. If people have mentioned that, his passer rating against 88.6. That's 43rd out of 109. Okay, middle of the pack. Here's one: yards per coverage snap. This should be a low number. You're replacing Reek Woolen, who went to the Eagles, who had 0.6 yards per cover. That was tied for second out of 109 qualifying quarterbacks. Terrion Arnold at 1.7 is tied for last. There's 3 guys at the bottom of out of 109. So there's some statistics to support my overall kind of evaluation of just like, okay, good player. Like if you told me there was no issues and Terrion Arnold is available for cheap, sure,
right,
do it,
right,
do it. Absolutely, he'll probably start. But he's not, like, to me. I don't know. I was expecting more of a shutdown than I saw.
Yeah. Think about, the Lions didn't get where they wanted to go, Hugh, the last couple of years because they ran out of defensive backs. If there was ever a team that would have, let's let the process play out here. If he was any good, I would think it would be the Detroit Lions. And they cut him like the moment the story was made public. So to me, there's a little bit of writing on the wall. I think the Lions do have a clue, unlike past Lions front offices think they actually do have a clue, and for them to run away from this guy as quickly as they did, that was a red flag for me as well on this.
Well, I think that's a fair point. Now, one could counter that and say, because it happened with the Lions, that they have to make the statement, that if Arnold was playing for the Seahawks, you got to drop him, type of thing. But I think your point is compelling in the sense that they know what value he brings as a player, and then is there a football character that he brings? To me, this makes sense for Seattle in the following way. If his football character is outstanding, and it is possible to have great football character, a guy who's a competitor, great teammate, practices hard and what have you, and does everything and interacts well with his teammates, and then he plays well. I think the world of Carl Scott, the secondary, the defensive pass game coordinator for the Seahawks. I am stunned that he is not a defensive coordinator thus far in the league. And I give a lot of credit for Reek Woolen. Hell, when Reek Woolen got drafted in the 5th round, and I got to come on a Monday and talk to Chuck Powell on KJR and give my assessment of all the guys that just drafted. I'm saying, here's a dude that got benched in his last game at Texas San Antonio, not Texas Longhorns. Texas San, he gave up 2 touchdowns and came within a foot on a slant route of giving up 3 touchdowns. He got benched in a bowl game against Bailey Zappi, and I don't know, and like that never happens. And I'm like, wow, this is a project of all projects. Next scene, he's a rookie. Damn near, didn't he make the Pro Bowl as a rookie? So I have a lot of faith in Carl Scott, and as I'm talking about that technique, the footwork in his transitions, Seattle may be able to do something with that. And Seattle may be able to do, have identified he's got very good football character, and this could work out. But what I'm concerned about is the players feel about, what the players feel about themselves when they hear their head coach say, "We are warriors in the garden." What does that mean? We will drop hat and freaking battle anybody at any time. We will put a freaking sword through your neck if we're going to war right now. But we're going to be citizens in the community, and we're going to be husbands and fathers.
Yeah.
And Mike McDonald is the one who's selling that, and then they believe that's who we are. And all of a sudden, the endorphins, the positivity about who we are, what is our identity, and one guy like this can change a narrative about how people feel. I don't know. It's just. Yep. I don't see enough on the tape to make this worth this. And my times, this is about the 4th time I've had to comment on him. And before it was always, well, this is why it makes sense. That was before I put it under the tape.
Mm-hmm.
And so since yesterday afternoon to this morning, I don't know.
That's great stuff.
I'm not a fan of it. Not a fan of it.
I'm not either.
You're not going to get me pull off Mike McDonald. Absolutely love this guy. Arguably as good, just as likable as anybody who's ever coached in this city for any team. So you're never going to pull me off that, and I probably feel close to that strongly about John Schneider.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. I will defer. I will bow to them, but I didn't like what I saw on the tape based on what we're having to deal with.
Great stuff. Hugh Millen, QB1, joining us right here in the mornings. All right, so in our last 5 minutes or so, do want to get your thoughts on the preseason game tomorrow. Let's start with quarterback. Greg thinks that Sam's not going to play at all. I ask you this every year. Should he? He's got a brand new offensive coordinator. Should the starting quarterback and the starting unit be out there for at least a few snaps all 3 preseason games this year with Brian Fleury?
Well, if I'm driving the bus on that, then driving in the seat, I got a lot of people riding shotgun, including Mike Holmgren and many others, or probably Mike's driving and I'm in shotgun with him. He thinks that starters should play more. I think starters should play more. There's the added component of Fleury. It's not like the nucleus of this team has been together for 5 or 6 years, like the Chargers with Fouts and and right, and Winslow's been there forever, and Jefferson's been there forever, and
Charlie Joyner.
Yeah, Charlie Joyner.
Yeah.
And like it, you're still talking about a quarterback in his second year with the group and a new offensive coordinator, and so I would play him, but I understand that's not kind of how it's done. But you know what? If you go back to the first preseason game a year ago against the Raiders, I mean, if you love football, Josh Jones. I'm watching the tape and I'm like, who the hell's 74? How did this go under my radar? Like, and I had to look it up, and it's Josh Jones. We got him from the Ravens. Oh, I didn't know. And then I remember saying to you that this guy looks like the best backup tackle we've had.
Yeah.
In the last half of the. Do you remember that?
Yeah. You repeated it a few times. Yeah.
And he ended up having to play against the 49ers and last couple games of the year in the division winning game in week 18. Jalen Sindell played 40 plays. Elijah Roya played 36. Torrey Horton 29. Jake Bobo 20. Drake Thomas played 55 plays. And Ty Okada played 48. So why am I listing these guys? These guys are guys that have to contribute to the varsity. And in some of the cases, like Thomas and Okada, they really made their imprint. They announced themselves.
Yeah, true.
Beginning in the first preseason game. So if you're just a casual fan, you're probably not going to want to watch. But if you really love the Seahawks, you watch tonight. There's going to be stories. Yeah. And it may be just backup guys, I mean, Bobo caught a touchdown pass in the NFC Championship game. You got a long look at him in game one. So somebody in the game Saturday, and more than one, is going to have a key part in the regular season and the playoffs for this season. We just got to find him.
Yep. Anybody in particular you've got your eye on? I think I have to ask you that before the first preseason game, or any area of the team that you're most particularly interested in seeing for the first time?
Well, a lot, but I know we're getting up against it. I'll start on the defense. Bud Clark, very interested in they started him off as a back half safety in first few days of practice. They've moved him up closer to the line of scrimmage. I want to see if he can be a guy, a nickel guy that you can leave Devin Witherspoon outside, and instead of having to drop him in those dime packages in the Super Bowl, there was 36 or 37 plays, which was the most in the season. And in those packages, Witherspoon's been a slot guy. So can Bud Clark assume that inside, or is he more of a Kobe Bryant back half guy? So Bud Clark would be my number one on the defense. Nice. On offense, sorry, I got to default to Jalen Milroe. It's a petri dish, guys. It's here Jalen Milroe has every quality that you want, what he exhibited at Alabama, what we know of him, except the biggest weakness on his scouting report are the two elements that are most important to quarterbacking. your decision making, which can be simplified to throw it to the right guy at the right time. And then your dynamic accuracy, you're throwing to moving targets. You're not throwing to a baseball glove like a pitcher. You're throwing to moving targets. How does the brain, to use an aviation term, how does the brain vector where I'm throwing out ahead of a moving target? That is not just about mechanical accuracy. That's a right brain, creative side of the brain. Remember, the left side does the math and the analytics. The right brain is the visual, creative side. It's a dynamic accuracy is a right brain function in addition to the mechanics. So can he throw it to the right guy at the right time with accuracy? That's the non-negotiables of quarterbacking. He has all the other stuff, the athleticism, the leadership, the toughness, the strong arm, but you don't have to have those components to play quarterback well. You have to throw it to the right guy at the right time accurately. Nobody has ever been successful at the position without doing that. Those are the non-negotiables. And so that'll be on display tomorrow to see if he's made any improvements.
Well, enjoy. I
Yeah.
will as well. And you and I will discuss Monday morning. How's that
Yeah.
sound? All right.
Hammer down.
All
Enjoy.
right. The great
Okay.
one, the QB1 around these hero parts. That's Hugh Millen joining us here for his first X's and O segment. Great stuff. Love the breakdown of Arnold.
Yeah.
And then
Wait, I like
Yeah.
the framing of that from you there.
Yeah. Excellent stuff from Hugh, which we typically get. All right, coming up next. I haven't done it yet today. If you've been keeping score at home, I love when people keep score at home of the show.
Oh, yeah. Do they have the little scorebook, just like,
Yeah.
for baseball?
Right. The broadcaster always says, "Oh, I love when they keep score."
Yeah.
A lot of people.
What was
Thousands.
our E5 today?
Yeah, thousands of people keep score of the show every day. You might have noticed, since you are keeping score, we haven't done the ABCs yet. I got you covered. I got your back.
Right.
It's next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. right, time for the ABCs of the M's. Every day we go through the alphabet. The alphabet is our guide through a Daily Mariner segment. And yeah, it's more than crunch time. It's crunchy time.
It's not creamy time. It's crunchy time.
Oh, no, it's crunch time. That's for sure. Crunchy, crunchy, crunchy time. All right, we left off with the letter D. I think there's one topic that we haven't broken down enough here today. I was going to do a little bit more on it in the Ocho, but we ended up having to run out of time there. So D is for demoted. Colt Emerson has been demoted from this team. Do you think it was the right decision?
Yeah, I think it is the right decision. It probably, if you're looking at an ideal situation, would have happened maybe a few weeks ago. But as you have astutely pointed out a few times on the show, they didn't really have any other options.
Yeah. Anybody's racing to have Leo Rivas be our shortstop. And as much as I love the name Brock Rodden,
yeah, you really do love that name.
And he's a good baseball player.
Sure.
He's going to go through the same welcome to the majors growing pains that Colt did, and maybe provides a little bit of spark, but he's going to go through the same torment and torture that every young baseball player that has to face the elite pitching in the world has to face. So, I mean, ideally, JP's healthy and back. And you and I have both been critics of JP now for a little while, but with Colt not playing well defensively, not making the routine plays, like JP's an upgrade over that at this stage in Colt Emerson's development.
Yeah, you know, it's a little rough for Colt, and I still and again, you've mentioned this a couple times too. I still believe he's going to be a good player for us in the long term. This has nothing to do with his long-term outlook. Oh, they shouldn't have paid him. Oh, look what happens. No, that's not this discussion right here. But when you are hoping in this year, 2026, wishing that you had JP Crawford healthy, that tells you something about how he's playing at this point in time. We were hoping that it would kind of turn into, and we talked about it before the season, where Colt Emerson would have outplayed J.P. Crawford for that position.
Yeah.
That hasn't necessarily.
I think initially was.
He was, yes. Yeah. But as time has moved on and pitchers have adjusted to him, he is striking out at an enormous rate at this point, kind of chasing everything. There's very many 3-pitch strikeouts with him. So, yeah, I think it's time. And especially for his sake, go and finish the season in AAA, get an off season, and take the Cole Young blueprint and come back stronger next year.
Yeah, and E is for Emerson. So just to continue with the conversation, I wanted to talk about the young man that is Colt Emerson. And so, yeah, I think it was worse on him for all of those that are worried about his delicate, fragile state of mind at age 21. I mean, Mike Trout failed his first time seeing Major League Baseball. Mike Trout floundered. Hey, fish references.
There you go.
Floundered for a couple of years until he found the bass in his game. That second year, then he took off.
Became a whale.
Look, Jared Kelenic had a problem between the years. Jared Kelenic, I think, did struggle with, I should be in the majors when he was in the minors. And then when he got in the majors, why am I not hitting? I'm going to kick everything, and then I'm going to worry every single at bat. And then when they did demote him, there was some worry of like, how's he going to take this? You don't have to worry about that again with Colt Emerson.
No, I think every interview that we've heard from him, this guy's the right frame of mind. He's going to put his head down and go to work, and I think it starts with the defense for me. Once you it's very similar to catcher in that aspect. So if
he was just making all the plays,
great. We
you
could
live
keep
with
him up.
197.
Exactly.
Occasionally run into one.
Right.
When you are on base, you run them well.
Right.
But when he started floundering, he was already inside his own head. It was going to be worse for Colt Emerson to keep him failing at defense.
For sure.
The way that he was, than it is to go reset yourself. There's somebody there with the arm around him everywhere he turns right now, pointing out to him all the great baseball players. They're not all Ken Griffey Jr.
Sure.
All the great baseball players that may have taken the league a little bit by storm, then found out how hard it is, and now we just reset. Don't forget, 21 years old, for goodness sake. But he is mature beyond his years, and I truly do believe we're going to see Colt Emerson 2027 take just about the exact leap forward that we've watched Cole Young take in 2026. We were saying Cole Young did not make the postseason roster, if you remember, last year. He played a lot of baseball last year, but he was struggling so badly at the end, we couldn't even put him in the lineup for the stretch run and for the playoffs.
He's been one of your best players this year.
And this year, arguably your best player.
Yeah.
I mean, he's in the conversation. So I think they are built very similarly. Their mindset that they bring to the field every day, very good young men, very professional young men. And Colt Emerson's going to go back to Tacoma. He's not going to sit there and say, I should be in the majors. Like I'm sure Jared was. He's going to go back there like, yeah, I get it. I need to figure it out. Time to go to work.
Yeah. Well,
time to get back on track.
Do you think there's something to also the amount of pressure that's on him, that he's on a losing team now that is struggling at the plate? And it would be one thing if he was up last year, similar to Cole Young, where, you know, you got Cal Raleigh hitting 60 home runs, Julio's breaking out even more, you know, all these other performances. And like, yeah, then it takes pressure off of that guy. But because he's one of the guys that is also struggling and this team isn't winning, maybe that adds to it a little bit. Do you think there's an aspect of that?
Only to the degree that everyone, I think, other than Randy, is feeling that stress. I don't think Randy even notices stress.
He's having the best year of his career.
Yeah, so. I don't think anything throws Randy off being Randy.
In both a good way and a bad way.
Right. But I think every single one of them, other than Randy, are carrying that to the plate.
I agree.
Every single at bat. So who's better equipped to handle it? Somebody that knows I've struggled and popped back up, and so it's part of the game, or somebody that is, man, I kind of took this league by storm for a little bit there, and now I've never failed so badly at this sport before. I'm supposed to be good at this, and yet he's feeling the pressure of, I need to come through for my guys. Right. I guarantee you that's what is in his head.
Sure.
It's not about Colt Emerson looking at his batting average. This is what kind of separates him from other young people in the way they approach the game.
He wants to win.
This is Colt Emerson saying, I need to do my part for my guys. And he's not getting the job done, and it's getting more stressful for him every at bat, and now he's completely off his game. Completely off of it. And there's some of that to Cal.
Yeah, there is.
I mean, Cal's been to the mountaintop, for goodness sake. And a year later, he can't get out of his own head. He's absolutely lost.
Yeah.
Cal doesn't even play good defense anymore.
More so than Emerson.
That's how lost he is.
I think more so than Emerson at this point.
Yeah.
He looks more lost at the plate than the rookie.
Yeah. So he's F is for fine. Yeah. He's going to be fine. And it probably won't be fine this year. Probably won't be in time for this year. I think that they're going to try to get JP back, and they're going to try to pull this thing off without Colt Emerson the rest of the way.
And that's okay.
And that's fine, too. Because like I said, we did the same thing with Cole Young a year ago, and he was not playing second base in the playoffs. And did it destroy him? No.
No.
He went to work, and he came back a much improved player this year because that young man is right between the ears, and so is Emerson. He's going to be fine. It's just not going to be this year.
Yep.
We took a risk. When I saw him in Tacoma, and I saw him Friday night doing a Rainiers game in Tacoma like I'm doing tonight, and I couldn't wait. Not couldn't wait, but I was prepared to tell you on Monday he's not ready.
Yeah.
He's not ready for the majors yet.
And they called him up.
And over the weekend, they called him up. And so it took that out from underneath me. And I liked what I saw. And he played terrific defense that night.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that he did with the Rainiers in his time there because they still rave about it. But as I was driving away that night, he's not ready.
Yeah.
He's not ready yet. And yet he got called up anyway. And he made a splash, but he wasn't ready.
Right.
And so now he goes down and he learns from it and he grows from it, fortifies his gut with it, and comes back a better player. I guarantee you he's going to.
Yeah, I think so too.
Matter of fact, I'll add that to the end because we are G for guarantee.
G for guarantee.
Guarantee you. You don't have
Guarantee.
to worry about Colt Emerson from 2027 on. He's going to be good.
Okay.
He's going to be really good. All right. One last thing to close out our show next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. segment of the show, final segment of the week as we get ready to hand things over to Greg Bell and Jessamine McIntyre here on the radio station. It's been Anders and I in our matching Kraken hats for you.
I love it.
Imagine people on YouTube like, when are they going to get to the Kraken breaking news? Why else did they match their uniforms today?
There's no Kraken breaking news, I promise.
As a matter of fact, why isn't there Kraken breaking news while we're at it?
I don't know.
This is a really big splash this off season. Sam Muskevich, that's it? That's it?
Yeah.
Big shakeup? Just that? Is that all we're
Supposedly
gonna do?
that's the aggressive moves that they were sought after.
Turned over every stone, looked in every nook and cranny, and we determined the difference is Sam Muskevich.
No comment.
All right, what's your one last thing today?
I mentioned this on Ian's show yesterday, but I haven't said anything today. I don't know if you have been following the lowest batting average for a qualified player in a season in the modern era since 1920.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier this week.
Okay. Yeah. Chris Davis was 168 in 2018. Cal Raleigh's at 159 right now.
Well, it's qualifier.
Correct.
Cal doesn't even qualify right
He's
now.
not, but he's 11 at bats
I see.
now from qualifying. So if he's an everyday player for the rest of the season, he will be qualified.
You're exactly right about that. Is that not credible?
Yeah. After hitting 60 home runs.
I mean, it's the biggest drop-off in the history of the sport. It's maybe the biggest drop-off in the history of any sport.
Yeah.
Oh, so you didn't hear the segment earlier this week. So right now, the lowest qualified batting average in the sport, this was of Tuesday, so things
Jaron
might have
Duran,
changed.
right?
Jaron Duran
Right.
at 202. At the time, Kyle was in 159.
Right.
The 43-point gap between the worst qualifying batting average in Cal Raleigh, if you did that the other way,
Right.
you would have to go up to the 93rd best batting average. So that was what? 151 qualifiers.
Oh, this is the very much huge. There's a bigger
Yes,
gap between this last and the second to last.
There is a bigger gap between the last and the 93rd best qualified hitter in baseball than the last and Cal Raleigh batting average in the sport.
It's bad. And I'm not a batting average guy. Like, whatever. Like, but
Well, if you're not going to have batting average, you better have on base or you better have tremendous slug.
And has an under 300 on base
He only has
percentage.
12 home runs.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy.
And it is funny how Chris Davis is the guy, because I really hope we're not having a falling off the cliff like Chris Davis had after his one big season in Baltimore.
Yeah.
Cal Raleigh turns 30 this year. So, hopefully it's just one bad season and he's back to being Cal Raleigh.
I'm going to trust that it is. I think he goes to work. He goes to work this year. I think they break down the swing, rebuild it back up. I think he'll have a different workout this offseason. I think he'll come in with a different body type, frankly, next year as well.
You think he plays more DH next year?
No. I think even his defense has been affected. His challenging has been affected.
It's off. I think that encapsulates everything that's wrong.
Because he was excellent at the beginning of the year.
Exactly.
But he's just he's doubting everything about his game.
He can't see the ball anywhere.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Maybe he comes back with Charlie Sheen glasses like Major League and hits 75 homers next year.
I would love that.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Cal Raleigh with Charlie Sheen glasses would be quite a sight, to be honest.
Well, Larry Bernandez.
Yeah.
Just don't wear the hair.
Hal Bally.
All right, my one last thing. I'm just going to take one more shot just to close out the week. It'll make me feel better. But Jaden Daniels.
Dude. Yeah.
Is there a better example of, and I don't think they're all this way. I think that, just go to the Mariners clubhouse. There are just so many great people in that Mariners clubhouse. They're just so likable, such good. This is not a shot at, everybody's had entitled people in every generation that we've ever had.
For sure.
Unfortunately, our young 25-year-olds have sort of been labeled, oh, they're so entitled. And maybe they are more so. It feels to me like you are more so than what we were growing up. We didn't expect that we were going to be stars at whatever we did.
Yeah.
And I think there's probably more of that today. You haven't owned that property. But I think maybe there is a little bit more of that today. And that's because you were coddled more by your parents probably than what we were. And we were coddled more than what my parents were. And then my dad was coddled more. So that label of entitled, I don't want to just throw around because it's easy to do to young people today. But if there was ever an example of it, it's what Jaden Daniels and this number 5 uniform in LSU. Since when did an athlete think that that wasn't a huge privilege and honor, and that there's no way that you should suspect your uniform to hang from the rafters because you had one great season on LSU's campus? For him to be so angry and so bothered, I mean, it's a gift. It's an honor. It doesn't mean you're ever going to get it. So for you to expect that you are going to get it and to be angry that it hasn't happened and that someone dare on your campus that you were on for like 18 months, how dare they give away my number, is one of the most entitled, douchey things that I've seen happen in a while.
There's so many levels to how bad this is that you're still playing in the NFL. You're just a few years removed.
Yeah.
It's not like you're this legend 20 years ago that played there and you're like, hey, why hasn't it happened yet? What's going on there?
Right.
B, they never.
Or if somebody else got retired after you and you're like, well, why didn't my number
exactly.
get it? Then maybe you say something.
Maybe.
Even then, I don't think you should.
Like, And
then Ryan Clark tried to defend him, and it was like one of the worst defenses of someone. Hey, everybody, he's actually a good guy. That was it. That was pretty much the nuts and bolts.
Sounds familiar with the Seahawks.
All right, that'll do it for us. We're out of here.
Yep.
Greg Bell is next. I'm going to Tacoma. Have a great day, everybody. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
I choose chill. The Seahawks are practicing starting. T-shirt, shorts walkthrough. Jadarian Price, Derek Hall, Emmanuel Wilson all on the field. But again, it's truly a walkthrough. I mean, they are walking day before game practice. They had a drama to their preseason yesterday. An NFL source told me yesterday afternoon, in fact, the Super Bowl champs are expected to sign free agent quarterback Terron Arnold, perhaps as soon as today. There is no roster move yet. He's not here that I can tell, or at least not on the field. Yesterday, the former Lions starter and first-round pick 2 years ago had an arraignment hearing, was supposed to have an arraignment hearing yesterday in Tampa, Florida. He actually had it last week via Zoom. 8 felony charges he's facing, 4 each for kidnapping and burglary. Each of the charges carry a possible sentence of life in prison. We'll talk a lot more about this move by the Seahawks. They play the Dallas Cowboys tomorrow at 5 p.m. at Lumen Field in the first of 3 preseason games. Yesterday's practice, the last one in the camp with fans. Sam Darnold, complete command. Again, the story that's up at thenewstribune.com. Tomorrow night's going to be thin at running back for the Seahawks. T.J. Harden's going to get a lot of looks. You're going to see Velus Jones Jr., Justin Jones.
Who stands out to you in that group?
Velus Jones is the one who was here last year. He was on the practice squad. He was actually elevated for the Super Bowl, so he's the one that's the most familiar here. But he was a wide receiver to begin this camp, and then with all the injuries at running back, they converted him back to running back. They're pretty thin tomorrow. T.J. Harden's been here for 9 days, and he's probably going to get all the carries tomorrow. Mariners won. They actually won a game yesterday, first time in 7 games.
And what was the score, Greg?
1-0. 1-0, and here's how it happened.
Weston Wilson, a charge. That ball is tagged to left field and gone. Weston Wilson homers in New York off of Max Fried. Just the second homer the lefties surrendered all season long. And the Mariners in front 1-0.
Of all people, Weston Wilson, Mariners only win when they hit home runs. Logan Gilbert, about 4 hits, 6 scoreless innings. Bizardo, Ferrer, Munoz, 1 scoreless inning each. Munoz, 2 strikeouts and perfect 9th, 21st save. Mariners now 8 games under 500, 5 games out of first place in the AL West. And their next 3 games are at the first place trash cans, starting tonight in Houston. 5:10 first pitch with George Kirby on the mound for the Mariners. Tomorrow they go 4:10 our time. Emerson Hancock starts. Then Sunday is a national NBC Peacock broadcast. Sunday 4:20 Seattle start Brian Wu in the series finale at Houston. Should be nice for the Mariners to take all 3 and get the 2 back. Of course, they could lose all 3 and be 8 back too. Mariners demoted rookie shortstop Colt Emerson to AAA Tacoma, probably about 3 weeks too late. He's batting at 190 with the Mariners since his call-up earlier this season. Of course, they gave him the $90 million guaranteed contract before they called him up. Fernando Mendoza was 10 of 16 for 97 yards and a touchdown and 4 drives last night for the Raiders in their preseason game against the Cardinals. Raiders coach Clint Kubiak, you remember him, said of the rookie number 1 pick overall Mendoza.
Sure do.
He said, I see an ascending player in Mendoza. That's what Kubiak said last night. Sounders, Vancouver Whitecaps, 7:30 Sunday, right here on 93.3 KJR FM and the Cascadia Cup MLS Derby at Lumen Field. Tonight at 7 p.m. at Lumen Field, the Rain play the Chicago in the National Women's Soccer League, and the Storm this weekend. 2 games. They're 7-28. They host the WNBA expansion Portland Fire at Climate Pledge Arena tonight. Sunday, they play the Storm play the Chicago Sky. I'll get it right. At Seattle Center. Now on with the Friday show. Good morning. Happy Friday. Happy weekend. Greg Bell from the Virginia Mesa Athletic Center, Seahawks headquarters. Jessamine McIntyre back at our Elliott-based studios in downtown Seattle. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. I still think Sarah chose this song as one of her favorites, knowing that you and I would be back together because it's Return of the Mac.
That's right. There's double meaning.
I do miss having your face here in the studio, but I'm glad that you can give us all the insight from out there at Seahawks training camp.
Thank you. Yes, training camp's really starting to dial down now. Yesterday was the last time fans in an open practice, which means reporting-wise, we're restricted from reporting now going forward in kind of regular season mode of telling you pass plays and formations and who was with the first team. Because pretty soon we're not even going to be able to be out at practice except for the first 10 minutes. So that's why we give you the intense practice reports during training camp, because it's your only chance to share with fans what happens during practices. And then they go into super secret. I mean, I've worked at the Pentagon, and it's not quite as secret as NFL teams try to be.
Well, I do think that, it just forces people to watch what they're seeing when it comes to preseason, because we're about to watch our first preseason game.
That's right. Tomorrow, 5 p.m. at Lumen Field, Dallas Cowboys come in here. The Cowboys have their first part of their training camp in Oxnard, California, so they like to have their first preseason game of staying on the West Coast, and that's why they're coming up to Seattle. The Seahawks, we're going to talk to Mike McDonald about 11:30 when this practice that just started ends, but I don't anticipate the starters playing. He did have a cryptic comment the other day about we're looking at playing the quarterbacks in the preseason differently than we did last year. Whether that means Sam Darnold plays more or not in these preseason games, we'll find out. I just can't see the reason to do that. So we'll see. Terrion Arnold's the story here. John Schneider was bracing for controversy. Remember, we told you he's been sending lieutenants, his staff, out to investigate controversial acquisitions. Well, he just put one in his own building. A guy who's facing 8 felony counts. Terrion Arnold. The Lions cut him as soon as he got charged with those 8 felonies this summer. And the Seahawks are about to sign him. A league source telling me yesterday afternoon they're expected to get the deal done here in the next day or two. It's going to be a 1-year deal. Because he still is under his rookie contract and still has 2 years, he's only had 2 years in the league, Arnold suddenly, a first-round pick, is now suddenly subject to restricted free agency rules after this year. So if they do sign him to a 1-year deal, he could come back to the Seahawks at a restricted free agent tender price for next year. And that could be some of their thinking here, that they could have him under club control for not 1 but 2 years at 23 years old. He's still only 23. First-round pick who was a starter in this league. Their thinking is, can we possibly have 2 first-round picks at age 23 and 25 as our 2 starting corners?
Yeah.
Devin Witherspoon and Terrion Arnold. And it also, Jessamine, is they've had Josh Jobe as the starter opposite of Witherspoon. But McDonald really liked the versatility of the 3 rotating cornerbacks into 2 spots and nickel and moving Witherspoon inside, and that they had with Tariq Woolen last year. Of course, they let Woolen go to Philadelphia for a $12 million 1-year deal. They've tried Nehemiah Pritchett in that role. They've tried Noah Igbenogany in that role, the 8th-year veteran. Pritchett's a 3rd-year guy, 5th-round pick from Auburn a few years ago, who is totally unproven, hasn't really gotten a chance yet. And I've watched Pritchett fall off a little bit from his starting roles the last couple weeks, or a week or so. So this could be a nod to that maybe Mike McDonald's not convinced Pritchett's the answer compared to perhaps Terrion Arnold's talent. I talked yesterday to Jalen Milroe. It's in my story at the News Tribune, up right now at thenewstribune.com. Remember, you can subscribe for 6 months for 99 cents if you want to do that.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Total, 99 cents total.
That's the deal you got across traditional media these days. That's the deal of the century.
But in that story, Jalen Milroe is saying that Terrion Arnold is his best friend from Alabama when they played together. He used the term best friend and said that he thinks he would flourish here. And press coverage, drop coverage, we'll see. This is a risk.
I was going to say, if those who hadn't heard John Schneider on Hard Knocks, which we played earlier this week, I'd like to play that back because it's only a minute long, but the Hard Knocks team gets a little more insight than we do.
I'm trying to remember, with this Terrion Arnold thing, what would be another controversial signing that's happened so we could kind of understand that situation.
Situations where someone has an outstanding thing.
Right, and then they're signed or traded for, acquired. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We have 90 players here right now. we're always kind of looking for what's next. How do we get ready for, a corner that's not here yet? Like guys that we're going to need at a certain point. You want to be strong and as healthy as possible in December, January. Last night I was talking about Terry, and I talked to James about him. Oh yeah, what'd he say? He was awesome. He's got a buddy, high school buddy. He's like, this place would be awesome for him. Just had a baby. His wife would move up here. He's going to move up here with him. Yeah, awesome. It's like he's just like Spoon. Joey thinks he is going to be able to play in the preseason. Sweet.
That was the voice of John Schneider, general manager, the main voice. And the last scene, he's talking to his head coach, Mike McDonald, in Mike McDonald's office on the second episode of Hard Knocks. Joey, he refers to there at the end as Joey Lane, the vice president of football administration for the Seahawks. You can bet Joey Lane has been one of the point guys investigating the Seahawks' own investigation into where Terrion Arnold is headed in his felony case in Florida. His next hearing, Arnold's, is October the 5th. He's supposed to be in person. That's the day after the Seahawks would play the Chargers at home. They must, Jessamine, have insight into either one, he's going to not be facing any of the charges and that the case may not even proceed, or that the NFL, Roger Goodell, may put him on the exempt list in waiting for the jurisprudence to take its course. And then you heard John Schneider in that clip on Hard Knocks talk about December and January, and that this could be a layaway deal where they're expecting him to not be available and be on the exempt list to begin the season, yet they think the jurisprudence or the case itself will work itself out, or maybe he'd be exonerated by December or January, late in the season. And then you're picking up a 23-year-old starting cornerback first-round pick in December or January. And it's either or of one of those two things. They would not sign him if they didn't have their own investigation that gave him a heads up that he'll be able to play this year. I asked Mike McDonald on Monday that question. How much do the Seahawks think he may be able to play the full season? He said, we're still working through that to find that out. We'll see. We've talked about how these cases go. Sometimes the accusers recant their stories, and there are all kinds of reasons for that.
And there's the legal system to tango with,
That's true. And we'll see. This is somewhat similar to the Quentin Dunbar case a half dozen years ago or so. When the Seahawks acquired Dunbar, he was facing charges in Broward County. He was put on the Commissioner's Goodell's exempt list in the summer, and then the charges were dropped. Stories recanted. Not enough evidence. The accusers recanted stories, and the charges were dropped. Once the charges were dropped, the commissioner took Dunbar off the exempt list, and he was able to play for the Seahawks. Not well, and he didn't last very long here, but this is somewhat similar if Terrion Arnold goes on the exempt list to begin the season. What we didn't play in that second episode of Hard Knocks about Terrion Arnold was Schneider saying that the Seahawks believe Arnold will be able to play in the preseason, which is also interesting because the first of 3 games is tomorrow. The second one is next Sunday, and then a week after that's the third one, then they're done. So that's only 2.5 weeks from now. So they think Arnold will be out on his $1 million bond that he already posted, and that he will be able to play. He's obviously able to sign with the Seahawks doing this move, and they think he'd be able to play here in the next coming weeks. Now, he hasn't been on a field in pads since January, the end of the Lions season. He was doing the offseason workouts before his arrest, and then once the arrest, the Lions cut him, and he hasn't been in pads or training camp or anything. So I don't think he's a plug-and-play guy, Jessamine, a guy who hasn't been on a field since, well, not in pads anyway, since January.
No, he'll have to work his way. I mean, and he'll also have to earn the trust of the team.
Right. And the way to do that is keep your head down and work.
Yep.
And
Exactly. And that is the culture that Mike McDonald has established. So if they know more than we know, then maybe this guy's got a shot.
And it could be that his first action is the way this is shaping up. If he signs in the next couple of days, which I'm told may happen, it could be that Terrion Arnold's first action on the field will be in Nashville at the joint practice on Friday. They have practices Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday here. He could have ramp-ups or acclimation and conditioning. Could be his first football work. Could be in Tennessee Friday, a week from today, in the joint practice. he's the type of guy, even though he may be starter and a starter pedigree in this league, who would benefit from playing in the preseason games, obviously, especially if the commissioner ends up putting on the exempt list to begin the season anyway. So, 49451, the Tacoma Dodge text line. We'll read it back at 11:30. Are you in favor of this? You know this team's culture. You know the brotherhood that got him the Super Bowl last year. You know what Mike McDonald's built. And now he's bringing in a guy, and John Schneider's bringing in a guy who's facing 8 felony charges for an alleged kidnapping and burglary and beating at gunpoint in Tampa. 49451, we'll read back your text. Football always wins. We did say that. Football always wins. There is morality here, and then there's football. In almost all cases, football always wins, but it's still a departure from the normal for Mike McDonald in his first 2 years. We're going to talk about the Mariners' 3 games in Houston. They will be defining, because if this goes a sweep either way, that's going to tell what the last 30-plus games of this season is going to be for the Mariners. They're 5 games out right now. They could go as many as 8 games or as few as 2 by the end of the weekend against the Trash Cans. 3 games in Houston. We're going to talk at 10:45. We're going to talk live to Randy Couture. He's the former U.S. Army Sergeant and MMA legend, a 6-time UFC champion, an Everett native. This weekend, he's doing his annual charity motorcycle ride and fundraiser, raises money for the Wounded Warriors Foundation, a cause that I'm familiar and have friends that have started that. The Wounded Warrior Foundation, a great cause. We'll talk to Randy Couture, the MMA legend, at 10:45 about that. 11 o'clock, you're going to hear from Aiden Hubbard. Why? Because he's an undrafted rookie edge rusher, defensive end from Northwestern, and I think has a real chance to be the next UDFA to make this roster. Because of the position he plays, his versatility, he's putting his hand on the ground as a defensive end. He's running off the edge as an edge rushing pass rusher. 5th all-time in Northwestern in sacks, playing in the Big Ten. You'll hear from Aiden Hubbard. His head's swimming on some of the scheme stuff. You'll hear from him. He's big night for him tomorrow night when he plays his first NFL game ever. Aiden Hubbard at 11 o'clock. 11:30, we'll read back your text. And the talkbacks, Tacoma Dodge text line is 49451, or the iHeartRadio app, or our website, 93.3 KJR, for the red button that you can have talkbacks that Jessamine loves.
Yes, please, because Greg might get busy during that 11:30 segment if Mike McDonald is talking during that time. So please make your voices more than mine.
There you go. Thanks for the plug. There you go.
Yes.
Up next, our friend Jory Epstein was out at Seahawks camp yesterday, the senior NFL reporter for Yahoo Sports. Those of you who remember my show in 2024 with Chris Kidd, remember we had Jory on throughout the NFL season. We're going to do it again this fall. By popular demand, we're bringing Jory back to be a weekly segment. She's been all over training camps. She's been at the Rams the day before she came to Seahawks. She's been at the Steelers, the Bears, the Colts, the Packers. She's going to the 49ers tomorrow. Jory Epstein, I talked to her yesterday about what she saw with the Rams, the Aaron Darnold situation, her impressions of the Seahawks, what she thinks of Aaron Rodgers' last season in Pittsburgh. We'll talk to Jory next on 93.3 KJR FM. Seahawks training camp on 93.3 KJR FM. Yahoo Sports. Thanks a lot, Jory. We'll talk to you again soon.
Greg, great to be on here. Looking forward to the next.
Up next, more from Seahawks training camp on 93.3 KJR FM. Back here at Seahawks training camp on 93.3 KJR FM. Happy to be joined in person for a change by Jory Epstein, a senior NFL writer for Yahoo Sports. I usually am on the phone with her during the NFL season. She'll be on again on our show during the season too, but now she's in person from the East Coast making her trip west for training camps. Hello, ma'am.
Great to be on with you, Greg, and happy to be in person. Let's do this more often.
Exactly. You just came from Rams camp.
Yes.
Your impressions, first of all, of the Rams. I know it was a lighter practice for them, but one, is Aaron Donald coming? And two, are they as good as advertised?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's kind of funny that on one hand, they're by far the most likely team to win the Super Bowl. On the other hand, when you look at the odds, there's basically like an 84% chance they don't win the Super Bowl because such is life in the NFL. They look really good. I mean, from an offensive standpoint, Matthew Stafford wasn't even practicing last training camp because of his back. Now he is practicing. You've got a lot of the same returning pieces. And then you add Myles Garrett, who I talked to yesterday, and he is ready to roll. I mean, they were saying, oh, there's a play where it's like, yeah, he jumps it. There's kind of a screen pass perimeter. And they're like, oh, you can't jump that because then you're out of position for the next play. And then a few days later, he does it. He gets the interception, and you kind of realize you can't make rules for Myles Garrett like that. I do think Aaron Donald is coming. I think that they're giving him his time. They want to make sure that he is psychologically ready, not just to come play a game, but to come play, let's say, 30 plays, defensive pass rush type situation throughout the year. Myles Garrett's very excited. He told me that they're talking every 3 to 4 days and checking in on each other. So I think he'll play. I don't know when this decision's coming, though.
He's smart enough not to come in the middle of training camp. He'll wait till August is over, I would think.
Yeah, I've been to multiple teams that need veterans, and they're like, these guys don't need training camp. He's working out.
So you think more of a 30-snap type of role for at least starting out, or maybe the whole season for Aaron Donald?
I mean, obviously, if you get to the playoffs and you advance deep, it's different. But I think for them, they're like, let's use him in obvious passing down situations. That's what we should do to keep him fresh, given his body and given that, yeah, I think he's still in great shape if you look at the videos online, but he hasn't played in 2 years. He is a little bit older. That's how he'll be able to best impact the team.
How about McDuffie, Watts in the back? They've changed the secondary, which was one of their weak spots. They has to be, by just addition, better than they were last year, though.
Yeah, you got McDuffie and you got Jalen Watson, so both of Kansas City's corners. And when I talked to Seattle offensive coordinator Brian Fleury today, and I was like, what do you think when you see these changes? And everyone's like, the Rams are basically doing these to stop Seattle. He's like, we don't play them till Christmas. Who's preparing for Christmas in August other than my wife? So that will be going in a story on Yahoo Sports.
Exactly. That's a good quote. Better than I can get from Brian Fleury. Do they talk about the Seahawks down there, the Rams?
Yeah, they talk about them there, and I'll also say I was in Cleveland last week talking to Jared Verse, who, of course, went to Cleveland in the trade with the Rams 4 miles there. Oh, we've got some excitement here at practice. And even Jared Verse said when he called the team together during OTAs to tell them I'm leaving, he was like, all I want you to do is beat the Seahawks. I hate the Seahawks. So I would say across the league, the target is on Seattle's back.
Jared Verse, that's the guy in that trade the Seahawks coaches noticed was leaving. They game planned a lot for him when he was with the Rams. All right, Jory, you've been here for what, 8 hours? Your impression of the Seahawks, a Super Bowl champion, training camp. The running back situation is the big iffy here, especially with Jadarian Price being down. But your first snaps, your first impressions of the champs.
Yeah, I think it was interesting. I'm listening, of course, to y'all's interviews with all of your coaches before I do this. And when you're talking to Brian Fleury and he's saying, I like a 2 running back set because of how few offenses are running that right now. And so it's harder for the defenses to prepare for it. I do think that can help to me. Obviously, there's the players. Obviously, you need players healthy. But I think there's also schematic ways you can get an edge. And it seems like Seattle has that. Defensively, you lose some guys around the league, but I do think you return enough of the leaders that I'm not worried about. And when I look at Sam Darnold, Jackson Smith, and Jigma, among others, I mean, it looks very clean. And you see different practices depending on how new the coaches are, how new the players are around the league. I would say this is one of the cleaner practices I've seen.
How about the pace or just the conduct of practices? I don't go to Rams camp. Compare the Rams, how they conduct practices compared to this.
Yeah, it's funny because I was there for a jog through for the Rams, so I'll compare to some other teams, but I do think when you look at it, like the Cowboys were moving pretty quickly the other day, but when I went to Minnesota, of course, it's day one, they're not moving as quickly. I always say that when I go to Detroit, which I didn't this year, but I did the 2 prior, I think Dan Campbell is playing full games in practice during the time, and I anticipate seeing that when I go to San Francisco on Sunday. And there are certain coaches around the league who believe, hey, we got to save the players' bodies and work on their minds, and other coaches who say, I want them to be as physical as possible. I recognize it's going to be a war of attrition, and I'm willing to risk that, but they usually do have injuries because of that, or more injuries.
You were in Pittsburgh's camp in Latrobe, where, of course, Aaron Rodgers is in the final season of his career. You've chronicled his career for decades. What's he look like to you? Is he fully engaged? And is this Mike McCarthy, Aaron Rodgers reunion a good idea?
I think it's really interesting. The way that everyone described them to me when I'm there is like they're an old married couple. I asked different players once, like, a couple that got divorced and then remarried. Mike McCarthy told me, well, if we were a married couple in Green Bay, we're an old married couple now. But there is kind of this element of in meetings, they're constantly being like, hey, that protection from 06, or 24 protection, should we run that again? And really going down memory lane. I think Mike McCarthy understands Aaron Rodgers well enough to know what at 42 years old he's going to be able to do to best help the Steelers. I think he's also, it's a huge shot for guys like TJ Watt who have always had Mike Tomlin, and again, going back to the styles of practice, Mike Tomlin is very physical, very tough. Mike McCarthy is like, we're not tackling during practice. So there are a lot of changes up there, but I do think that this is a team that kind of needed some changes. You need to shake things up sometimes, and we'll see how it goes.
Do you think this is a one-year deal with Aaron Rodgers, obviously? I think he's even said he's not playing beyond this year. Will Howard, or whatever their quarterback situation, are they stunting their future for winning now, the Steelers?
I think Will Howard and Drew Aller both need a little time to develop. I think I'm excited to see what Will can do in the preseason games, and I talked to him while I was there, and I do think that he had a finger injury during training camp last year.
Right.
So to be healthier now, to have spent a year learning from Aaron, I think he really has that ability to show what he can do, but I think it would be disingenuous to say that at this stage of Drew and Will's career, they are what Aaron Rodgers is. I'm not saying Aaron Rodgers is 100% of his MVP, but if he really leans into his mind and less tries to lean into his legs, I do think he can do it. So I don't think they're stunting, but I do think they need to have enough from Will this year and Drew Aller as well to understand, hey, 2027 quarterback class is supposed to be really deep, really loaded.
Right.
Do we want one of those guys, or do we have the guy in the building?
You think the Steelers are a playoff team?
I have no clue what to do with that division because there's just so much turnover with new head coaches in Cleveland, Baltimore,
right,
and Pittsburgh. I think that they have the ability to be a playoff team, but I really want to see all the pieces work together before I understand.
I feel like a speed round here with Jory Epstein of Yahoo Sports on 93.3 KJR FM at Seahawks training camp. Vikings, have we seen the end of J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota now that Kyler Murray's the starter, and how, looking in retrospect, that decision to let Sam Darnold go and put your stock in J.J. McCarthy, how much did that set back Minnesota? Years?
It definitely set back Minnesota to not have Sam Darnold. I think that the nuance we sometimes forget is that Minnesota thought they were going to let Sam Darnold leave, not because they didn't like him, but because they didn't like him at the price point that Seattle was willing to pay. And Minnesota thought Daniel Jones would still be in the building, and then Daniel Jones said, actually, I'm going to Indianapolis. He was a free agent. He had that ability, but they thought they'd be able to keep one of the two, made a risk that didn't work out. I think that it's easier to start with Kyler Murray, who has been named the starting quarterback, and then go to J.J. McCarthy. If it doesn't work, then start with J.J. and go to Kyler.
Right.
So I think the next question is, how does Kyler look? I think Kevin O'Connell really believes that Kyler's the most athletic and most dual threat quarterback he will have coached in this league so far. But there's still going to be some growing pains. Really, the other thing in Minnesota is they feel like Frank Smith coming in, who has that kind of Shanahan background, is going to impact the run game a lot. So I want to see what they can do around the quarterback. And I think in terms of J.J. McCarthy, I'm not sure he's done there, but the great point that Albert Breer, one of our colleagues in the industry, made was you can't have these quarterbacks who don't want to come to Minnesota as free agents because they think they're always going to be short-term jobs because of J.J. McCarthy. So if you don't believe in J.J. McCarthy, you do have to move on. At some point, the same way the Colts with Anthony Richardson, and he's less of a threat, might need to move on.
Jory just gave us a rundown about half the league in 8 minutes. That's pretty prolific. Thank you. That's just a taste of what we'll have all season, every week, with Jory Epstein of the Yahoo Sports. Thanks a lot, Jory. We'll talk to you again soon.
Greg, great to be on to you. Looking forward to the next.
Up next, more from Seahawks training camp on 93.3 KJR FM. welcome back. Happy Friday to you. Greg Miller, Seahawks training camp. Justin McIntyre back at our LA-based studios at 93.3 KJR FM in Seattle. Seahawks are on the field practicing. Game tomorrow night. First preseason game against Dallas at Lumen Field, 5 p.m. Jadarian Price is on the field. He's with the offense, but they are walking through in bucket hats and T-shirts. It's very, very much a walkthrough. So I don't think he's going to play the first-round pick, rookie running back tomorrow night.
We need him healthy.
Yeah, no need to play him on August 15th when he's supposed to be your number one running back. This weekend is a big event that Randy Couture does, the former U.S. Army Sergeant, MMA legend, pioneer in mixed martial arts, a 6-time UFC champion. The Everett native, every summer he does this event. It's an annual charity motorcycle ride and fundraiser, raises money for the hugely beneficial cause of Wounded Warriors Foundation. I have friends that are ex-Army guys and West Point classmates of mine who are in the Wounded Warriors Foundation, and Adam Silva and the other guys. That's good people. And Randy Couture is good people. And he joins us right now. We're just honored to have him on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. Sir, I can't call you sir. You're a sergeant. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
I think the appropriate response for that comment is, I work for a living.
Exactly. I've heard that many times. Yes, indeed. Randy Couture, tell us about the event you're doing and how you got involved with Wounded Warrior Projects and how people can get involved.
Well, let's fix something real quick. It's not Wounded Warrior Project. This is my own foundation, the Extreme Couture GI Foundation. I'm actually not a big fan of Wounded Warrior. They have 6 executives that are making 6 figures off that 501c3. So, I started my own foundation for that, just that reason. Obviously served in the United States Army from 82 to 88. There wasn't much going on back then, to be honest. I'm a Cold War veteran. Now, in a different stage of my life, and certainly since 9/11 and the war on terror, we've got a lot of men and women coming back pretty messed up, both physically and psychologically. And I went to Iraq in 06 for 12 days, spent 12 days on the ground there, went to 6 different FOBs. It was an amazing experience for me as a former soldier, for sure, to see a bunch of guys and gals that took the same oath I took and now are putting it to work on, doing the job. And I never had to walk into a combat zone. I don't know what that feels like. So very stark experience for me. And then in 07, we went to Walter Reed and Bethesda in D.C., and we got to walk the wards. We did a big barbecue at the Fisher House, which is the same thing as the Ronald McDonald House for military people. That's mothers, wives, fathers, caregivers that are there with their loved ones who are being fixed back up. And that was my first time on the wards, walking the wards and meeting a bunch of men and women fresh off the battlefield, dealing with their wounds, getting back up and running. And most of them couldn't wait to get back to that combat zone, which was was amazing to me. Many of them amputees and learned to walk, getting fitted for prosthetics. And I kept hearing story after story about, my mom's car's been stuck in the parking garage now for 3 months. We can't afford to pay the tickets. And she's got to go back and keep the house, keep the job. So it was infuriating for me as a former soldier. And I started a 501c3 then to start raising awareness and some funds for some of these men and women that have already made significant sacrifices to our way of life in our country. So that's how it started back in 07. Been doing that for 21 years now. It's been amazing. The motorcycle poker runs have been a big one for us. We're in 5 states now. We have our first motorcycle poker run coming up in Ridgeland, South Carolina here in September. And obviously Vegas was the OG, the original, at the gym with my gym staff and friends that want to be part of this mission. Pat Crosby started the chapter here in the Pacific Northwest. He and I both wrestled for Coach K. Spear at Alderwood Junior High School. And Pat came to one of my events in Vegas and said, man, we need to do one of these in the Northwest. There's a lot of folks up there that could use this. And so we started this 6 years ago here with Pat's help. Lisa has now stepped up and taken over for Pat. My staff from Vegas comes in, Val and Scott, my COO and vice president. They're up here helping Lisa get everything set up. Sound Harley's been amazing. This is the second year we will start and finish at Sound Harley Davidson in Marysville. Registration starts at 9:30. We'll be kickstands up by 11, and we should have our last bike in by 3:30 in the afternoon on Saturday. Should be a great day of riding. The weather's going to be great. There'll be lots of prizes, raffles, auction items, and we give best hand and worst hand for our poker run. It's a motorcycle poker run.
Well, this sounds amazing. This is Jessamine McIntyre, Randy Couture, joining us here. And Randy, what I like to do, because I think then people hear your name, they want to know more about you. Can you tell us, because you gave us the gap between, starting this event and going back to your military career, but people know you as a UFC champion. When you were done with that, what gravitated you to get into what you're doing now?
Well, I grew up right here. I was born in Providence Hospital in Everett, Washington. I grew up in Linwood. I went to Alderwood Junior High School, Linwood High School, class of 1981. We have our 45th high school reunion on Saturday after the ride, which is going to be amazing. So many friends that I haven't seen in a long, long time. But that's where I started. I had a family on the way at 18 years old, and I joined the United States Army to support that family. My son Ryan was born in August of 1982, and I left for basic training that October. Very formative time in my life, 19 to 25 years old, wore green, and I think I look at the world in a particular way because of that. And that was the impetus and motivation for me in a different stage in my life now, and I have an opportunity to give back to so many of those men and women that took the same oath I took. And had to actually put it on the line. And here we are, 21 years later, still running this foundation, 100% give back organization. They're all family and friends or already employees that work for me. So we don't have any overhead other than what our events cost us to put on. And 100% of everything that we raise on Saturday is going to go in the hands of a soldier and his family.
And we'll 100% get into how people can get involved. But can you talk about your UFC career? That was the gap that I was referring to. What happened?
How'd you gap?
Yeah,
this little thing UFC I did for a while, I started fighting in 97. I've been wrestling since I walked on that mat with Coach Caspear in the 7th grade here at Alderwood Junior High School. I've been wrestling since I was 11. And I saw several of my friends from the wrestling world that were trying this crazy sport of mixed martial arts, or no holds barred, as it was called back then. The sport started here in the U.S. in 93. I walked out of that tunnel the first time in 97 in Augusta, Georgia for UFC 13. It was a heavyweight tournament. It was still a tournament back then. I fought twice that night and was successful, won the heavyweight tournament. That put me in a super fight against Vitor Belfort, who was pretty much tearing everybody up at that time. And then nobody, at 34 years old, everybody thought I was going to get my ass whipped by this 19-year-old stud.
Yeah, sure.
And it didn't go that way.
Well, yeah, we can see you are a champion.
That put me in a title fight. So literally in my fourth show, my fourth fight, my third show, I'm fighting for a world championship. I was like, what the heck just happened? That was insane. But that started the ball rolling. I left my coaching job at Oregon State and pursued fighting full time from that point on. And had a 14-year career fighting for the UFC from 1997 to 2011. I won 6 championship titles.
You sure did.
Fighting for the UFC. So it was an amazing experience and an incredible journey.
Yeah, it's a go ahead, Greg.
This is the voice of Randy Couture, Everett native, U.S. Army veteran, and, of course, the UFC MMA legend, joining us talking about his Ride for Troops his foundation puts on around the country, and the one in the Pacific Northwest is tomorrow, Saturday afternoon. He's joining us on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline, and now we know why he's a legend for far more than his MMA fighting. I was going to ask you real quick, how has the sport changed, Randy, since you were a pioneer in it back way early in its infancy, and how it is today? Can you even describe how different it is?
Okay, let me see if I can try. my first fight, UFC 13, was in Augusta, Georgia at the Civic Center there. We had weigh-ins in the lobby at the Holiday Inn in Augusta. And that was the first time I got to see the guys I would be fighting that next night. I think there were more fights in the stands that night in Augusta than there were in the cage. It was a completely different crowd. It was more the tractor pull crowd. They were giving away a lot of the tickets just to get butts in the seats. And then, there was only a couple of rules in the sport back then. There were 4 rules. You couldn't eye gouge, you couldn't fish hook, you couldn't groin strike, and you couldn't throat strike. That was it. Wear shoes, don't wear shoes. Wear a gi, don't wear a gi. Wear gloves, don't wear a glove. You could pretty much do anything else you wanted in this sport. Now, with pay-per-view and, the weigh-ins are in the arenas the day before, and they are packed. There are thousands of people that just come to the weigh-in. It's become the fastest-growing sport on the globe. Internationally, lots of organizations popping up all over the place. Obviously, the Japanese market, the Brazilian market, and the American market are the 3 biggest. But Europe and some of the other countries are catching up very, very quickly. So it's been a crazy journey to see the sport, which was looked at as a fringe sport. Everybody thought we were crazy, that we were criminals because we got in a cage and fought each other. And that, obviously, that stigma has gone away and it's changed significantly. People see it for the combative sport and the kinetic chess match that it is now.
Well, Randy Couture, who is joining us here, and Jessamine McIntyre with Greg Bell. And the last thing I wanted to ask is if those who can get out there and support you and those who might not be able to get out there, how can they support as well?
Anybody that wants to support can go to xcgif.org, and there's a donation button there. Any veteran in this community or anywhere within listening distance of this conversation, there's a portal there for support as well. If you need some counseling services, you've got a bunch of bills on your back that are driving you crazy, show me your DD-214, and we will take those bills off your back. We will pay them and get them off your alleviate that stress from your system.
That's amazing.
So that's where you can find us if you want to support us. So if you need some assistance, the registration starts tomorrow at Sound Harley Davidson in Marysville at 9:30, and we should be kickstands up by 11.
Randy, you're a good man, obviously, for this, for so much more. True Army man. Appreciate your spirit from one Army man to another, but you're doing far more. I'm hosting a Sports Talk Radio, and you're changing lives. I appreciate you. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for getting back home and doing this event for us. All the best to everything you do. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you as well. Thank you very much. You guys have a great day. Look forward to seeing everybody on Saturday.
Go Army. Randy Couture, UFC, MMA legend.
Thank you, Randy.
It's going to be at Sound Harley Davidson tomorrow in Marysville. He has said get there around, 9 o'clock, and they'll kickstands up by noon or by 11 a.m. for his Ride for the Troops. He does it around the country. He's stopping in the Northwest, his native Northwest, and Everett native. You heard him say, went to high school in Linwood, Alderwood Middle School. Well, he's a legend. He's a legend in the UFC world. He was in the ground floor. You heard him talking about how it was just steel cage matches, and it looked like it was Neanderthals in there. And now it's bigger than boxing, obviously.
Yeah, that's why I'm so glad that you asked him about the way that it's changed. And even though I was asking about the gap, tell us more about that. Maybe I should have led him a little bit more into. I want to know about the career that you had in between that. But it seems like that's not the top thing on his mind.
Yeah, it sounds like he's all for how the sport has changed and how it's become accepted and for the arts of it and the athleticism of it. And, Randy Couture is a legend in that realm, and now he's a legend in communities, serving the veteran communities, and it's so needed. Man, it's so needed. I've seen a lot, friends of mine that need it. He's right. It was a different Army when he and I were in the Army compared to what it became with the deployments and the Desert Storm and all of that. Yeah, man, hats off to Randy Couture. If you missed our interview with him, you can go to the iHeartRadio app, download it for free, go to 93.3 KJR, or to our website, 933kjr.com. The Greg Bell Show will have the podcast up later today. Randy Couture, if you can get out there tomorrow, go to the Sound Harley Davidson in Marysville Ride for the Troops tomorrow morning, and Randy Couture, the UFC legend, Everett native, will be there. Up next here from Seahawks training camp, where I'm just stationed for the rest of the time, it feels like.
Oh, you got your pencils and your notebooks, Greg. You are back to school.
Back to school indeed. Aiden Hubbard. I think he's going to be one of the undrafted rookies, the newest undrafted rookie to make this 53-man roster because of where he plays and how he plays. He's an edge rusher, defensive end from Northwestern, one of the best sack guys Northwestern had in the Big Ten ever in its history. Aiden Hubbard is going to have a huge night tomorrow night in the Seahawks preseason game against Dallas. You'll hear from him next from Seahawks training camp on 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
Hi from Seahawks headquarters. Headlines are brought to you by Frostbrewed Coors Light Choose Chill. The Seahawks are practicing right now in T-shirts and walkthrough mode before their game tomorrow night. First preseason game against Dallas, 5 p.m. at Lumen Field. King 5 television locally. Truly a walkthrough practice, but still, Jadarian Price is on the field with the offense. I don't expect him to play tomorrow. He's had upper leg soreness, Coach Mike McDonald says. He's missed 5 of the last 7 practices. The only 2 that Price, the first-round pick, has practiced in were when they need these T-shirt walkthrough drills. So I don't expect him to play tomorrow. The Super Bowl champions are expected to sign free agent quarterback Terrion Arnold. An NFL source told me in the News Tribune yesterday. Perhaps that could happen as soon as today or in the next couple days. Former Lions starter, former first-round pick 2 years ago, had an arraignment hearing in Tampa, Florida. Recently, he pleaded not guilty to 8 felony charges, 4 each for kidnapping and burglary. It's going to be a 1-year deal, I'm told. And the Seahawks could retain restricted rights, free agency rights for next year, so they could get Terrion Arnold at a minimum salary for the next 2 years if he's exonerated, like they obviously must think he is to go this far. Mariners won. They actually won. First time in 7 games. Yes, they won at Yankee Stadium thanks to a Weston Wilson mid-game home run. Weston Wilson, of all people. Games only run because the Mariners only win when they hit home runs. Logan Gilbert allowed 4 hits and 6 scoreless innings. Really good start for him. Bizzardo, Ferrer, Munoz, all with 1 scoreless inning each. Munoz has 2 strikeouts and a perfect 9th for his 21st save. The Mariners are now 8 games under 500. 5 games out of first place in the AL West. They can change that this afternoon because they're in Houston for a 3-game series against the first-place Trash Cans. 5:10 first pitch, George Kirby for the Mariners tonight. Saturday, 4:10, Emerson Hancock starts for the M's. Sunday, 4:20, Brian Wu starts the series finale in Houston. That's on NBC and Peacock as the Sunday night game. Mariners demoted rookie shortstop Colt Emerson to AAA Tacoma. He's batting 190 with the Mariners since his call-up earlier this season. Of course, he has the guaranteed $90 million contract. Fernando Mendoza, 10 for 16, 97 yards, the first overall pick in the draft last night in his first NFL game. Played 4 drives for the Raiders in their preseason game against the Cardinals. Raiders coach Clint Kubiak said of the rookie number 1 pick, I see an ascending player. Sounders, Vancouver Whitecaps, 7:30 Sunday at Lumen Field, a Cascadia Cup MLS Derby right here on 93.3 KJR. Tonight at 7 p.m. at Lumen Field, the Rain play Chicago in the National Women's Soccer League match. The Storm, 7 wins, 28 losses, 2 games at Climate Pledge Arena this weekend. Tonight they host WNBA expansion, the Portland Fire at Climate Pledge Arena Sunday afternoon. The Storm host the Chicago Sky.
Back here at Seahawks training camp with Aiden Hubbard. He's a rookie free agent, outside linebacker, edge rusher from Northwestern. He's from Cleveland, Ohio St. Ignatius High School. Hello, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. First training camp in the NFL. There's always something that you haven't had before. What has been your biggest challenge, biggest surprise so far?
I'd say just like the overall strength of the players, and there's not a bad player out in the NFL. So adjusting to that's been a bit challenging, but I can feel myself improving each day.
How's the strength show up when you're going against an offensive lineman, a tight end, or?
They're just stronger at the point of attack with their blocks and their hands. So learning how to be more physical and like more technical is the biggest thing.
What's been your biggest challenge? Playbook, speed of the game, NFL life? What have you found challenging?
I'd say speed of the game and just like the overall like way of life. You have more free time and more time to like be on your own. You don't have to worry about classes or anything like that like you did in college. So that adjustment's kind of been tough, and then being far from home.
Mike McDonald's system, is that intricate for you? Is that something you're a little bit familiar with? The changing at the snap, the one-word commands that he does, how challenging is that?
We did similar things in college, a lot of simulated pressures like we do here, so not too challenging. I mean, it's definitely, there's a lot of calls and a lot of different types of defense, so I've been getting more comfortable with it as camp has proceeded.
Your calling cards as an outside linebacker is edge rusher, the 5th most sacks in Northwestern history. What role are they having you do here? Are you doing more dropping into coverage? Are you more all-around outside linebacker, or are you primarily edge rushing too?
I'd say it's primarily like on the edge and being someone who can rush the passer, and then they've also helped me and like got me to rush interior. So that's something that'll be new for me, but a good challenge.
And what is the challenge of that at this level, inside rushing?
Inside rushing, it's just everything happens so much faster. The offensive lineman's in your face a lot quicker than they are on the edge. So that's new to me, but I've been getting better.
And that's as a hand-on-the-ground defensive end?
Yes.
Guess what you're doing? Multiplicity is what McDonald wants, of course, in his players. You said you did some of it at Northwestern. Was that considered to be intricate? Was that something hard to learn there? The simulated pressures and the changes and things at the snap?
I mean, everything's challenging at first, but the more you do it and the more reps you get at it, the easier it becomes, and then you start to pick up on things the offense are doing and how to combat that.
This team has been renowned, Aiden, for veterans helping younger guys. Who have you learned from the most? What have they taught you?
I'd say just DeMarcus Lawrence. He's been helpful. He's been in the league for like 10, 11 years now. But just as his advice, it's not crazy intricate. It's simple advice that matters, and it just shows that at the end of the day, it is still a simple game.
He's been in the league 13 years, 34 years old. He has 6 children. Could you imagine being 13-year pro in this league?
It seems so far away. Yeah.
Aiden Hubbard joining us here from Seahawks training camp. He's the rookie free agent outside linebacker who a lot of people think will be the next rookie free agent to make this team. They always have the Seahawks have rookie free agents make their roster. Was that a factor when you signed here, and what other options did you have after the draft?
It was a factor, but I didn't really realize that there was that kind of history here. But this was just the best place for me to come after the draft. I talked a lot with special teams coordinator and Jay, so that was encouraging.
Did you know him from before? Anything, the Big Ten circles or common links between Jay Harbaugh?
I didn't know him previous to the draft process.
He's known as an innovator in special teams already. What have you noticed about him?
I mean, it just comes down to fundamentals and technique. We harp on every meeting, and when you have good fundamentals and technique, you make good plays.
What teams are you on so far in camp?
I mean, everyone's kind of working on each team, so I should be getting a few reps in every phase on special teams.
Cleveland State Ignatius High School, Aiden Hubbard was an two-time All-State in Ohio. I can tell you that's not easy to do, having played high school football in Ohio. You also played basketball. How far did you get in basketball? Was that a serious consideration for college for you?
Oh, no, not really. I was just doing it to have another sport to play in high school. I stopped after my junior year, though.
I saw you were recruited and offered by Washington State University, the Cougs, but it never got really far. You said that was doing the COVID years?
Yeah, I was recruited in 2019, 2020. So that was right when COVID spiked. So there was no visits or anything allowed.
How did it get to you chose Northwestern? Mm-hmm. Did you choose you and the quality of the education, playing in the Big Ten? What were the factors in choosing Northwestern?
So I grew up in Ohio, and I was just grew up watching Big Ten football all the time. Ohio State was on, and I knew I wanted to play in the Big Ten. I didn't get the big offers that I dreamed of, but at the end of the day, I got an offer from Northwestern, which is a top 10 university, playing in the Big Ten, and I don't regret it at all. It was the best decision of my life, so very grateful for that opportunity.
Why was it the best decision of your life?
The people I met there, just unbelievable. So,
what did you study?
It was business.
Would you like to do something with that, or are there interest outside of football, you degree related?
I'm not sure yet. I kind of just focus on football at the moment.
Mm-hmm. And you played a fifth-year graduate school year, they called it, Northwestern did. Your maturation, any maturation, now with college football players play 5 or 6 years, but can you describe your maturation as a person, as a player, as just a human being from your freshman year in Chicago at Northwestern to fifth-year senior?
Yeah, I mean, you come in as a high schooler basically, and you're looking at it. I mean, it's honestly similar to this position I'm in now. So you walk into college and you don't really know what's going on, and then coming into you go through those 5 years and you develop a lot and you feel very confident, and then you get here and you're a rookie again. It's that same feeling all over again. So this period is a period of growth, and it helps you become a better man.
I see you taking the helmets and shoulder pads off the field as rookies have to do for your position group. What other rookie hazing type of things have you had to endure so far in camp?
Nothing too bad. The D-line likes these Mountain Valley waters, so we have to buy those for them. But other than that, it hasn't been too bad.
You haven't gone to El Gaucho dinners yet or anything that's been too outlandish
Yeah,
yet?
not yet.
That's maybe coming.
Yeah, hopefully not.
So Saturday night, your first NFL game. The preseason game, the Seahawks play the Dallas Cowboys. Aiden Hubbard is rookie free agent, edge rusher, defensive end, talking to us. Are you excited? It's still a preseason game, but for you, this is real. This is your audition to make the team.
Mm-hmm. I'm just very grateful for the opportunity. I'm going to do the best I can, just see what happens.
Are the St. Ignatius people going to be watching? You got anybody come flying out for it? Or
Yeah, I got my sister and my girlfriend are coming out.
Oh,
so
from Cleveland or from Chicago?
Yeah, from Cleveland. So it'll be very nice to have them here.
Your girlfriend is that your high school gal?
Yeah, we've been together since like the end of high school.
You have? You took her to prom in high school in the
I
vid?
did, yeah.
How did you do? Where did she go to school? Did she stay in Cleveland, or what was she doing while you were at Northwestern?
She was in school in Boston at Holy Cross.
Oh, okay. What's her name?
Grace Soltez.
And Grace,
She played soccer there. So.
Oh, she's a college athlete as well. And does she live in Boston area, Worcester, Mass, or is she now back in Cleveland?
We're both from Cleveland.
But she's back in Cleveland.
Yeah.
How did you do that? Boston to Chicago, long distance as Division I athletes.
It's not easy. You miss the person you love every day. You still do. So that part's tough.
You talk to her every day?
Yeah.
And she's coming out Saturday. So how does that tell the listeners, for an NFL player, for a rookie, how do you get to see her on Friday? Is there downtime? Do you get to see her after the game? How, between your schedule and being able to socialize on a game weekend?
Yeah, I mean, it's new for me, so I'm not really sure yet what to expect, but hopefully I get to see her more than a couple hours.
Aiden Hubbard, your goals. What have you, based on, it's still early, and you're still swimming in the fog, and they talk about the fog of rookies learning. First of all, where are you on that fog? Do you think, is any of it making sense yet?
In what aspects? Sorry.
The game plan, or not the game, but the playbook and the schemes and the speed of the game that you talked about. Is any of it slowing down, or is it still pretty much a blur for you?
The more and more you get to do it, the easier it becomes. But yeah, it's still difficult, and there's good days and bad days. You kind of just have to keep trying to progress in a upward trajectory.
Production in games is huge for rookies in your situation. What goals do you have? Are you setting personal goals? Is it pressure? Is it sacks? Or what do these games value to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it just comes down to showing up on the tape in as many ways possible on special teams with your effort, showing how hard you play, and then as well as making plays. So trying to affect the quarterback as best as possible and showing up in the run game as well.
Aiden Hubbard, Saturday night, Seahawks and Cowboys' first preseason game, his first big chance to make a splash and make this Seahawks team as a rookie free agent from Northwestern in Cleveland, Ohio. Thanks for joining us, Aiden. Good luck to you. You're welcome.
All right, that is Greg Bell with Aiden Hubbard, maybe one of the hidden gems of this Seahawks training camp, and we'll be excited to watch a bunch more. Greg is obviously juggling two things at once right now, and he is out after Seahawks practice had ended, and it's not necessarily a practice. It's a walkthrough, and that's why we're not allowed to talk about it, because that's where the magic is made, and we might see formations. We might see who's with the ones, who's with the twos, and they're getting ready for their first preseason game, and we don't want to give anything away to any opponents. So anyway, Greg is out there probably badgering Mike McDonald, head coach of the Seahawks, Mike McDonald, for a little more information. But what I really did like about Aiden there was his honesty and his openness, and sure, a little soft spoken. I know some of you have chimed in on that, but I'd prefer to have the player on the field speak for himself rather than be the perfect interview. So I do get it that you didn't hear all that much enthusiasm because you don't really know him. And what I really, really liked from Mr. Hubbard was hearing about how he and his long distance, also D1 athlete girlfriend made things work during their college careers. Again, this is Jessamine McIntyre. Greg Bell is out at Seahawks training camp. This is the Greg Bell Show. And another thing I want to remind you of is the Randy Couture interview that we had earlier. There is a ride for our troops that he is putting on. We talked to him at 10:45, and for a gentleman who had served in the Army and then gone to the UFC, which he kind of skipped over, and I had to make him go back and talk about it. But yeah, six-time UFC champion, and now just does things to give back to the troops. He called himself a Cold War veteran, which was an interesting way to describe himself as a UFC champion, and he is a veteran, but he didn't have to get deployed. And I just thought that the fact that he never got deployed was just speaks a little more volume to him, what he's doing now, giving back. And it's really special. So you should check that out. It's happening locally here in Marysville this weekend on tomorrow, actually, Saturday. Yes. But you can also Google it and find it out. They have a Facebook page. And if you're not able to make it out, there are multiple ways to donate as well. This is a fundraiser. It's a 503c, so it's all on the up and up. So if you guys want to get out there, also with everything that we've discussed today, Jadarian Price was out there. It was a walkthrough. Greg Bell does not expect him to play this weekend. I don't either. So that's another takeaway from Seahawks practice that we're seeing today. But Jadarian Price being out there is a good sign, but it doesn't mean you'll see him in the first Seahawks preseason game. The one thing that I'm going to ask of you guys right now is please send me some talkbacks, because Greg is out there at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. I'm stuck here back at the studio, which is lovely on the shores of Elliott Bay and all, but I'm lonely. I don't have anyone here. Ian Furness is coming up next, and he's out at the Boeing Classic. By the way, go visit BoeingClassic.com because it is such a fun tournament. And if you're looking to get a little golf viewing in, it's very family friendly. I think the get-in price is like $20, and kids get in free. So definitely go out and check that out. So talkbacks, text, anything that you guys heard on today's show, that is coming up next. And we really haven't even touched on the Mariners. They won yesterday on a solo homer. How are you guys feeling about that? Text in 49451. Also, your talkbacks, iHeart Media app, iHeart Radio app. Just go to your phone, hit that little red microphone, and we'll get to those next. Thank you again. This is the Greg Bell Show. I'm Jessamine McIntyre, 93.3 KJR FM.
Hi, Greg, your U.S. Coast Guard listener here. I'm okay with the signing as long as everything turns out great. But if it doesn't, you spent the money on Terrion Arnold. Now it looks bad on the team. It looks bad on the community that we signed somebody that could possibly be going to prison for life. Well, the Hawks really must know something, but if it comes back, you could have used that money for another player.
Hey there, Jessamine and Greg. You know, it's kind of funny how Hugh wants to come down on Terrion Arnold about how he performed in the Lions defense. It's like, dude, Mike McDonald can make chicken salad out of chicken S. Imagine what he can do with Terrion Arnold. Like, in that defense with all of those dogs. Come on, Terrion. I want to see you get after the quarterback like you got after the guys that didn't steal from you.
Welcome back to the Greg Bell Show. My name is Jessamine McIntyre, and that is one of the topics that we haven't got to the bottom of quite yet. It does look like Terrion Arnold will be a member of this Seahawks team if all reports indicate correctly. We want to know what you think, because innocent until proven guilty, right? That is exactly, how the legal system works. How are you guys feeling about it, though? Seahawks fans, you guys have weighed in. We have from the 425, Paul Johnson texted in. If it's true, it's horrible. But the issue is how online we all are. I'm with you on that one, Paul. People are now presumed guilty rather than presumed innocent. I say sign him, let him have his time in court before we call him guilty. I'm a little bit with that, a little bit. And I do believe, as we have talked about, that people do know a little bit more than we do within the Seahawks organization. It's not just a tryout that they have him in with, right? They, my father's a football coach, and they will do recruiting visits and sit down with families. There are interviews that are involved. They get to know the person. I'm sure they heard his side of the story that we perhaps did not hear. And I don't know if they believe it. I don't know how plausible it is. I don't know if they talked to his lawyers, of which I'm sure he has many, former first-round draft pick. Let's see. The 425 says, football will always win, but based on the trust that John and Mike have established, I trust our leadership. You've had these go the other way. The 8 charges, though, gulp. I'm with you, 425. It's a lot of charges. And it does appear from reading the reports that he might not have been directly involved, but as a woman who listens to a lot of true crime podcasts, there can always be an orchestrator behind things, and that is the guilty person. We don't know that, though. We don't. It is not up to us to decide. And apparently the Seahawks reportedly, I should say reportedly, just like the way we use in true crime, allegedly, reportedly, are adding him as a member of this team. We'll see how that goes. Let's go to a different subject, because we do have a couple other talkbacks.
I'm glad that we won. It's a huge series coming up. I'm a gigantic Mariner fan. My students have called me Mr. Mariner in the past because I would wear something Mariners to school every day. I don't have much faith in this series coming up the way this year has gone. I want to be wrong. I don't often say that, but in this case, I would love to be wrong. Prove me wrong. Let's have some hope.
I would love to have hope right now. How about you guys? I'm down there quite a bit. I'm out at Mariners. I see a lot of love in that locker room, or clubhouse, I should say. Sorry, I'm between locker rooms and clubhouses at the same time. But I don't see a lot of hope within it right now. I see a lot of angst, and then watching while they're on the road, watching these post-game pressers, that there's a lot of defeat in there, and there's still a lot of season left, and it's not too late. I always like to play the it's early card. Obviously, we can't do that now, but it's not too late for them to do something. And this is a massive series coming up within the division, as Greg likes to affectionately call them, the trash cans. Ooh, it's been tough. It's been tough. And that ballpark still packs out. And I'm not going to fault their marketing team or anything that they do to make it a fun experience, because that's a completely separate part of the park. I get Greg's frustration when it comes to, I would rather see winning than hot dogs from heaven. Sure, but why not both? And it's not their fault if they do these wonderful things to make it a really fun experience, especially when families, perhaps this is their one time to visit the ballpark, their one thing. They plan that weeks, months in advance because it's not a cheap ticket. And so I'm not going to fault the Mariners for doing something that creates a lot of joy within the stadium. Let's hear from our friend Jeremy. I'm not really sure what point he's trying to make.
Hey, Jess. Just wanted to say hi. It's Jeremy. Hope you have a great weekend, and that's all.
Well, okay, that's all, and that's all that matters. Jeremy, I hope you have a great weekend, too, and thank you for listening and just being a great supporter of our shows here on KJR. We have a couple more talkbacks coming in, and I do appreciate it. As I said, Greg is out covering Mike McDonald's press conference right now. And here we go, another one on this new Seahawks signing.
Good morning, Jess. Question. Could this just be a case where he's 23 years old and just young and stupid? We've all been young and stupid. Now, he may have taken it to a higher level, but still, does it fall in the category of just being young and stupid? Thanks.
Young and stupid doesn't mean you get to get away with crime. I do appreciate that question. Yes, young and stupid, but the Seahawks want to sign young and smart. And in a case of there's 53 roster spots to fill at the end of the day, obviously there's 90 out there right now. And then they'll have practice squad spots, obviously. I think they're 14 now, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think that excuses you from crimes. You can be young and stupid and kill somebody by making a bad decision. You can be old and stupid. I think that crime looks like perhaps he was young, stupid, and surrounded himself by the wrong people if he is innocent. But young and stupid does not exist or excuse things like this. It just doesn't. If he is found guilty, I will say that. So I do appreciate the sentiment, though. And it very, very well could be a case of young and stupid. It could. But that does not mean that it's excusable. So thank you for that. Let's see what else here. We got the the 206 says, tune in tonight. It's the Seattle Trash Pandas against the Houston Trash Cans. What a headliner. That could be fun. That could be fun. I could absolutely see that. Oh, man, where's Simply Seattle when you need them? I feel like they could really make a T-shirt out of that. There could be a really good emblem. Trash Pandas, trash cans. But what I really like about it is because, like, Jimothy would have the advantage because he'd be eating out of the trash can as long as the lid is kind of off. I don't know. Simply Seattle. Just credit me for that one if you come up with it. Let's go. Keith Miller says fans act like they have to pay these contracts. If Arnold is a total blank bag, I doubt he'd even get a sniff from the Hawks. If he's not guilty, Hawks look like masterminds. If not, they're in the same situation before entertaining him. Okay. You're right, Keith. And like we've said so many times, it's always when the Seahawks head office takes a call over, potential trades, anything like that. Seahawks front office, they have a phone line open. They will always take a call, but all of a sudden the news gets out through some sort of leak and it's so-and-so's on the trade block. That is not always necessarily true. After covering John Schneider for over 16 years, I know his ears are always open and that due diligence is a process within that building. And he is clearly the one in charge of that, plus the staff that he hires. He trusts to do that. So that's a fair point. And there's a trial that still has yet to happen. So we will be fine. Or we will find out. I meant to say, I'm sorry. Let's see. 206, quote, "You can hope in one hand and crap in the other and see which one runs out first." And that is a quote from Grumpy Old Men. Thank you, Stephen in Seattle. Well, guys, we'll see if Greg will be back. Ian Furness is going to be live from the Boeing Classic. I do appreciate all of your interaction. Always. Always here, especially your talkbacks. I just really love hearing your voices on the air instead of mine reading them. But Ian Furness will be with us coming up next. You're listening to 93.3 KJR FM.
Hi, welcome back. Greg Bell, Justin McIntyre, and now Ian Furness joining us. I'm at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, where I just heard from Coach Mike McDonald, and we talked again about why they signed Terrion Arnold. They said it was an opportunity to get a player that they loved. McDonald said an opportunity to get a cornerback that they highly rated and loved out of the draft process when he was coming out of Alabama a couple of years ago. He also said that they don't know, McDonald's saying that they don't know exactly how the timing of this is going to work, when he can join the team. He only confirmed that they do have an agreement on a contract with him, but they don't know exactly when he can join the team, when he'll start practicing, when he could possibly play. They don't even know yet the legal process in the NFL on whether he will be able to play and when for the Seahawks this year. He said they're respecting the legal process of that. He avoided many other questions related to the case in Florida of 8 felony charges. He said he talked to individual players. You can bet Devin Witherspoon was one of them. You can bet that Jalen Milroe, his college teammate at Alabama, was one of them. And people that they trust around the league, and they got to read that they should do this. And he said they are very mindful of the culture, and they believe that this is a place that he will thrive. Terrion Arnold, we'll see. We'll see when the jurisprudence, and we'll see what NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell, whether he puts him on the exempt list, which he has done in the past, including with a Seahawk Quentin Dunbar, when the Seahawks acquired him 6 or so years ago in a similar situation where he was in a legal case in Florida. So he didn't have a lot of specifics on what the Seahawks' view of the case was. Ian Furness joining me now. Your reaction to that? I mean, Ian, you wouldn't expect him to say exactly what they know.
No.
But he knows enough. They know enough to think that it's worth signing him now. I tried to ask him what they know enough to made him sign now. He wouldn't answer that, but they wouldn't have signed him if they didn't think he could get on the field.
I think maybe different. I'm gonna think something different here. To see if you'll dance with me on this. I don't think, because it's such a low risk, like contract wise, right? Like they're gonna have to pay him. I'm assuming he's minimum, right? Minimum salary.
Yeah, it'll be a 1-year deal, I'm told, and it should be above or close to minimum.
I'm thinking it's like whatever. If he's exonerated and he's eligible to play, he's here. He's coming here. We're going to use our defending Super Bowl champion. We got a great culture, muscles, and it's kind of like, because there would have other teams that would have bid on him too, right, or wanted him.
Oh,
but
yeah, that was the whole deal.
I wonder if they really. I want to give them credit where credit's due, but I also think you said it all the time. It's a great line. Football always wins out. And I think in this case, it's like, whatever. Like, let's sign this guy, and if he can play, and if he's exonerated, and if he's okay, and he's not like truly a felon who kidnapped and burgled, and all these things, if they're not really true, then great, he's with us. If we find out they are all true, he's all of a sudden it's going to trial. The NFL says no, we just wash our hands of it. Thanks for coming. And I think it's a low risk move for Seattle. Low risk, high reward. What the hell? Let's take a shot. And these guys get the benefit of the doubt because they're John Schneider and Peake and Mike McDonald. We also know that sometimes what they say isn't necessarily what they do, Frank Clark, right? So
exactly.
I kind of wonder too if it's we'll see. What did he say about who's playing tomorrow?
Sam Darnold is not playing. Jadarian Price is not playing. I don't think Derek Hall's playing. They weren't any. He said most of the regular starters won't play. He said that Drew Lock will start and Jalen Milroe will come in, but they, instead of just one guy finishing the game, he says they're going to rotate between those two, and one will come out and one will come back in. He said that's what's different this year that they're going to do with the quarterbacks.
Interesting.
Some of that may be because they want more Brian Fleury exposure to those two quarterbacks and more for Brian Fleury to do as well. But, yeah, it's not going to be like Locke goes the next amount and then Miller finishes the game. They're going to rotate that, but Sam Darnold will not play. He said that, again, that's why they do the joint practice next week for when the starters do one-on-one.
What starters would you expect him to play?
George Halani's going to play.
Really?
Because almost because he has to, but yeah, he said he's going to get some work tomorrow.
Again,
last man standing at running back.
What world are we living in when I'm concerned about George Halani playing in a preseason game, buddy? Like, seriously.
Welcome to the Seahawks world post Kenneth Walker.
I would Other than that, Harden and everybody named Jones. They got Jones,
exactly.
Jones, and Harden. Why don't you just play those three guys?
Justin Jones, rookie from Auburn, T.J. Harden, Velus Jones, and George Halani. And Emmanuel Wilson's not going to play. He hasn't played. He hasn't practiced the last few days, so that's it. So that's probably how long he's going to play.
God, I mean, honestly, if we're being honest, again, this is a weird world we're living in. I'm going to say this out loud. They'd be in big trouble if George Holani got hurt. I like George Holani. We had him on the show. Good dude and great story and everything else. Wow. Okay. Defensively, I would assume we don't see guys, right? We're not seeing.
No,
dudes
I
on
can't
defense.
imagine much of anything of the defense. I think
Nothing's
you might
changed
see
on defense. You don't need to play those guys.
Yeah.
Nothing's changed, right?
No, I don't. I expect guys that have been with the ones who I think will play tomorrow. Guys like Nehemiah Pritchett, who may be on the way out of his one spot because if Arnold comes in and could play, and Noah Igbenogany, who's been in first team with the nickel in the last week or so with the defense more than before. Those guys. But yeah, the other regulars, and you're going to see Witherspoon, you don't see Ernest Jones, and you're not going to see Leonard Williams. You're going to get preseason football at regular season prices tomorrow with none of the starters.
Probably Patio and Tyrese Knight at linebacker.
Yeah,
I would assume.
I would think so. Yeah,
you know, and so forth. So
Connor O'Toole will get a long look. They've been looking at him a lot. Linebacker.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Well, good stuff. I we'll see what ends up happening. I liked your interview with fellow Army man Randy Couture. That was awesome.
Yes.
What a cool deal he's doing.
I know it is. I didn't get a chance to ask what MOS he was in military occupational specialty he was in the Army, but
kicking ass and taking names. I don't know.
Yeah, that's there was a code for that too. What do you got today? Is it Danny O'Neill Day?
Danny O'Neill's coming on at 1 o'clock, so we got that coming up at 1. We're going to check. Cam Cleveland's going to join me at 2 today. Your Husky football analyst, former NFL tight end. He's actually working with me on the national radio call tomorrow for the preseason game. So we'll.
That's
talk
why
a
you're
little bit
asking
about
me
what he expects.
who's playing.
Yeah, honestly, I'll read your story later, but I'm just trying to get a little head start here on which guys I can start crossing off my chart. But yeah, so Cam and I are working together tomorrow. I can't wait. It's gonna be a ton of fun. But we'll talk about what as a former player, because it's a lot of people don't like preseason games. The funny thing is, when we look at the TV ratings on Monday, Greg, guess what? Everyone's going to be watching preseason games. Right? That's right. How it works. So we'll talk about, as a former player, what he's going to be watching for tomorrow and how important it is about just things like the new play callers Christian Walker, the new play caller on defense for the Cowboys, and the new play caller on offense, Brian Fleury for the Seahawks. And even if you're not playing, I'm going to ask him, can you get something out of it? Just in terms of getting a read, like if you're sitting there and you're one of the defensive guys for Dallas and their defense. Dallas is a weird team. Like if they had any defense last year, they would have been a problem for people. Top 5 offense and the worst scoring defense in the NFL. If they can improve that, they might be a problem, at least in the NFC East. So we'll talk to him. We'll check in with Joe Withy's going to join us. It's Long Acres Mile weekend. We'll do that at 1:45 as well. So, yeah, busy show coming up from the Bowling Classic.
Did you get out of Maple Valley?
Barely. Yeah, it was not easy. It was not. You got to start. Just a shout out to our friends at the Washington State Patrol. Let's get up to the top of Tiger Mountain Summit there and start ticketing some of these semis. It was a semi, I guess, hit a motorcycle.
Oh,
and
wow.
those, and then after they cleared it, we come across, and these semis, they just bully their way in. They don't care. They'll just run your ass over. They'll fly up on the right end. Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad up there. It's horrible. So, yeah, but we got out finally. So we're here. Golf tournament got underway 24 minutes ago, so we'll keep an eye on that as well.
Ian Furness is at the Bowling Classic. He will broadcast 12 until 3 with Jessamine McIntyre. Greg and Jessamine, thanks for listening all weekend. I will be doing Seahawks all weekend. I'll talk about the pregame or the first preseason game on Monday. Have a great weekend, and he ends up next on 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
They're brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. Seahawks adding some drama to their preseason. The Super Bowl champions are signing free agent cornerback Terrion Arnold. He's a former Lions first-round draft pick, but had an arraignment hearing in Tampa, Florida. Why? He's facing 8 felony charges, 4 each for kidnapping and burglary. Each of the charges, by the way, carry a possible sentence of life in prison. But they're bringing him to Seattle. More on that in just a couple seconds. 18th practice of training camp is today. The Seahawks play the Dallas Cowboys tomorrow, 5 p.m. in Lumen Field, the first 3 preseason games. 17th practice of training camp. The last one with the fans was yesterday. Jadarian Price will not play tomorrow. Neither will Sam Darnold. There will be maybe a sprinkling of a couple starters in there for Seattle tomorrow at 5 o'clock at Lumen Field, but more likely backups. Also, Mike McDonald saying he's going to rotate the 2 quarterbacks that will play, Jalen Milroe and Drew Lock. Lock will start. Mariners won for the first time in 7 games yesterday, 1-0 at Yankee Stadium. They start a 3-game series with the Houston Astros, a.k.a. the Trash Cans, today, 5 o'clock. George Kirby on the mound for Seattle. Road Brian Wu will start the finale on television, national TV on Sunday. Mariners demoted rookie shortstop Colt Emerson to AAA Tacoma. Fernando Mendoza last night in preseason football, the number 1 overall pick, 10 of 16, 97 yards, a touchdown in 4 drives. He didn't like how he played, but most people thought he looked pretty damn good. Sounders Whitecaps, 7:30 p.m. Sunday at Lumen Field. Tonight at Lumen Field, the Rain plays Chicago, and the Storm hosts the WNBA expansion Portland Fire. God, it feels like they play those guys every other day. Tonight at Climate
There's
Village
a lot going on.
Isn't there? Let's get to the show.
Broadcasting live from the club at Snoqualmie Ridge, the PGA Tour Champions returns to the Northwest for the 2026 Boeing Classic. And your host, Ian Furness, on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
I like that open. It almost sounds like I'm the host for the tournament.
You could be with your resume.
No. Trust me. I was lucky. I was lucky to get into our little oven that we're doing the show from above the 18th green today. I was lucky to get here. You had to help me get credentials to get in here today.
It was sunny out the last time I was there. It looked like at least when I was coming into work this morning, it looked
There's
like there was
a little bit of we're above the
cover.
18th. We're above the 18th green. There's a little bit of a haze, a little bit of smoky haze in the distance over towards Mount Si, and you can see it, but I look down and it doesn't smell like smoke anywhere. Again, we're in a little booth here, so it's maybe hard to tell. But the first golfers went out at 11:30, so we're a ways away. I always like to watch the guys coming up on 18 and see what they're going to do here at the Boeing Classic, day 1 of 3, today, tomorrow, and Sunday. So the guys are just getting underway. They're teeing off on both sides. So they're using the 1 and 10 tees for those of you golf nerds out there understand what that means. So we'll see in probably about, 1:30 or so, we'll probably see the first group come up 18. I liked, me personally, as a golf fan, and if you're a golf fan and you play the game, this is I say this every year. Listen, the Champions Tour is what it is. There's some big names out here. Oftentimes it feels like someone wins that you've never heard of, but there are big names walking through. I like to stand by the driving range. I just like watching if you like the game of golf.
If you watch the swings,
because then you realize, like I do every year, I know I'm not good at the game. I love the game. I have a passion for the game. I love playing it. I play every Wednesday. I get other game. I love playing the game. I love playing with my son. And every now and then, I played okay on Wednesday, and I feel I feel like things are coming around. Then I go to the driving range here and watch these old farts out here. And then I realized, oh my God, I suck. I'm so bad.
They're not exactly old farts now, are they?
I know I'm not good. I know I'm bad at golf, but then I watch these guys and I realize I don't even know why I try to play, because it's amazing watching their swings and how they hit the ball. And so if you are a golfer or a golf fan, just come watch the tournament, watch these guys, walk around with a group or two, walk the course. It's an easy course to walk. But I would just say if you want to just really kind of enjoy it, get here early enough to watch guys on the driving range, because I think that's just a ton of fun. I think it's really cool. So we'll check in with the tournament director, by the way, at about 1:30 today. Get you a little what's up with this with the tournament this weekend up here at Snoqualmie Ridge. Okay, lots to get to today. We got a busy show. Danny O'Neill's going to join us at 1 p.m. Looking forward to that. Our weekly visit with Danny. One of the things I'm going to get into with Danny is the Colt. I want to go like the Seahawks in a second. I will. Just the Colt Emerson thing. I'm off Monday. I'm taking a very rare day off, although Chris will make fun of me the whole time he's doing the show, saying that, I'm lazy and I'm never here. Although, as Jess, I leave about 2 or 3 weeks of vacation on the table every week.
Yeah, I know. And I still, even though I never want you to not be here, it still bothers me that you don't take all your vacation time.
I need to do a better job at doing that. But anyway, I'm off Monday. And I wish I wasn't because, man, I think it's going to, whatever they do this weekend, maybe if they sweep, the feeling will be different, but it's going to be spicy Monday. The Colt Emerson thing, I kind of want to put my head through the wall. I get it. He's an easy guy to send down. Are you a better baseball team? Are you helping him? I don't know. I don't think you can say that. And on top of that, he's a better offensive player right now than a bunch of your other guys, including your catcher. I'll leave it at that. Okay. We're going to hear, if you missed it yesterday, and frankly, for being honest, probably a lot of you did, the Mariners were in the midst of an 8th inning in a 1-0 game. We talked to Jake Bobo yesterday. Fun dude. We'll have him on during the season again. He's always a great guy to talk to. Yeah, really fun guy. I'll pat ourselves, you and me, Jess, on the back.
Let's go. I'm doing it right now.
We were the first show to have him on.
Yep.
He was a rookie years ago. And when we did have him on, I remember everyone was, he's a great interview. He's yes, he is. And then all of a sudden, everybody else discovers him. I hate doing that. Like Bud Clark, guys like that. Now, we knew Bud Clark was a good interview because of this draft day. But anyway,
but Jake was an undrafted free agent.
Right. And we had
Nobody
him on.
knew
we had
about
him.
him.
Like, why are you having this guy on? I go, well, because I'm watching him in training camp. He's having a great camp, and we're going to put him on. And then, as it turns out, he's a great talker. He's a fun guy to talk to. We'll have him coming up at 12:20 or so today. The Terry and Arnold thing is an interesting dynamic. There is a big part of me that says, with him, you trust the Seahawks, and you trust Mike McDonald, you trust John Schneider. The architect and the coach of the defending Super Bowl champions. Schneider's resume in his, 17th year is impeccable. What he's been able to do here in Seattle, it's remarkable. Building 2 Super Bowl champions from scratch with 2 separate starting quarterbacks and 2 separate coaches. It's never been done in the history of the NFL. Schneider's great at what he does. Mike McDonald, you just watch him in Hard Knocks. We've known he's great, just covering him the last couple of years. Now everybody gets to see the inside workings of a Mike McDonald. He's phenomenal. All those things are great. Terry and Arnold is, and Greg has a line he uses all the time, and it's a great one. It really is. Football always wins out.
Yeah.
I.e., win at all costs.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what this one feels like. Now, I don't blame the Seahawks, and maybe they know more. Not maybe, they do know more. We talked about it before. Every team has their own security team, and the NFL has their own security team. These guys do their own investigations. They know more than any of us do in the media, and frankly, probably they might know more right now than some of the lawyers involved in the cases. But the charges against him are just egregious. Like, egregious. Like you had it in the headlines, Jess. We're talking life in prison. We're not talking misdemeanors where you're going to spend 60 days in a county jail. We're talking about like real life prison time. And if any of those things are true, it's a really bad dude. Now, not our job to judge.
Mm-hmm.
There is due process in this country, and all too often in our world these days, you get accused of something, you get that stigma placed on you, and boom, it sticks with you forever, whether you're innocent or not. And I hate that about the world we live in right now, because that used to not be the case. But because the world is smaller, because the world of social media, the internet, everything at your fingertips, and all those things, these days there is no such thing as innocent until proven guilty.
No, it's innocent, or it's guilty by media.
Guilty until proven innocent. And
yes.
even if you're proven innocent.
Well, it's a court of public opinion. Yeah.
Even if you're proven innocent, that's going to it hangs over your head. I mean, there's a couple things, sexual assault, racist remarks, things like that. That if they're attached to you, you never get rid of it.
No.
I think Sophie Cunningham's a great example of that, to be honest with you. Sophie Cunningham said she doesn't believe that men should be playing in women's sports. That's all she's ever said. But that immediately makes her anti-trans, everything else.
Right.
She's evil, and that's not who she is, but we just paint people with a broad brush. I bring that up with Terry and Arnold for this reason. He may or may not have committed some absolutely horrific things. If he did, then he should, A, serve that prison time and never play in the National Football League again. If he did not, he should be given the opportunity to resume his life and move forward. Now, here's the interesting part with the Seahawks. I'm not quite ready to give them credit yet for, hey, they know more and they're – I think what Seattle did, I mentioned this to Greg, I think it's a great football move. It is a very low risk and a very, very high ceiling here. You sign a guy that if the charges prove to be true, he'll never play for you and he'll go to jail or prison and we'll never see him again.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have to pay him and you just move on. If he's exonerated and this stuff it was other dudes and not him involved and his name just got drug into it, which I think is what everyone involved football-wise is hoping, then you just got a first-round talent at one of the most important positions in the National Football League to go along with another first-round talent in Devin Witherspoon and the best defense last year in the National Football League. You just added to that. Okay. I mean, it's a honestly, from just a purely football standpoint, it's a brilliant move. And I mean a brilliant move by the Seahawks. Because what they have done is said, okay, I mean, they're not paying him up front. They're not paying him $10, $20 million. They're just paying him nothing. And if he plays here, awesome. If not, you move on.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, I know there's going to be people that are either like, hey, you know what? Like, innocent until proven guilty. Great job by the Seahawks. Great job. I'm just going to be saying, I can't believe they did this. That's just gross. This guy is this, and this. Well, you don't know you don't know. And honestly, the Seahawks don't 100% know. They got to wait for everything to play out. And if it does play out in his favor, well, that's a coup. First round pick for a league minimum salary to go with Devin Witherspoon to bring him into the defending Super Bowl champions. Huge. Absolutely massive.
Yeah. And
away you go.
It's also one of the things that I was saying earlier, that there's more than a tryout that happened. These people interview the person that they bring in, regardless of who they are. They sit down with them. Yep. And there's a lot more than just watching him run around on the field.
Yep. Yeah.
And
100%.
so, Greg even said, I worked in the Pentagon, and I think that they have better security teams when it comes to, like the NFL teams do, when it comes to sussing people out.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I mean, we'll see where it all comes. Preseason games tomorrow. There will be many that don't care about the preseason game, and then we'll look at the TV numbers on Monday, and it'll be massive. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you I'm 100% wrong if this proves to be true, but I'm going to guess the baseball teams is playing for a playoff spot right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Last I checked.
They can.
Well, they could.
Yeah, they can.
They have important games this weekend.
Yes, they do.
Against the Houston Astros. The Seahawks are playing for all intents and purposes, an exhibition game. The Seahawks game will probably do double or more in terms of TV ratings this weekend than the Mariners games. People will watch. People will care. And look, the thing that'll be fun tomorrow for the Seahawks, and this is why I'm kind of excited for the call even, is that, like, I watched a little bit of the Raiders game yesterday. I watched a little bit of the San Francisco game. They were playing the Titans. Like, those stadiums are kind of like half full, maybe at the most.
Mm-hmm.
Lumen will be almost full, like 85, 95% full.
Yeah, it's a chance to see the Super Bowl winners.
Yeah, and I think what's cool too is a lot of people. I mean, I think it's kind of greasy what the NFL does. They make you buy, if you're a season ticket holder, you got to buy tickets for the 2 preseason games. Or in this year, this year is just one. So guys like Softy and Fame that have season tickets for the Seahawks, and I think that's kind of nuts. But those guys, a lot of times, they'll give them away to people. So you have a lot of people in the stands that don't go to a game normally. So it's going to feel fun, and it'll be fun. I want to see the guy. I want to see, to be honest with you, Jalen Milroe.
Yeah.
I want to see Jalen Milroe because he has looked so much better this season at the quarterback position. So we'll get a chance to see him. I like the fact McDonald said he's going to rotate. Locke's going to start, but Milroe's going to come in, and then Locke will go back, and they're going to rotate. It's not going to be like you play a half, I play a half. That's it. He's going to rotate those guys in to play with different players. We saw Milroe yesterday working a lot with the twos on the offense, so he's getting used to those guys, not just the threes. So we'll see that coming up tomorrow. All right. We had Jake Bobo on yesterday. Fun guy to talk to. Seahawks wide receiver. One of the most popular guys in the team. We were sitting there doing the interview, Jess, and there's like a couple dozen people that were there, like waiting, and they wanted to get pictures and autographs. And I took him right up to the. I apologize. It was like he had to get back inside, get dressed for practice. So, he couldn't do that. He said, "Hey, I'll try to sign for you afterwards," which he did. But he's so much fun to talk to. Got a lot to say. We'll talk to the Seahawks' fourth-year wide receiver who actually signed a nice contract after a bidding war for his services, of all things, Jess. That happened in the offseason.
I love that so much that he's here.
I know.
He sends videos to my nephew. Well, through me.
What a
my
good dude.
nephew's name is Bo, so it was always a joke that we had at home that Bobo has to be.
Is that your sister's son?
Yes.
That's even better.
Yep.
That's a great story.
Yes.
That's even better.
I'll tell you more about it later.
I love it. All right. We'll take a break. Come back. Jake Bobo next. Jake Bobo sitting down right now. We'll throw the headset on him. He's done this a zillion times. One of the most sought-after interviews here at the...
no, it's not true. You're buttering me up.
Are you kidding me? Seriously, you know that.
No.
Now, I'm going to tell you right now, you got to run for your money.
Who's up?
See? Now you bought into it. I just... new guy, Bud Clark.
Oh, he's the best.
Bud Clark is a talker.
Best.
Bud Clark is a talker.
And that smile, too.
Oh,
hopefully
does he have a bad day, that kid?
Well, playing in a Mike McDonald defense and the amount of information that's thrown at you, I could see him having a bad day or two, but he doesn't show it.
He's good. Ty Okada.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this because you'll play along with this. Jake Bobo sitting down with us, Seahawk wide receiver. Good to see you healthy, by the way. We'll get to all that in a second. So we had Ty Okada on. Anders, when was that? Was that during OTAs or minicamp?
Yes.
So we had Ty on. I had not talked to Ty before.
Oh, he's the best.
And he was. And he comes on, he talks, and the whole time I'm talking to him, I'm like, God, who does he sound like? I look on our text line. Our listeners can text in at 49451. Guess who everyone said he sounded like?
It's probably some Canadian. Like Minnesota, some hockey player, maybe.
You said Canadian like it's a bad thing, buddy.
Yeah. No, I would never insinuate such a thing.
Sean McVay.
Yeah. Okay, interesting.
Got that, here we are. Yeah.
A little raspy.
A little raspy. Coach talk.
Very
sounds
animated.
like a sounds like a coach.
Gosh, his questions in some of these meetings we're in, it's like, dude, we've got to just start calling you Coach Ty or something like that.
Oh my God.
Getting out of hand.
Is that his deal? Like Hard Knocks tells a lot.
Uh-oh.
So, we've noticed this a couple weeks, been watching family and stuff, and Anders, I don't know if you've noticed this. Anders back in the studio.
Yep.
When they show the auditorium and guys are coming in for your meetings,
he's always
first guy in,
always there.
Front row, right there, Ty Okada,
Yeah.
Coach Okada.
Well, I mean, and look at the situation he's in.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah,
You were probably
exactly right.
You were probably a sit in the front row guy back, in
100%.
high school, college.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you have to be. You've got to be the guy that has all the answers when you don't have necessarily all of the physical answers, if you know what I mean.
Jake Bobo's here with us. First of all, you are healthy?
I am. Yes, I am.
A little hamstring
Thank
or something
goodness.
you're messed
Gosh,
up
it's
with?
just the worst. You train all summer to avoid soft tissue in the first
Right.
week of camp, and then you just get hit with one, and that's where we were at. But onward and upward.
David, Mackenzie, that group, that your medical staff is really
they're
good,
the
aren't they?
best. They're so good. Ryan was, Jermaine was in charge of my rehab, and he's one of the best in the business. Really, really good at what they do.
That flies under the radar sometimes. We talk about McDonald, his staff, and players, and all this. I like that group behind the scenes. Really good,
right? And you're exactly right. Fully behind the scenes.
Have you been in that cold treadmill tub that Eamon Worry was on in Hard Knocks the other day?
Yeah, unfortunately, I actually
was that for the hamstring. Did you do that for the hamstring?
Did that a little bit with the ham. Did that a little bit last year with some of the stuff I was dealing with.
Is it as brutal as it looks?
I mean, it's honestly nice because the reason why you're on that is because you can't run or jog anything outside of the pool. So to be able to actually do that is actually kind of nice. But once you're on there for 10, 15 minutes, I guess it's not.
Yeah, wouldn't be the most fun in the world. Jake Bobo with me. All right, so let's get to your situation. Interesting offseason.
Oh, yeah.
Win a Super Bowl. Then all of a sudden, Jake Bobo's kind of being talked about around where are you going?
Yeah, what's going on? What's going on?
What's going on? How cool was that? You ended up back here, but just when you had other interests from around the league and offers and things like that.
Yeah.
What was going through your mind the whole time?
I mean, it's I don't want to call it a stressful situation.
Yeah.
It's a great problem to have is kind of the way I framed it.
Right.
Where if you'd have told me 4 years ago that there would be, multiple NFL organizations that are kind of vying for what you have to offer, I would have said, sign me up. But again, when you come from a place like this and knowing that you want to end up back here, it was, there was some stress involved, but I tried to take, that step back and say wherever we end up, we're going to be happy. But in the back of my mind, I knew, we wanted to come back here. And
what is it about this place? Because let's just say all things being equal, what is it about this place? Super Bowl ring is nice, obviously.
Yeah, it helps.
But but what is it about this place? Is it Mike? Is it the teammates, the facility? What is it about this place?
Yeah, I don't know. I think some of it is you're looking at it in the facility that we've got here, and but beneath that, it's the culture and if you ask me how to describe that, it's very, very difficult to do in few words. It's just the feeling you get when you walk into that building. It's, I think, as family-oriented as you can get in the NFL, as relationship-oriented as you can get in the NFL, which is known for being a very cutthroat business, and it is.
Yeah.
But here they do a very, very good job of kind of combining that cutthroat side of things with a little bit more of maybe the college football, not really college football anymore,
right? But
what it was,
yeah.
Which is, we're trying to create a family atmosphere here and go and attack and win days, and when you combine kind of all of those elements, it creates a very interesting machine that has been very successful for us in the last year or so, and will continue to be.
There's some recruiting that goes along in the process as well, Jake. And I guess for me, I'm kind of curious about that side of it, because we saw you make some big catches, really big catch, and do some things. You're a guy, though, in a league that's filled with receivers and diva receivers that want to see the ball 100 times. You may not see the ball that many times.
Yeah, you're exactly
But you're
right.
a special teams guy, and you're a huge part of the running game.
Yeah.
And I know McDonald. What did Mike say during that process? Because it's great to get paid, and they match all
Right.
those things. But you have to feel wanted. So what did Mike say specifically, or even John?
Well, I think that's kind of the pull of this place is, like, it wasn't necessarily a conversation that we had. John, Mike, Frizz, the receivers coach, whoever, they just create an environment where you're wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not necessarily anything he said to me, or my agent or whatever. But we both knew that each of us wanted to get what I do back here into this team and this organization.
It was valued.
It was.
That's cool. That's
and
really cool.
you feel that every day.
Yeah.
I don't think that necessarily comes from verbal confirmation.
Okay.
But they do a very, very good job of all 90 right now, all 70 guys when you get into the fall, of knowing their value and being able to create confidence and instilling confidence in that.
The Jake will with me. Coach Frizz, we saw him on Hard Knocks today with JSN, and they were kind of going back and forth a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's just part of the process.
No doubt.
Tell us about him, because that's a coach that nobody really heard from before. A lot of fans hadn't. Tell us about him.
Well, he's the ultimate player's coach, I would say, and that's very hard to find in today's league.
Yeah.
We talked about building relationships and stuff earlier, and obviously he's got the football IQ and some of the scheme stuff. But there's so much more when you're dealing with receivers who have very big personalities. And he's done a very, very good job of coming in, setting the tone for who we want to be as a room, creating an atmosphere and environment where everybody feels like and is aware of what they add to that room. Mm-hmm. And he does that in his own way, creating relationships with each individual in that room. He's done a very, very good job of, and he knows when to push and when to kind of take his foot off the gas, which I'm sure, I haven't seen it, but I'm sure you saw the other day.
Yeah,
those two go at it.
Do they go at it a lot?
Yeah, but in a very constructive
that was what I was
way.
going to say. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, it was the two of them together, and just talking about terminology and verbiage and some different things, nuances of the new offense. And it was a side of JS that, like, it didn't come across as being the diva receiver, or he was just.
He's got a lot of that.
No, he doesn't. But it was kind of a cool little part to see him.
Oh yeah,
kind of go, and they're back and forth, and it was a great interaction. And I just thought that's collaboration.
Yeah,
and it also, here's the best receiver in the NFL right now. And talking to his coach, and his coach like, this is how it's going to be, and back and forth.
You're going to do it like this. and that's the other thing. Frizz knows when he can say that.
Yeah.
And then when you got to let Jax be Jax, or Coop be Coop, or Sheed be Sheed. Frizz knows all of us very, very well, and he's done a good job of getting to know us, and he knows which buttons to push when.
How's the nuances of the new offense? I mean, it's that same tree, I guess, so to speak. But even we got a glimpse of it. There are some differences. What do you like about what do you like about in general sense of what's new this year? In that regard?
Coach Fleury, Flu has you're going to have. Your offensive coordinator is going to put his twist on the offense. Like you say, it's the same kind of West Coast verbiage, scheme, but Flu's done a really, really good job of kind of defining who he wants to be as an offensive coordinator, what he wants to do in the run game, what he wants to do in the pass game. We know we're continuing to get to know kind of his personality, his style, to the point where we kind of know what he's going to call when. And I don't necessarily want to put a lot of that out on the air.
No.
But, it's been cool to watch him come in, and we're running a lot of the same scheme.
Yeah.
But he's definitely got his own seasoning and spice on some things, which will be fun to watch.
Jake Bobo with us, 4th year in the NFL. We first met you 4 years ago. You said you never could have believed 4 years ago you'd be in the situation you were last offseason. People bidding on your talents and getting a nice payday, and the Seahawks taking care of you and kind of giving you a little bit of stability maybe as well.
Right.
But I want to ask you about the touchdown against the Rams. Can you just, for a guy like you that just grinded to get there and is doing a lot of the dirty work, especially the line of scrimmage, what was that like?
Well, it meant a lot to be able to contribute in a way that's literally on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
I hadn't done a lot of that season.
Yeah.
And obviously, as a competitor, you want to be able to contribute to your team's success, and we were having a lot of success. And my role wasn't necessarily, like you said, able to be viewed in that manner,
right.
I guess I would say. And so to be able to do that is cool, but at the same time, you've got to keep the mindset of whatever I've got to do to contribute, what do I have to do to help us win games? If I didn't catch a single ball last year and we go ahead and win the Super Bowl and I do what I got to do on special teams in the run game, that I'm in. So that's kind of my mindset now going into this year. Like you said, maybe a little more stability.
Yeah.
But it's the same mindset. Go do what you need to do to get wins, to score touchdowns, to make tackles on special teams, and put our team in a position to win games.
The ring was going to come down. You get the ring. It came down.
It came down. Yeah.
Came down out of the ceiling.
It came down
out of the ceiling. A couple more minutes here with Jake Bobo before we let him go. Do you feel the love from the fans that the people have? I mean, there's a group of people here waiting for you. Yeah. You go on the field. I hear your name called out as much as anybody else.
It is odd, isn't it?
I mean, but it's cool.
Oh, it's so cool.
I think part of it's your personality.
Yeah.
You're very engaging, but but what does that mean to a guy that's like, you just come out here, you just said it's about this building, it's about Mike McDonald, but it's about all these folks too, right? I mean, what is that like for you as a player to come from where you were, undrafted free agent, to be now a guy that, like, everyone's Bobo, Jake?
Oh, it's so cool. It's so cool. And all you try to do is make these folks proud and bring them championships and bring them wins.
Yeah.
And to be able to do that, but also kind of have the following that I have is very, very cool. Now, would I like to be able to make a few more plays and make a get us a few more wins for these guys this fall? Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so that'll be fun.
It's a hell of a receiver room you got right now.
Oh, dude, it's so fun.
Dude, unbelievable.
The problem is you're not getting a lot of I think you're not getting a lot of insight into that room because they've got to cut basically everything that goes on in that meeting room because you can't put the stuff that is said out on air.
But if you just look at personnel, offensive player of the year, guy that probably should go to the Hall of Fame, that's like a coach on the field.
Probably. Oh,
yeah. I mean, I bring that up. People, Triple Crown winner, dude.
Yeah,
like,
he's in.
He's in. And watch Hard Knocks, he's in.
Yes.
Shahid in the offense all year.
Fastest kid alive.
Is he?
Oh, my God.
Yeah. You got this kid named Horton who's healthy.
Yeah, this kid. Yeah.
And then you got a guy, Jake Bobo, that like, okay, well, we need a touchdown in the NFC Championship game. We'll trust this guy in the red zone. Boom, you got him.
Go do something over there.
Yeah, and then honestly, for being honest, like 7 guys probably battling for one spot.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a hell of a room.
Fun.
That's a hell of a room.
And we got some the best parts of personalities.
Yeah.
We talked about it a little bit earlier. It's the best. It's coming to work. Those guys make that fun.
I'll wrap it up with this. You got a preseason game on Saturday.
Yep.
You going to play?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Is that just, I mean, sometimes there's people in the media. Not me.
No, of course not.
There are those. Actually, I'm calling the game for Compass Radio, so I'm okay. I'm okay with it. I'm excited for it. But there are preseason, all this stuff. For you guys, it's been almost 3 weeks you've been out here, right?
Yeah.
Like, are you ready to get out and see somebody else?
Yes.
Like, not have to deal with these guys?
Oh,
not have to deal with Ty Okada hitting you or something like that?
And then he's yapping in your ear all the time. Ty,
Witherspoon probably never Is Witherspoon still talking?
He never shuts up. All those guys over there, man, they're just annoying. The problem is they're good, so I can't really say anything back to them. You know what I mean?
What do you try to get done in a preseason game?
Well, for me, we talked a little bit about my first couple weeks of camp earlier, and not being as a full participant. So for me, I'm looking forward to getting in there and banging around a little bit and being able to put my body on some folks that I haven't been able to do because I haven't been healthy.
Yeah.
So I haven't practiced in however long. I need as much kind of, I guess you could say, grinding as
just to
as
ramp
I
up a
can
little
get.
bit.
Yeah. Let's get this thing going.
Well, listen, I love having you come by. I appreciate it.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
Are you going to come to do a Kraken game with us? Can we be on the TV
I would
set?
love
you can
to.
jump on set
Are you
with us
kidding
again? Can I get that nailed down?
I am in.
You'll come back up and do pregame with us?
Absolutely.
Maybe we'll have
a
you do
couple Coors
intermissions.
Lights up there, dude.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we had you up there. And who else do we have up there? Well, we got to have you on the set. I don't think you came on the set with us.
Yeah, no, I don't think I did. Either.
You walked by. Hey, what's? I'm like, dude, you didn't come by. We had Barner came by.
Oh, did he?
Well, he thinks he's an offensive lineman.
Well, I mean, I think to a certain extent we all do.
Yeah. So he was there. He was with all those guys, and there were a couple Coors Lights that day too.
All right,
so.
good. God, I missed out on that.
I know. We'll get you out there for a Kraken game
brother.
this year. That's Jake Bobo. We'll take a break. All right, Jake Bobo joining us. He was on yesterday with us. I just wanted to get that out there again because I know there was other things going on. Baseball game yesterday, so many of you may not have heard that. Good dude, just fun guy to talk to, and a big part of what they do, and it's amazing just to watching what happened with Bobo in the offseason. An undrafted free agent 4 years ago, Jess, and not only did he make a huge catch in the NFC Championship game, he was a big part of what they like to do with the blocking scheme of the wide receivers. And then when he was a free agent, there were other offers and they had a match and all that stuff. So he's on the roster just based on the contract and the money, but he was going to be there anyway. You had a cool story though, and just let me say this, because I'll let you tell the story.
Sure.
Jess's sister unexpectedly passed away about 14, 15 months ago.
Yep.
And with a couple young kids as well. And you told me that Jake Bobo is sending one of them some videos.
Yeah. So my nephew's name is Bo. He just turned 11.
Nice. Awesome.
But at the time of my sister's death, he was 9. And the Seahawks organized for Jake Bobo to send him a video. And at the time, Bo was a huge Detroit Lions fan, and Jake did not know why he was sending this video. The Seahawks just, you don't want to weigh that on someone.
No,
and he said, I heard the unfortunate news, and this is me seeing the video. Oh, no. Please don't tell me. He mentions it, and he goes, heard you're becoming a Detroit fan, and he's always been a huge Seahawks fan. He's like, so we need to get that taken care of. And it was just really nice. And then also I was in the locker room after the Super Bowl, and Jake had remembered that, and I got another video of him right after winning the Super Bowl, sending one to say hi to Bo, and it was just basically like, Bo, we did it. But the only reason was because his name is Bo, B-O. And so it was like, we need to get him a Bobo jersey. And at the time that we were thinking about it, Bobo's jerseys were not, you had to get them custom made. And now Jake Bobo's jerseys are probably flying off the shelves. So yeah, anyway, I just thought that was the sweetest thing.
Very cool story. Very cool story for a young fellow that needed something, probably still does a lot of times. So those are the little things that athletes can do that go so far, and makes such a difference.
Nobody ever talks about.
No, and it's a little effort, but it goes a long way. And
unbelievable.
Yeah, I had Cliff Averill do a video for a young man I knew that had torn an ACL back-to-back high school football seasons.
Oh, and, brutal.
And this was when Cliff, I think it was even before he worked here with us, but I just knew him from covering him, and he was in studio doing something with us one day, and I asked him, and he did it, and it was, and I still have the video, and I just remember I sent that to him and his parents, and it made the world difference. He's starting rehab, and he's like, yeah, man, it was cool to hear Cliff. He's like, I've gone through that. You can do it, blah, blah, blah. Really cool stuff. So, good story. We'll take a break, come back. Jalen Milroe will play tomorrow. What is Hugh Millen expecting? That's next.
Now back to our live broadcast of the 2026 Boeing Classic with Ian Furness on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we're at the Boeing Classic today. It's all weekend long. Tickets just $20. Kids 14 and under free with a paid customer. 21st year of the Boeing Classic. Really a cool event. Also, they have a long-standing history, co-founded by the Seattle Seahawks and Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. So that's a charity element, too. We'll talk to the tournament director coming up at 1:30 about what's going on out here. It's kind of cool. As a golf fan, just saw a guy walk by with the scorecard, or the handheld ones you see, Jess, on the course. And the threesome that's going out in a minute is Bo Weekley, Justin Leonard, and Ernie Els. And for golf fans, all very big names going out there playing here at Snoqualmie Ridge. All right. Tomorrow, it's going to be our guy. Drew Lock is starting, but Jalen Milroe is going to play a lot, too. No Sam Darnold tomorrow, but those two guys will play. Lock will start. Milroe will play a lot. Milroe's had a really, really good couple weeks at training camp. I mean, he has looked really good. And last year, it was a massive struggle. This year, looked a lot better. So I had Hugh Millen on earlier this week and asked him what he expects from the Seahawks' third-string quarterback.
Jalen Milroe. Here's what's interesting to me. If you created a pyramid, like the John Wooden pyramid of organizational structure, whatever he called it, if you had a pyramid style where there's the blocks that compose quarterbacking, in my opinion, there's a lot of things in there, quick release, quick feet, what have you, arm strength. There's a lot of things where you look and you say, yeah, if you have those in abundance, that's going to make you a better quarterback. But there's really only at the very top of the pyramid, the thing that is non-negotiable that you cannot cite a quarterback who didn't have this. All the other things, I can cite you quarterbacks with big long releases. Randall Cunningham. I could cite you quarterbacks that didn't have quick feet. Tom Brady. I could even cite you. This sounds like it's going to hurt your football soul, but guys that weren't great leaders. Jay Cutler made a Pro Bowl. Joe Theismann won a Super Bowl. A lot of teammates reportedly couldn't stand that guy. But there's one thing you cannot show me any quarterback who was successful who didn't throw it to the right guy at the right time with accuracy. And the paradox with Jalen Milroe, guys, is that if you and I studied him hard before the draft, and then I studied him even more after the draft. I've looked at every rep of him at Alabama. And the paradox is that Milroe gives you in spades all of the other things, the leadership, the strong arm, the quick feet, like all the things that you want, but it's not mandatory. There's necessary conditions and sufficient conditions. The necessary condition is throw it to the right guy at the right time with accuracy. And those are the aspects of him that are the worst on his scouting report. Mm-hmm. All the other things that you want but don't need, he's great. The two things that you need non-negotiable, that's the worst part of his game. So it's a great petri dish about coaching and whether or not he can improve from college to the pros on the most important aspects of quarterbacking. So we're going to get we're going to get 3 pretty long looks at this guy. And just watch it from that perspective for a second, because you're going to see all those things. You're going to see the beautiful athleticism. And by the way, he's a hell of a leader. Yep. I had a long talk with his head coach. And his head coach raves about him as a leader, and so but there again, how is he throwing to the right guy, and is he throwing at the right time? That's the difficulty of quarterbacking. Is can you see the movie before it happens? I can't say that enough. You can put it on a loop and repeat me 10 times if you want to know my opinion. You have to see the movie before it happens. There's a lot of moving parts out there. And when your mind sees what the defense looks and you say, green light, go, I'm going to throw it out to that spot. Football players don't throw footballs at 100 miles an hour like baseball pitchers. Football players throw footballs at about 55 miles an hour, which means the ball is on a relative scale floating, which means defenders can move a lot to react to the ball. right? And the ball's only in the air for 20 yards for a pitcher, and it's going 100 miles an hour. The ball can be in the air for 35 yards, and it's going half the speed. So you have to be able to say, if I throw to that guy into that spot, all of these players in his vicinity are going to move a lot. What's their vertical leverage? What's their horizontal leverage? Where's their hips? What's their personnel? How much have I studied? How much ground can that guy cover? You have to process numerous factors in a hideously short amount of time, far less than a second, far less than a half of a second. And so that's why there's only about 15 guys on the planet out of 38 million American men aged 22 to 38. Yeah, I just picked that because it seems like the range that you'd have quarterbacks. I know there's some outside of that, but there's 38 million Americans and there's less than 1 in every 2 million. You've heard the saying 1 in a million? There's not even 1 in 2 million.
Mm-hmm.
That can play quarterback well at the NFL because of the things that I'm talking about right here. And so Jalen Milroe, the biggest questions marks about him coming out of Alabama are in the aspects that are most important for success in the position, in my opinion.
Talking with about Jalen Milroe and what's going on with him tomorrow. Again, they're going to rotate the quarterbacks. It's interesting that Mike McDonald said today. Locke will start. Milroe comes in. They'll kind of alternate series or every couple series. So no Sam Darnold, but Drew Locke and Jalen Milroe. Plenty of opportunities tomorrow. And I for one, am really curious to see if Milroe has indeed taken the step forward that we think he has, watching him in training camp as we have the last few weeks. He's a guy that they frankly they want him to do that, and he doesn't have to do anything this year. You're the third-string quarterback. Just get better. Just keep developing and get better. Think of it like you're playing in AAA baseball or the American Hockey League, something like that. Okay, we'll take a break. Come back. Let's get Danny O'Neill is going to join us. He's got a lot on his mind, baby. He'll join us coming up next.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Frostbrewed Coors Light Choose Chill. We're at the Boeing Classic, 21st year of the Boeing Classic here at Snoqualmie Ridge. We'll talk to the tournament director coming up at 1:30 today. Seahawks adding some drama to the preseason. They have signed free agent quarterback Terrion Arnold. Yes, former first-round pick of the Lions, who cut him after he was charged with 8 felony charges, 4 each for kidnapping and burglary. Whether or not he's able to play for the Seahawks remains to be seen. Mike McDonald talked about it today. Wasn't too specific, but bottom line is he'll help him if he can play. That's the question. Can he play? Preseason game tomorrow, by the way, against the Dallas Cowboys, 5 o'clock, Lumen Field. It'll be Drew Lock starting at quarterback, Jalen Milroe as well. Sam Darnold will not play. Neither will Jarian Price. Neither will Derek Hall. Most of the starters are out tomorrow. Emmanuel Wilson also out. Helani will be running back, but he won't play much because they're really short in some spots right now. Breaking news from baseball. The Mariners won yesterday. Yes, they did. First time in 7 games. 1-0 at Yankee Stadium. Weston Wilson hit the solo home run. Logan Gilbert and the bullpen were great. Bizarro, Farrar, and Munoz. All scoreless innings pitched. Next up, 5 o'clock today, George Kirby in Houston against the first-placed Astros. M's right now are 5.5 out of first place. Colt Emerson demoted to AAA Tacoma as well. Sounders play on Sunday at Lumen Field against Vancouver. Tonight at Lumen Field, the Rain plays Chicago. Storm hosts the WNBA expansion Portland Fire tonight at CPA. Danny O'Neill standing by.
It's time now for Danny O'Neill of the Dang Apostrophe, the best Seattle sports writing you'll get out of New York City. Brought to you by Northwest Handling Systems. From forklifts to pallet jacks, conveyors to loading dock equipment, we sell, rent, and service all of your warehousing needs. Request a quote today at nwhs.com or call 425-255-0500. Now here's Ian with Danny O'Neill.
Best damn Seattle sports writing in New York City, that's for sure. That's no doubt about that. Danny O'Neill joins us right now, courtesy of our good friends at Northwest Handling Systems. Big thanks to Eric Gordon and the crew at Northwest Handling Systems. Hello, Danny O'Neill. How are you?
I'm doing well, Ian. I was flying the flag, a Mariners jersey and cap yesterday out at Yankee Stadium. I wasn't the only one, but there were a few of us, the few the proud, the refused to turtle and die.
Was that the only game you attended of the 3?
Of the 3, yes. I picked the right one.
You maybe should have gone to the other 2. Maybe it would have helped. Maybe a little good luck charm or something along the way.
It's my fault.
That was, by the way, that was Mariner baseball in a nutshell, Danny. Like, that was Mariner baseball in a nutshell right there. Like, how do you win a game? Great pitching, bullpen is good, and you just need to just one, and a home run wins it for you. Because I don't know if you know this, they don't win unless they hit a home run. First of all, they only have 8 wins. They only have 8 wins this season when they don't hit a home run. If they hit a home run, they got a chance. If they don't hit a home run, they don't. So they hit the one, and then Gilbert was great. But man, I got to ask you this. We've talked about them a lot this year. This was a topic. A big topic for us this week on my show. I think Softy kind of hit on it as well. I know Anders and I talked about it a bunch. And there is a weird vibe here, Danny, with this baseball team. And I'm trying to think back if it's always been this way. Maybe my recency bias last year when they were when they're on the run, everyone's in love with them, the playoffs and all the momentum. But people do not like this baseball team. And that's a very general blanket term. But they just don't like – people are just done. They're pissed. And maybe it's just because they haven't lived up to expectations. But I don't know how to read it. I feel like there's people rooting against them right now. It's just an odd feel for this team right now.
Well, I think that last weekend's series of games against Tampa Bay and the contrast, because watching from afar, you could feel the hostility and you could hear the hostility. And that is different. We've watched bad baseball before, and we've been frustrated by bad baseball before. And maybe it was the contrast between how well the Mariners do, the presentation side of their team, their history, the game, and how poorly they've executed this season. Or maybe it's just that we are a meaner society now, that Twitter and the internet and politics and everything has just made us all collectively meaner, which is possible, a distinct possibility. But I would agree with you that the feelings that people have had and the way people feel toward the Mariner team is different than what we've usually seen.
You know what? And the more I think of it, is because it's translating to you on TV across the country. I went Sunday. I didn't go Friday, Saturday, but I went Sunday to the game. And I think there's two different, and maybe this is just always the case, and we get somewhat insulated with sports radio or newspapers or sports media. But I think there's two different kind of schools of thought, or two different fan bases is what I mean. And here's what I mean. There are those that are just happy to be at the ballpark, sticking around. They're watching the old guy. I mean, we're at the Champions Tour. I'm doing my show here at the Champions Tour. We had that version of the Champions Tour home run derby on Friday, and Julio's out there. They get beat. They don't score. It's just an awful game. And Julio's out there spinning tunes in the outfield. People are having fun, partying it up like it's New Year's Eve in New York City. And they're watching the old guys try to hit home runs. But then there's those fans are like, whatever, we're kind of oblivious. The diehard other fans are like, I'm just done. I'm fed up. I'm fed up with Dan Wilson as the manager, the front office, ownership, underachieving teams, no World Series. It feels like there's two very different factions of fans. And maybe that's the same for all teams.
I think it's a very good observation, and I would tend to agree. There is something that is hard about watching a team that is causing you pain and feeling that the players and managers or that they're not feeling it, that they're somehow oblivious to how frustrated you are. Now, I've been in enough locker rooms and clubhouses to know that's not accurate. The players suffer. Like when the players are not playing well, when the team is suffering, I can count on one hand the number of guys that I've come across that are truly oblivious to that frustration, that they're like, whatever, I go to my job 9 to 5 and I check out of here. But it is very frustrating. I think the division comes between people who believe in the Lou Piniella, light a fire under your butt, fire and brimstone. Maybe a little Mike Holmgren, and maybe if we're being honest, a little bit of Mike McDonald too. A little bit of that hard edge personality that's what you need to get out of a funk. And then on the other side is more of the Pete Carroll, who was not someone who coached via fear and intimidation and really went through positive reinforcement. And that's kind of the division that exists. And there's merits to both approaches. And there are drawbacks to both approaches. And in the current situation the Mariners find themselves in, the people who want a little more anger and speeches that will blister paint off the walls, and not the John McLaren 2008 made-for-TV special, but really like Al Pacino, Any Given Sunday. There's inches all around us. I want to know who will fight that inch. Give me that inch. We want a little more of that.
This is why I love having these conversations every Friday with Danny O'Neill, because the more you talk, the more I'm kind of, okay, I'm thinking more and more. Okay, this is probably exactly why, as you discuss this is probably exactly why we see coaches, managers, what have you, that are just at the shelf life wears out. And I'll give you the example. So I went back this week and I was looking at when they got rid of Service and why did they get rid of Service and what was written, what was said. And the general tone was that the heavy hand of Service, maybe it started with him chastising Cal for criticizing the, seawall, whatever it was. But the heavy hand of Service maybe was just wearing thin. Guys weren't they were tuning them out. Whatever it might have been, it was just time to make a change. They brought in the easygoing, affable, fun players coach, never going to yell or scream Dan Wilson. And then they, for a couple of years it's worked. But now it's not working. Do you go back to a heavy hand again? Do you need that different voice? You mentioned Pete Carroll. Pete coming off of, let's remember what Pete replaced. Big man, and we all love Mike. Love Mike to death. I consider Mike a friend. He's been on with us and has worked at our station forever. And I love Mike Holmgren. We also have, you and I and everybody else in the media that's been around for a while, we've covered enough Mike Holmgren practices know that the big fella, he might be great with us, but there were times, Matt will tell you that, right? Walter will tell you that. Tobic will tell you that he ruled with that heavy, heavy hand. And Mike was way. Well, then you replace Mike with a worse version in Jim Mora Jr.
Yeah.
Well, then you bring Pete in, and, well, you couldn't be different, right? But then the Pete shelf life wore off, right? The Pete shelf life wore off. And you needed to go back to a guy that was somewhere in between. That's why I just think the Dan Wilson thing, it may have just run its course. I mean, people want to complain about, and rightfully so, baseball nerds, Danny, you know these guys. They'll complain about the bullpen usage and all these types of things. And, hell, they were doing it on the national broadcast the other night. Like, what the hell is he doing? We've been doing that for a while. But maybe it's just you need a different voice. And maybe as you were saying that, Danny, that really kind of came to me a lot. Maybe sometimes you just need a different voice.
I do think that you need somebody in your locker room, and it doesn't have to be the coach, but I do believe that you need somebody that has an edge, that is a little bit unpredictable, that scares opponents, but also sometimes the guys that are in the clubhouse. Pete was never that guy, but they had guys in that locker room that were. And I think Sherm and Marshawn Lynch were probably the two that fell into that. I do believe that Mike Holmgren had a presence, and I will never say he mellowed, because he was always a demanding coach, but he certainly the edge that he demanded a level of execution, especially from the offense, that had guys on edge. And Lou Pinella certainly did that with the Mariners. You knew when he was mad at the team, when he would address a reporter as sir and tell you to go ask the players. Sir, go ask the players. And I do think I would, if they decided to make a change at manager, I'm not going to lay down and say, I don't think they should. I think that there are a lot of faults that we've seen in the way that Dan Wilson has managed in game. Yes. And that could be a change that I'm not convinced that a change is necessary, but I'm not going to object to a change either. But I will say, if you're not going to change the manager and bring in someone with more of an edge, you absolutely need to have a change in the chemistry of the clubhouse and bring someone in there. I think Josh Naylor has some of that edge. I think he's a pretty intense competitor, but I think good teams need somebody that provides that little bit of volatility and that really demanding and sometimes kind of a butthead about the way that they expect things.
Yeah, and I think it just goes back to it. Like, sometimes you need to change for change's sake. I mean, it's going to happen. It needs to happen. And this team it looks at times like it's lifeless, right? They just look lifeless out there. And, and I like yelling and screaming only goes so far, but you said it well, because you're right. When Pete was here, they just had so many of those alpha males, Marshawn and Sherm, as you mentioned. I mean, there were even got Red Bryant, as you well know, was a big leader on the championship team. Like and then you had Mike and Cliff and KJ Bobby. You had different types of leaders. And then on the offensive side, you had a guy like Doug Baldwin. You didn't even need the court. Yep. Like I'm firing off all these names. I don't even get to the quarterback, right? Like, you don't need any, like it's these other guys. McDonald, I think we're seeing a nice glimpse of probably that medium in between Mike Holmgren and Pete Carroll. And so far it's been working. I think McVay probably has that a little bit too in LA. Those are what Andy Reid has his own way of doing things. In the case of the Mariners, it's a team that just they look lost at times. I mean, they did win yesterday, and I'll ask you this: are they still in it in your mind? Because there's a lot of people in this town that have just basically lost faith and say, "I'm just glad football season's here." But I mean, the math tells you they're still in it. But do your eyes tell you they're still in it?
No, my eyes tell me they're not still in it. But my unrepentant, inveterate glutton for punishment tells me I'm going to watch until the bubbles stop coming up. But no, they've given us no reason to believe they will win,
nice analogy.
which is precisely why they might pull it out of their hind parts. But no, there's nothing I've seen from them. I am not holding out like, maybe this will turn it around. There's nothing we've seen from them that suggests that's in the offing at all.
Danny O'Neill joining us, brought to you by Northwest Handling Systems. Big thanks to Eric Gordon, the folks at Northwest Handling Systems, bringing us Danny O'Neill every Friday. Danny, the Seahawks have signed Terrion Arnold, the cornerback who was released by the Detroit Lions, first-round pick, and was released when he was charged with 8 felony counts. They're not getting too specific about it, and they still have to wait to see how things play out, not just in the legal system, but as you well know, the NFL has its own legal system. I brought this up earlier. I think it's an interesting signing. I think it's also one that, honestly, from a football standpoint, even from an organization standpoint, there's probably those who will look at it and say, well, really bad move by the Seahawks. And I look at it differently. I'm not giving them credit and not forgiving or anything. We don't know. To me, it's like, okay, if the guy is exonerated, like let's just say he's exonerated and his name got drugged in with a bunch of other dudes that were doing some really bad things, and really he had nothing to do with it. Well, you just signed a first-round talent at a most important position in the NFL, not named quarterback, on the defensive side at least, and a cornerback that helps your football team for a minimum salary. That's just a great football move, and it's kind of a low-risk, high-reward because there's no risk. If he gets – they don't have to pay him. They're not paying big money. And if he plays here, it costs them nothing. And if he does play here, it helps them. I kind of look at it that way. How do you look at it?
Yeah, very similarly from a football perspective, in that this makes all the sense in the world for Seattle. And yes, some people will look at it and say they're willing to overlook this. At the same time, I'm not going to go and give credit to the Detroit Lions for like, oh, that's a team that holds players accountable. Because I think if he'd been a better player, if he had been not committed so many penalties his rookie year and been a better player, that they might not have cut him. That it was a matter of, hey, this guy hasn't played up to what we expected when we drafted him in the first round, and he's in this trouble. Like, let's get him out of here. I think the bigger question, and this probably reflects the amount of time that I've spent covering these things, is that I don't know what constitutes a success in these sort of things. Is it, if he never gets in trouble again, is it a successful signing? Because from a citizenship standpoint, that should be the most important thing, right? And I thought this to a certain extent when they brought in other players that had been either charged and maybe not convicted or had things dismissed, is like, okay, is it really a situation where one transgression, in this case, one that has led to 8 felony charges, that the mere fact that he's been charged is disqualifying? Because that doesn't seem entirely fair to me. But at the same time, that question of, oh, if he's found not guilty, well, that doesn't mean to me that he's totally innocent either. So it gets into this very confusing area of how do you evaluate what is a success? And for me, I look at it and say, this is the kind of decision that NFL teams make. And the Seahawks and NFL teams, by and large, are more similar than they are different when it comes to the moral equivocation and sort of law and order practices that everybody makes hedges. Everybody makes accommodations. And it is always dependent on the level of talent. And then they'll say, hey, we believe in the guy's character and he deserves a second chance. I can't say they're wrong about it. I also know that that is an exceptionally convenient approach to have when it comes to getting a former first-round pick on your team for a minimum salary. So I don't object to the signing, and I don't have a problem with it. But I also think that it just shows that all teams kind of behave with this MO when it comes to these sort of considerations.
If I'm being 100% honest, I would have rather they not sign him. I just let somebody else deal with it. But at the same time, they have enough equity. John Schneider does. And there is John Schneider, we'd never sign someone that hit a woman or anything like that. Well, Frank Clark got drafted 3 months later, right? So Greg Bell has a great line he uses all the time, and I don't know if he made it up or somebody else did, but I think the line is very true in the NFL. Danny, football always wins out. Football always wins out. Mm-hmm. And this is not a league filled with guys there's some dudes in this league that probably have done some pretty bad things, right? Like that's just, the sport itself is a violent sport. You have a different mindset than some other sports. And that's the reality. Now, we also live in a world, I mentioned this earlier to Jess, we live in a world now where you can be accused of something, and in social media, the internet, as small a world as we live in now, you can be accused of something and be completely 100% innocent, but yet you're always going to be painted with the brush of being guilty, right? And so I'm not saying Terrion Arnold's guilty, but I am curious to see how this thing plays out. If he plays here, I still think the NFL is going to suspend him. Like I can't imagine. You covered this league for a zillion years. I can't imagine that he's going to be eligible week 1, even if something gets dropped. Can you?
I don't know, and this is because I want to agree with you. I want to say it's 8 felonies, and the accusation. And when you read through the charging documents, which I have, that the allegation is he wasn't there, but they have text messages showing that he was aware and that there might have even been FaceTime video to coordinate with that. That gets into a whole separate question of how do you know who's on the other end of the phone. But so I'm tempted to say I don't think they will, but I really don't know. And the NFL, as much as the teams do, tend to govern and make decisions based upon sort of public reaction to it. How mad are people going to be if he plays? And that's, I think that's a terrible way to govern. I really do. I hate the idea that you cater to, it should be in questions of criminality and right and wrong. It should be a case of what the actual facts of the case are. And if I would say, if you were going to have a totally ethical and moral employment code, it would be, is player X, who is accused of these things, is he eligible to be employed with us? I don't want to hear about his skill level or how good he is or how good he has to be to offset it. Is what he's been accused of doing or what he's been founded on, is that disqualified? Do we have to take him off? And it's a case-by-case basis in almost everything when it comes to those. And I feel like the NFL is the same way of, we're going to see how people react, and then we'll make a decision. And so in that case, I don't know. It certainly would not surprise me if the NFL came down and said, we're not going to have a player who has 8 felony counts outstanding of what is alleged to be a violent crime on the field. I could also see a situation where they do we're going to let the legal course play out, which is code for he has until this case is adjudicated before we punish him.
Case by case is a great way to put it, as you just said. I think that's a great way to put it. No case, nothing is the same, and we can't always have blanket policies. All right, Dang Apostrophe. How can people get it?
Go to DannyO'Neill.com. You'll see a smiling picture of me standing next to a filthy subway entrance. Enter
Beautiful,
your email,
Danny.
and you will get missives from me dispatched from New York City to you each and every week.
I always enjoy these conversations, my friend. Highlight of my week. So thank you very much. We'll talk to you next week.
Sounds great. Take care, everybody.
Danny O'Neill, Dang Apostrophe. We'll take a break, come back. We'll talk to the tournament director of the Bowling Classic. What's going on out here this weekend? We should have our first group coming up here in a second on number 18. We'll talk about that next. 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to our live broadcast of the 2026 Boeing Classic with Ian Furness on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we're back here at the Boeing Classic. 21 years of the Boeing Classic Champions Tour here is underway. We've got our first group coming up on 18. They teed off on 10. That's Rory Sabatini, Joe Durant, and Tommy Gainey. Tommy got 2 gloves out there. Is that 2 gloves? Right?
It's 2 gloves.
It is? Oh, okay, there we go. Fun. Some big names out here. A bunch of Hall of Famers as well. Freddie Couples teed off just a short time ago. Ryan Ingalls is the Boeing Classic Tournament Director. He's been here for 19 years. You've been the director for the last 4 or 5 years. For all of us that love the game of golf, we know what this is about. We know the names. It's fun to come up and watch them hit on the range or just follow them around. For someone just listening right now as a casual fan, why do they need to come up here this weekend?
There's so much stuff to do, not just golf. Obviously hanging out with hospitality, walking the grounds. I mean, take a look at this view for those who can't see it.
Unreal.
Just staring at Mount Si.
Yes.
It is just
Beautiful.
an epic scenery. So we have things like the Seahawks Village, for instance. They're one of our founding partners, so they've been involved with it for the last 21 years as well. Where there's kids interactive things, where scavenger hunts that we do out here for folks that might not be the avid golf fan, but still allow them to come and spend the afternoon with us.
The great thing about this is the level of play, and just looking here, I mentioned the Hall of Famers, Freddie, VJ, Ernie Els, but you've got a ton of major winners out here, guys like Mike Weir and others. How good is this year's field?
It's one of the best we've had, actually. We're 26 of the top 30 that play for the Schwab Cup towards the end of the year. So that says a lot right there. So 3 out of the top 5. Stuart Sink's out here running around. So it's great to have them here. It's also great what they do, because they're the people that where you tell them nice shot on pick the hole that you're watching, they're going to look at you and say thank you, and they're going to nod their head. They're going to give a volunteer a high five. So it's just a great atmosphere.
Most of these guys, not all, there's some guys that were club pros and others along the way or on some smaller tours. Most of these guys have played on the PGA Tour, the various highest levels, as you just mentioned. And when you get to that level, it's the money and the focus and all this. The guys out here, I don't want to say they're just playing for fun. They're playing because they still love the game, but they're also playing because they probably love to compete still, right?
They still have the competitive bone. Absolutely. But it's just, so they can go out and they can still razz with the guys themselves and go say, what are you going to do this? And, have that banter back and forth. But in the same breath, it's the casualness is actually really, really fun to it as far as the
Ryan Ingalls is the tournament director of the Boeing Classic. Let's talk about kind of the bigger picture of what this tournament's about. It's become a fabric of our community. It's a big, big thing every year in our area. I know it's highly valued by the PGA Tour itself, which is obviously the umbrella group for the Champions Tour and the rest of the tour events. We've always talked about out here, people want to see the main tour come here and things like that, and there's always a but part of it is this is one of the most successful, if I'm not mistaken, Champions Tour events on the tour, correct? Like, it's a big deal for them.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're in the top 5 for longevity.
Wow.
Just doing it that way as far as of the 28 that are out.
What does that say about what you guys do and the support you get from Boeing and Virginia Mason and the Seahawks and everybody else?
Yeah, it says a lot. It's everything. So they give back to the community. Boeing's been the only title sponsor. They're the second longest running title sponsor within the circuit as well. So giving back to all the employees that work here, not only for Virginia Mason Franciscan Health, but Boeing and the Seahawks, and military appreciation, that component that we have as well with all the folks that support us that way.
Ryan, tell us about what it also benefits, because I think that's every golf tournament on the professional level, no matter what it is, LPGA, PGA, Champions Tour, etc. They're all, I think people, and this is with all the battles in golf right now with LIV and things, one of the things that sometimes is forgotten is that the PGA Tour also is a big give back to the community. I don't know if it's still the 501c. I don't even really care about that. It's just I know that's a tax thing. What this is, all these events all across the country, including this one, give back to the community. What about this one?
Boeing Classic, Virginia Mason Franciscan Health is a beneficiary. Over $12 million since 2005 when it started. Right now the focus it's on research. It's on patient care. It's innovations. Helping those in need to get the best health care possible.
The tournament itself is a little different, right? 54 holes, not 72. No cut.
No cut.
No cut. So,
Yeah.
so the guys can have a little bit of fun.
78 players. Oh yeah, they're absolutely they
Yeah,
can.
yeah. I think the part of giving back, was it 12 million? Is that what you said?
Over 12 million.
Over $12 million to the community, and you start thinking about what the good that has done, the lives it saved, the research that goes into that, and all of these things. Do you have a good story about a guy you've dealt with out here? Maybe it's Freddie, maybe it's Ernie. Some of these guys, bigger names, because it feels like I do see those names coming. Now, Freddie obviously from here, but a little bit different. But I see those names coming back every year. You must have some relationships or some stories that these guys tell you about coming and playing here, whether it's the course, whether it's the fans, whether it's the tournament itself.
Yeah. Alker was out here right now, and he actually was in the qualifier. It was the first time that he that's how he got into the Champions Tour, was at this tournament, and he comes back year after year. Boo Weekley, for instance, this is his third year here. What an amazing guy. So much fun. We gave him an exemption on the first year. He came back the second, and now he's like, this is my favorite stop. I love coming out the Pacific Northwest in August, or, for traveling around.
You know what's amazing is we have the weather.
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly.
I think there's been maybe a couple years in the last 2 decades that maybe there's been a little drizzle, maybe one, but it feels like every year, and we kind of got lucky. We can see the smoke off in the distance past Mount Si out towards the Cascades. We can see the little haze, but the court, like, we don't smell smoke.
Right.
The tournaments, there's really no wind right now. Perfect conditions. How's the course?
Fast, firm, green, lush. I mean, the stripes on the fairways.
Yeah.
The greens are rolling very quickly, not for my taking. I can let's just be clear. I don't put on concrete, but these are very receptive and great.
You're a golfer. I'll wrap it up with
I
this. As am I. I mentioned I like just walking by the range when I come in here every year and looking at these guys hit the ball. What is it for you as a golfer? Like, if I'm guys listening right now, it's golf, and I'm like, yeah, I think I'm thinking about coming out there this weekend. What do you like watching?
I love the practice area as well. I like to watch the where they're sitting out of the bunkers, and how easy they make it look.
I don't think it's that easy.
It's not.
I
But
know
they make it look that easy.
I played 2 days ago, and I can tell you it's not that easy.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not just once; they do it every single time, and you're just in awe. And the banter back and forth between them is great. There's obviously some features. Holes looking at 18 is definitely one of them.
Yeah.
Hole 14, for instance, with Canyon Club down there.
Yep.
Let's
talk about that.
Risk
Do we
reward.
still have all that?
It's
Canyon
still
Club?
down there.
Tell me
Yeah.
about the Canyon
Yeah,
Club.
Alaska Airlines Canyon Club is down there. It's hole 14 itself is a risk reward, and it's a lively atmosphere, if you will. The folks who have the Atmos credit card, they get the complimentary upgrade, so we like to pack the house that way too. So it's a fun spot. It really is. It's the liveliness to it. There may or may not be a happy hour that takes place down there as well. So
okay.
yeah, we like to enjoy hole 14.
So that's our. I mean, I think of the two on the tour: the Waste Management, obviously,
sure,
and then there's the whole. I don't know what hole it is. The Canadian Open, the week before the U.S. Open. The Canadian Open has ones where the same kind of stadium setting. This is a little different, but it's the Canadian, and it's a risk reward. It's how far is the carry?
Just under 3.
And you know what's wild?
It's the carry.
That's the carry. But I do know this. Now, these guys can still hit it.
Sure.
It wasn't that long ago that anybody hitting a drive 300 yards was out of the ordinary.
Yeah.
Now, even a lot of these guys can do that.
Sure. I mean, now they're probably middle of the road as far as driving this. It's just like it's changed. The golf has changed so much that way, obviously, with the equipment and the ball and the different things But it's a fun one down there for sure.
All right, Ryan. So again, 3 days. Today's the first day. Saturday, Sunday. What time do gates open? What time can people get out here?
Gates are at 8:00 tomorrow morning. We have a 10:00 tee time.
Okay.
And then on Sunday morning, which is our Military and Veterans Appreciation Day, we have 8:00 gates once again with a 9:00 start, both off 1 and number 10.
Okay.
And we'll crown the champion on 4:00.
I love it
On Sunday afternoon.
I love it. $20 for tickets.
$20 for tickets.
Kids 14 under free.
Correct.
Love it. Great.
Yeah.
Come on out here. It's an awesome event. Thank you very much. Thanks for having us out here again. We love being a big partner with you guys.
Thanks for having me.
All right. It's Ryan Ingalls from the Boeing Classic. We'll take a break. Also a big weekend down at Emerald Downs. It is a mile weekend. We'll check in with Joe Withy before Cam Cleveland talking all things football at 2 o'clock on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to our live broadcast of the 2026 Boeing Classic with Ian Furness on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Big weekend. We just did the Boeing Classic, 21st Boeing Classic. Snoqualmie Ridge. That's going on today, tomorrow, and Sunday. And then also on Sunday, as I mentioned, a big weekend around here. Seahawks sandwiched in there with a preseason game. It is the 91st running of the Long Acres Mile at Emerald Downs. Joe Withy joins us right now for Emerald Downs. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hey, Ian. I'm jealous you're out there at Snoqualmie Ridge, but you were right saying that the weather's usually pretty good this time of year for that golf tournament because we've been on the same weekend with the Long Acres Mile so many Augusts, and, yeah, we've had a lot of beautiful Sundays. Supposed to be nice this weekend as well.
We're gonna have a fast track. That means, by the way, you could actually could double dip on Sunday because they'll crown the winner right around 3:30 or 4 out here. You can hustle down. I think is it a 5:55? What's the post time for the mile on Sunday?
Yeah, 5:55. We got a big 12 race card with 6 stakes races. The mile will be race number 9. And, of course, that is the feature race of the year at Emerald Downs. But a big day all in all because all the divisions are represented by the best horses on the track.
I believe we got some great, as you mentioned, some great horses in that field. Is my guy Rondo? Are him and his trainer Mike Puich? Are they involved this year?
You know, that's a good lead-in right there. Mike Puich is involved with a horse called Executive Chef, who's going to be about 15-1 morning line, but I think he'll go off a little bit lower. And Bob Rondo's 2021 mile winner Background is racing on the undercard, and Mike Puich is his trainer, just as he was in 2021 when Background won the mile, came in from the Midwest, had really a fine career there in Kentucky and Arkansas and Illinois, and he won the mile. It was very emotional because, Bob Rondo has actually been a big race fan for his whole life. His father was into horses, and Rocco Bowen came back to ride the mile. He had won 3 titles at Emerald Downs in previous years, and the horse seemingly didn't have a great chance to win at the top of the stretch, but they just kept trying and coming, and they got up near the wire. So that was a great win. And Mike Puich is from Renton himself and goes back to the early 80s with Bob Rondo. So Background at age 9 has 2 wins here this year. He's still going great. Rondo doesn't own him. He was claimed away from Bob in the Midwest about 3 years ago, but Mike found him over the winter and said, hey, I'm going to buy that horse myself and bring him to Emerald Downs. And the horse is doing great at the age of 9. So that's a story as well. But Mike has Executive Chef for a local owner by the name of Mike Waters, who's back into the game. And it's a claim earlier this year for $40,000. They bought him out of a race. And the horse fits with, say, See That Tiger and Slew's Tiz Whiz, 2 of the top local horses. The favorite is Touchy, in from the Midwest, where he just won at Churchill Downs in his most recent race. He's going to be tough to beat, but I think the pace is going to be there with a horse by the name of Adios Jojo, and then the top sprinter at Emerald Downs, See That Tiger, has won 7 of 8 in sprint races. He hasn't won at the mile or longer, but just 2 tries. But I think Adios Jojo can bother See That Tiger just enough that Slew's Tiz Whiz, the 8-year-old, will make his gallant run. Ian, he's running in the Long Acres Mile for the 5th consecutive year, tying an Emerald Downs record. And he did win it in 2022, and he's been 3rd twice since then, and he's coming off a win at a mile. So I'm giving that 8-year-old a big chance. He's a real great competitor, Slew's Tiz Whiz.
Joe Withy, for just a couple more moments here. Joe, just for fans who one of the bummer things is there's not as many tracks on the West Coast anymore, but one of the good things is that Emerald Downs seems to be doing great. You seem to have some great fields, and it's been sounds like another great successful year down there in Auburn, which I love to hear. For fans that are folks that are thinking about coming out, give them the specifics, when to get out there, what there is to do besides watch the 12 races and obviously get set to go for the Long Acres Mile. What else is there going on out there?
Well, we've got the Washington Thoroughbred Hall of Fame tomorrow, Saturday at 1 o'clock. We have 4 inductees. Mark Kaufman, former publicity director at Long Acres. Maxwell G. Yeah, Mark's going into the Hall of Fame and well deserved. Thoroughbred born back in the 60s, Maxwell G. A thoroughbred born in the 2000s. Reba is tops. And Doug Moore, currently of the Washington Horse Racing Commission, a former jockey, has just been invaluable in regulatory agencies in this state. So that ceremony starts at 1. We've got a breakfast at the Wire Show tomorrow from 9 to 10:30. We do have a complimentary breakfast there as well. And then Mile Day, first race is 1:50 p.m. Sunday. Gates open at 11:30. Just our best card of the year. Again, 6 stakes races. The mile is the 5th of those 6. And we're just concentrating on great thoroughbred racing on Sunday, Ian, with that 12-race card at Emerald Downs, the mile, race number 9.
Well, if folks haven't been out there, get out there. I try to make it at least a couple times a year. It's fantastic, and I think you'll have a great event, great time, and always a great storyline as well. And I love hearing. Honestly, just for me, growing up in this area, I love the fact that the Long Acres Mile and the name Long Acres is still active out there at the new track at Emerald Downs. Have a great weekend, Joe. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ian.
There you go. That's Joe Withy joining us from Emerald Downs. Long Acres Mile coming up this weekend down there at the Downs in Auburn. If you haven't been out there, man, check it out. It is a great facility. It's fun. Always stuff going on. Great food, great beverages, and just kind of kick back and enjoy the weather. It'd be a great day, and the excitement of the mile is like nothing else if you haven't seen it. All right, we'll take a break. Come back. Cam Cleveland's going to join me in just a couple minutes. A Husky and a Coug together on the air this weekend as well. We'll tell you about that next.
From the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All right, headlines are brought to you by Frostburg Coors Light. Choose chill. Seahawks tomorrow, first preseason game. They'll take on the Dallas Cowboys, 5 o'clock at Lumen Field. No Terrion Arnold, but he has been signed by the Seahawks. He is the former first-round pick, cornerback out of Alabama for the Detroit Lions, who cut him after 8 felony charges. We'll see if he's able to actually ever play for Seattle. We know Sam Darnold won't play tomorrow. Derek Hall won't play tomorrow. Jarian Price won't play tomorrow. Most of the starters will not, according to Mike McDonald today. But Drew Lock will start at quarterback. Jalen Milroe will get plenty of time. A lot of guys battling for roster spots out there, along with Dallas. Dallas not expected to play their starters either. That's tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Mariners start a series in Houston. First place Astros hosting Seattle for the next 3 days. George Kirby on the mound today. Big series for Seattle. They're 5.5 back, trying to get back into it in the AL West. Wild card seems like more of a long shot, even though they're closer. But there's like 6 teams between them and that final spot along the way. Rain play tonight at Lumen Field. So do the Storm. They play over at Climate Pledge Arena. Sounders on Sunday at Lumen Field as well against the Vancouver Whitecaps. FIFA Feltz will talk about that, I'm sure, later. Also,
is he
the
Furious Feltz or Genuine Jackson today?
Well, it's Vancouver Whitecaps rivalry weekend, so he'll be furious.
Okay.
And because the Sounders have still lost 6 straight MLS matches, I do believe. Also, we should mention the Boeing Classic is taking place right now as we speak. Groups starting to come through and finish the first 9 on day 1 of 3. Tournament resumes tomorrow and Sunday, and the Long Acres Mile Sunday at Emerald Downs. But let's talk little Seahawks. All right, welcome back at 2 o'clock hour. Ian Furness with you. We're at Snoqualmie Ridge, the golf course, the Boeing Classic underway. We'll be here till 3 o'clock today. Come on out this weekend, enjoy the Champions Tour, some great golf. If you're a golfer like me, like my next guest, I don't even really care about watching the tournament. I like just standing down on the driving range and just finding out how truly awful I am at the game that I love. Watching these guys hit balls on the range. He is the radio analyst on the University of Washington Husky Football Broadcast Network, former NFL tight end, our friend Cam Cleveland joining us right now on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. Hey, buddy, how are you?
I'm fantastic. It's been a while, Ian. I mean, you and I used to have like that cohesiveness, and then suddenly I crossed over into this purple darkness, and now we have but we have a Sunday coming up that we have that Apple Cup. Man, I'm telling you, it's great to hear from you again.
Listen, for those that are, yes, Cam and I did like I want to say we did a weekly for a couple of years or something, and then
we did.
I'll be honest with you, because Cam is living down in my old neck of the woods, Vancouver. We ran into each other at, I think, was it the old Caddies for Cure tournament, if I'm not mistaken, right? And
correct.
And I said, this dude, I love this guy. He's a good dude. He's a golfer. He's, likes to have a couple pops. He's got kids my age, and we can connect. And even though he's a Husky, I'll put that aside. And he did the same as me being a Cougar, and here we are. We did some fun. And then here's what happened. The reality is this. You became a big deal, got put on that network doing the Husky games.
Here we go.
just said, you know what? They said to me, Ian, we can't have you on the midday. You can't have Cam on the midday show anymore. He's too big for that. And you're a Coug, so we're going to put him on the mornings or with Softy or with Chuck or whoever. And I lost you, And I know my friend Elise, my former co-host, she won't share you. So what the hell? But we got you today, so we will do more. I promise, because I love talking to you, buddy. It's good to hear your voice. And Cam mentioned, and the reason I want to get him on today, we'll talk some college football in a second, but he did mention this. I think it's kind of fun. He and I tomorrow are teaming up, Huskies and Cougs together, on the broadcast, the national radio broadcast on Compass Radio across the country, every state except for Texas, 49 states, to call the Huskies, the Seahawks and the Cowboys tomorrow preseason game on Compass. I can't wait to work with you, buddy, side by side. It's going to be a ton of fun.
Yeah, I mean, we're like seasoned veterans, and I'm in such low demand that they said, hey, let's put a Husky with a Cougar. That'll make total sense. We're not going to fight. We have common denominators here. We both love the Seahawks. We're going to like the Cowboys, but it's preseason football. All we're going to do is have a lot of fun and watch some good football. That's for sure.
Well, let's talk about this a little bit because it is. How many was it? 4 games, or was it more than 4 when you were playing? I don't want to date you too much. Maybe it was 6 when Dylan played.
No, you can
and 4
date
when
me.
you played.
That's well, it was 4 unless you were the team that hated and draw the Hall of Fame game. Then it was 5. And it could have been really miserable, but now you're looking at teams where it's standard. It's 3. Some are going to play 4. We're going to see a limited amount of starters if we're lucky to get much of them past even a drive or a series. Even I can go back when I played it in that first preseason game. If you were a starter, you might have played a series. That's about it. And then maybe depending on how the coaching staff wants to get you in there, but it's still pivotal for a lot of the younger players and guys that are free agents trying to make this roster. But I'll tell you what, I'm looking at football and I'm seeing it now. The faster the NFL moves to an 18 game and just 2 preseason games, it will be better. No question.
Yeah, let me just get to that part because I do my other world of working in hockey. The NHL added 2 games. They're at 84 regular season, and they got rid of. They've basically cut the preseason schedule in half. They have 4 games now, and by and large, it'll be all young guys, and then a couple games with some vets sprinkled in just to get some real ice time in there and get banged around a little bit. Football's similar. You want to get a little physical contact. How important is it just to get a little bit of something in there in terms of, banging around, knocking some heads, because you can be in shape, but how do you get into football shape?
And this is the major question now, because you're looking at trying to sustain health, because you have $301 million. I think that's what the cap number is this year. And you're looking at guys that have a ton of money and you're invested in starters and you're keeping depth. The rosters aren't any bigger at 53. I mean, my magic wand, I would eventually go to 18. I'd raise the roster by 5 and go to 58 because cap numbers can support that moving forward, because you'd have a bump in revenue. But if you're asking, all in all, do I need to hit a bunch in the NFL? Yeah, you still need to hit, but there are team practices. You have joined practices that you can get those hits in. These games have always been created for ownership and for fan experience, certainly. But now we're talking in teams and players and fans. We want to see games that matter. And not that they don't, because they certainly do. But it's about getting guys healthy. And by the time you get cut and then you start to see veterans week 1, they're going to get cut. Or I'm sorry, at the end of preseason, there's just so much business involved in this now that it gets a little lost in the wash that, yeah, you got to be healthy and you got to hit to be able to be physical and get ready for a long season.
Yeah, Cam Cleveland joining us right now. Seahawks tomorrow taking on the Dallas Cowboys, 5 o'clock at Lumen Field. We'll have the call for you on Compass Radio nationally. I think there's an app if you want to get a chuckle and listen to Ian and Cam having some fun together on the game tomorrow night. For you, what did you need? And I'll put you, let's say, because we can kind of put you in the category of, maybe an A.J. Barner. They've got Jake Ferguson. I mean, tight ends, even some of the offensive linemen. You guys are hybrid offensive linemen receivers. What did you feel like you needed for the preseason?
Well, I mean, I can go all the way back. Even when a new coach was hired, you got an extra week of training camps. I remember starting training camp July 15th, which is insanity because you practiced almost 3 weeks before a preseason game in 102 degrees in Thibodaux, Louisiana. So that's my old man story. But physically, when it comes to it, I felt, we train and these guys train year round. It's not a physical thing. It's more of a rhythm and it's a continuity with your new teammates. Seahawks have a new offensive coordinator. You've watched Hard Knocks. You've seen JSN and looking at the verbiage, to me, it's how you are going to gel with your new guys that are in this, because every year it's a different team. I'm sorry, everybody. No matter how you look at it, you could bring back 60% or 70% of your roster. It's all different. How do they gel? How do they work together? That's what I need. And if you were asking me, I probably needed 2 preseason games, and it would break down to at least 25 to 30 plays a game, somewhere in that range. And then I felt good with practice, and I was ready to go. I mean, by the time you get to the end of August, veterans and guys are like, let's get to the dang season. And it's stressful, because you don't know if you're going to be traded. You don't know if you're going to make the roster. It's just a lot of minutia. You just want to go hit somebody, and I guess that's why it's a great sport.
Cam Cleveland joining me. All right, look, you brought up some of the interesting things. This is what I'm curious about for tomorrow. both teams have a new coordinator. Christian Walker, the new defensive coordinator for the Cowboys, comes over from the Eagles. He's a guy that, I mean, if they had any defense in Dallas last year, if they had any defense at all in Dallas last year, they're a playoff team and probably dangerous. They had a top 5 offense when they were healthy. They were unbelievable offensively. They were last in the league in terms of points allowed. So they bring in a new defensive coordinator. Seattle's got Brian Fleury, the new offensive coordinator. Even though starters aren't playing on either side, we may see some Caleb Downs tomorrow, which would be kind of fun coming back to Seattle. Last time he was here, obviously with Ohio State, and just the great player that he is, it'd be fun to watch maybe a series or two. But whether it's, if you're looking at, they've got a couple new corners. They basically got the Rams corners that they kicked to the curb after they went and got McDuffie and Jalen Watson. But they've got, whether it's the defensive line, their linebackers, they're not going to be playing. Do they get anything from just watching how he's calling a game and listening? And the same token, you mentioned JSN. Does he get anything, and those guys get much, starters on the Seahawks offense, even though they're not playing in the game, but just watching a game and how Fleury executes it?
Yeah, I think they're going to see how his in-game continuity works, how his tempo works. Now, you can simulate that in practice a little bit. Of course, the headsets and everything, and that's what's great about some of the access you can see about the semantics of the details of practice. But in-game calling, all that tempo and all that rhythm comes with new guys and how they process it, new quarterbacks. Looking at the Cowboys, I'm going, okay, you finished 7-9-1. You had a division that was you still finished second in your division. You have to win your division. You have Commanders. You have certainly you're going to have to deal with a new coach in New York. So all those details come in. Coach Schottenheimer and everybody in Dallas, it's the team every year that you go should be America's team. They should be able to do it. Back in investment. So the thing is, what the Seahawks did, Ian, is they put a blueprint not only about how you win with defense, and everybody want to give the defensive credit. Great. And I think the defense is elite. What Mac has done with the Seahawks is unbelievable in the second year. But it's how good their offense, Sam Darnold, the playmaking they made in those moments. But everybody now notices if you don't have defenses that finish, at least, come on, let's be realistic. You have to be a top 10 defense to be able to get to a Super Bowl. It's just not going to work in this league. Guys are too good. Dallas knows it, and they certainly have a good offensive group, and Seattle now has it built in. So both these teams are going to have a crap ton of expectations, one coming off a Super Bowl, one being 7-9. It's just going to be a talent is how you execute.
Explain to me tempo, because I think we think of it can be probably defined in a couple of different ways. You mentioned tempo for the offense and specifically for Fleury. Is that how he paces himself? Is that how the offense is going, running, passing, quick plays, or is it how they use the play clock? Explain what you mean by tempo with the offensive coordinator.
So there's a lot of characteristics on how you call offense. You know, it used to be classically you'd be snapping the ball at a play clock number of around 3 and 4. And so it depends on your tempo, depends on how many guys, but sometimes they have NASCAR. NASCAR is a variation of how you call fast go. So it means no substitutions. You're catching your defense without substitutions, and some of them call it turbo, but NASCAR is really popular. And there's a block of calls that a coach has built into his offense, and then Sam will just go, and any quarterback will end up just taking off and go. That's the difference in today's offense and how you tempo and how you pace your game. Sometimes teams love it. And if they get a quick first down and you get 6-7 yards on a first down, you're going to get NASCAR and tempo. They're going to catch you. We're going to keep going to try to get another first down, and we're going to get the defense in fatigue mode. The defense loves it. They absolutely love it when you sit back, huddle up, and go to on deep, like down to 2 in the play clock, because they can recognize and they can adjust. And so what does a coach like to do? Most offensive coaches want to shift. They want to motion, because anytime you can alternate and change how the defense looks at you, defense hates it. They hate shift. They hate motion because it changes their assignments. So all of that goes into a cadence and a dance that an offensive coordinator has to choreograph with his unit. And remember, this is new terminology for the Seahawks this year offensively. So it may look the same but there are 15,000 ways to call dive. I mean, and it just is. And it's the same word, but I'm like, dude, I'm doing the same route. Why do we got to call it different? You can see it, and that's what I loved about watching these guys. And you wonder, Sam Darnold finally had great success because he finally found a place. There was continuity. I mean, massive verbiage change, all of that. I could go into it for hours about why it works.
I love it. Cam Cleveland joining me right now. All right, well, we'll have fun tomorrow night. I'm excited for the game. A big game for and listen, we'll wrap up this because I want to get a little college football talk in here. It is a big game for all of those fringe guys. And you know, we always do the little roster roulette when the Seahawks start training camp and kind of go through the roster. And this is one of those years there's just not much turnover. There's not many opportunities for guys to crack the 53-man. Yeah, they lost Mafe and Woolen and Bryant. But really, by and large, the offense returns. In fact, the offense returns healthy. The defense, there's a couple openings here or there. I think it's a big 3 games for a guy like Jalen Milroe. They really would like him to be the backup at some point next year, the year after. Drew Lock's really capable. I mean, he'll definitely get some snaps. But for guys like Milroe, who's working on his craft, he knows he's on the 53. But for the guys that are just battling and they think they got a glimpse of it, whether it's 53-man or practice squad, what's going through their minds as they head into this game?
Yeah, they are. So here's what a lot of them are thinking. Certainly, and I call it being comfortable with being massively uncomfortable, because if you can get, let's say you get a tape of 10 to 20 plays of good execution. This is about how you execute in those moments. So every one of those guys knows if they're lucky to get 10 to 15 plays, they have to grade out at a 90% rate to not only be successful, but to justify how you're going to make that roster. And also, think of it this way, Ian. Every one of those guys that are on this roster right now and across the league are now being graded for other positions and other teams. And this isn't it's not unfortunate. This is the business side of as a player. You're going to start doing math after this game. You're going to look in the depth. You're going to see, oh man, I got 7 plays. This guy got 15. Well, this guy's making $5 million. I'm making league minimum. I better start doing my math, or I better have to justify why I need to make this roster. So all of that being said, is you're going to see guys go absolutely crazy that are lower on the depth. They're going to try to be sharp. They're going to do everything they can to make a play and stand out, because even if they don't make the roster, they have a chance to make practice squad, but they also want to look good to build their Rolodex or build their film reel for other teams to be recruited and maybe sign as a free agent. So it does matter to the top depth quite a bit, but it matters more to that bottom half of the roster.
Cam Cleveland with me for a couple more moments. Cam, let's just switch real quick to college. I'm going to say this. I'm the opposite of our boy Softy. He goes on an annual rant every year. He hates preseason rankings. He hates all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I like them. They're fun. They're harmless. You look at who's doing the college football playoff poll. If that's what you're concerned about, those guys aren't looking at those rankings, so I think it's moot. But it's fun, and your team's ranked in the top 25. The Huskies this season, year 3 at Jetfish. Damon Williams does come back, maybe begrudgingly, whatever, but he's back, and a big key. You got to replace Denzel Boston. You got to replace Jonah Coleman, but you have one of the Hatchets, or maybe there's 9 or 10 Hatchets. I don't know who's still left here with the Hatchet brothers on the offensive line, but you got a lot of them.
Right.
Pretty good defense, great defensive coordinator. What are your expectations for the Huskies this year?
Man, there's a lot. There's a lot there to unpack, and that's why I don't get too excited a little bit about preseason mindset. I try to really be realistic going into this conference now, because this conference is massive. It's 18 teams. It's won 3 straight national championships. You have a team down south that I don't even like to talk about that gets touted every single year. You have an Indiana team that came out of nowhere, an Ohio State, a new coach at Michigan, new coach at Penn State, and they come visit to you. Coach Fish understands it. He gets it. But you now have a third-year quarterback that this is his opportunity to win a big game. I'm going to use the stat the rest of days of this season until it gets broken. 45 points in wins, 7 points in losses last year. That is a massive number when you look at offensive production in big games and those situations. who does that fall on? It falls on the execution of your number one guy to start, Damon Williams, and then it falls on how you get offensive production. You have to replace a running back room with a lot of new faces, a wide receiver group. Des Roebuck comes back as your most experienced guy. So those are all these things that I look back and I go, new young offensive line player. You're going to have a true freshman at left tackle defending your blind side, another redshirt freshman, or I'm sorry, sophomore John Mills on that side. You have bigger, stronger, faster guys, a linebacker room that might be, I think, is one of the best in the country. Linebackers are incredible at Huskies this year, their depth. So, I mean, come on, Ian, week in and week out, I think we're going to know how good this Husky team is when we go on the road to USC. And that's a big week coming up after those 4 games.
Yeah, it's interesting because you have a kind of a soft start to the schedule, and then there's that just gauntlet that comes up at the end of the season as well. But Damon Williams he's an interesting one in the sense, all the other stuff aside, you're right. Like, there were games and he would just look unbelievable. I mean, and throwing dimes. I mean, hell, he did it against us in the Apple Cup, and then you'd see a game, you know, a Wisconsin game or a, you know, whatever, and it was just like, what is going on here with this guy? You know, it's funny. He's not a big dude, but I'd call him a bully. Like, he's a football bully. He's really good against the weaker sisters, and then when you have to go against someone your own size, it just didn't work for him. And big year for him, big year for the Huskies. Oregon's funny, though, isn't it? Like, God, they get a lot of credit.
Every year.
They get a lot of credit.
Every year.
It's unbelievable. And then they'll get boat raced. They'll get to the playoffs, and then they'll get boat raced. That's just what it is. I mean, it's just unbelievable the credit they get.
I felt like I've known this for a while now, but the ability if Ian, in this setup now, the way we're set up, if a West Coast team can find a way to win a national championship, knowing that the travel schedule for them late in the season of what it had to do. And look, I'm going to give Oregon whatever credit they want. I'm not even want to even associate with their brand mentally at this point, but they had no shot to go on the road like that and travel back and forth. That everyone that thinks that that's an excuse, that's a real reality. If a West Coast team can make a run and push it, it might be one of the greatest things I've ever seen in college football, because you're going to have to not only fly around this country, but you're going to have to back-to-back win a Big Ten championship, win an SEC championship, however it is. It's not going to matter in the SEC, but there's only a few teams that can do it at this point, the way we look at it. Let's be honest. It's a Washington team, it's an Oregon team, it's a UCLA, or it's a USC. You might be able to sneak in Arizona, but even them, logistically, they can still make it happen. But for one of those 4 teams in the Big Ten to make a run, it'd be amazing at this point.
Yeah, I would have thought maybe a Utah if Kyle would still be there. I don't know if Morgan Scalley's the guy. I mean, we'll find out, I guess. But
yeah, we'll find out.
And then there's Kyle finding his way somehow to the Big Ten, man, which is that's not good news for anybody in the Big Ten. I'll be honest with you. He's a hell of a coach, and I'd be worried about USC. You and I can talk later about more college football. This is fun. USC to me would be. Maybe Lincoln has it going in the right direction. We'll find out. I think he's got the quarterback, but I can't wait for college to start. I can't wait to work with you tomorrow, man. It's going to be a ton of fun, the two of us together. Let's go have some fun. I will see you at Lewin Field tomorrow afternoon, my friend.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Ian. I'm looking forward to it, my man.
There you go. That's the great Cam Cleveland. Of course, you hear him on all the Husky broadcasts, and we'll get him on our show more this year. We'll get spread the wealth with Cam as well as the year goes on. We'll take a break. We'll get to the text messages, see if there's some talkbacks as well, right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey there, Ian. Jasmine, Pete Carroll here. And, I haven't been down to practice yet, but I'm still hopping around and getting after it. And with the whole Terry and Arnold thing, I'm all for it. We used to do that all the time. Anytime somebody was getting railroaded, I would be the train conductor, and I would guide them down the right track. And I still do that. I still do that today, So I'm here for the young man, and I wish him the best. Go Hawks.
Hey guys, Colt Emerson here. Really disappointed when I sat down. I was supposed to be up here learning from the leaders. The leader and so-called captain of the team is batting lower than my 8th grade cousin and his T-ball team, and I've had more home runs than he's had hits in the past 2 months, so not really sure what I did wrong. I guess maybe I shouldn't shake teammates' hands and act like a tough guy in an exhibition game, and maybe I should stay up with the team. I don't know. Maybe change my name to Little Dumper.
Couple really good impressions there.
Yeah, I love Pete. I'm the conductor of that train. That's a great line. It's a great line. The Colt Emerson sounds a lot like Dan Wilson, but I think I'm just going to go with what he said. And everything he said is right. Everything he said is right about Colt Emerson. Right now, Colt Emerson is a far better offensive player than Cal Raleigh. That's indisputable. Just the numbers will tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we could talk about defense and all those things, but that's why I said I even though I'm taking a day off on Monday, there's part of me that would love to be a part of Mollywop on Monday, because I know one guy, his name might sound a lot like Nathan Bishop, is revved up. I mean, fired the blank up. I had people walking by this week at Seahawks when we're doing shows asking for emergency Mollywops. That's how bad things have gotten. When people are asking for an emergency Mollywop, Jess?
I have random people ask me for it.
Yeah, and I'm like, well, listen, the good thing, like, if you do it too much, it loses its luster, right?
That is true.
Yeah, but they'll be back Monday.
But there is a break in case of emergency glass that we have somewhere around here. So, yes.
Chris will be the conductor of that train on Monday, so it'll be up to you.
It's actually perfect.
I don't have a computer, so do you have any text?
We have a lot of texts. So,
fire away. What do you got? You're in charge of reading text. I'll be in charge of reacting.
Here we go. 206. Okay. Ian, just curious, will you be having Greg Cassell on to discuss the Arnold signing?
Probably not. Greg will start. Jess is Greg's handler, even though she does another show most of the time.
I do every show. Come on.
You, Jess, I've known Greg for a long time.
A lot longer than I have.
But Greg likes to talk to Jess more than he likes to talk to me. So.
Well, because I actually talk to people when I'm not asking them to do the show. I want to see how they're doing, and I like to catch up. And
that's what makes that's your greatness, Jess. That's your superpower, and I appreciate that. So when Greg will probably start week 1 of the regular season, but like I said, that's maybe we'll try to. Maybe we can squeeze a pre-season 2 weeks from now thing out of him.
Do you want me to make it happen? Because you know I can.
It wouldn't be bad. It wouldn't be bad. People need some Greg Cosell. They do. What else you
got? Keith Miller, a friendly reminder for the mayor to stretch out those hammies before his exit velo out of the studio. He's not even in the studio.
Not in the studio. I'm at the Boeing Classic today, but I will be. I did see one of our. Terry, you saw the guy. We saw one of our sales guys, sales guy Rich.
Which Rich? We have like 7 of them.
Rich Strauss.
Rich Strauss. Mr. Pancake Maker.
He came ambling by our little enclave here above the 18th green and then scooted directly into the hospitality tent down below, which... Let me explain what a hospitality tent is. That would be free food and beverage.
Food and booze.
Food, and it's complimentary because it's the hospitality tent that apparently he has access to. Terry, did you get invited to go down there? I did not either. No, I did not either. Yeah, because what I would have done at 3 o'clock or 2:54, I would have sprinted down there. But sales guy Rich did not invite us to go down there. So I will be sprinting out of here to head to my favorite watering hole on a Friday, Imbibe, which will be, by the way, the location for the final keg of the mayor.
Ooh, yay.
again this year. We've done that for the last 3 years. So, yes.
Yes.
All right, what else you got?
Let's see. We have a lot of requests for the Funston Fantasy League this year. I don't know if you guys are planning on doing that, but a lot of requests for it.
Okay. All right. We'll see.
All right. Well, this one coming in from the 360.
That feels like an Anders. That's, you know what? If you guys want that, you guys keep hammering Anders on that.
Yeah, get on Anders.
Yeah, put it on his plate.
Let's see, 360 Super Bowl on Valentine's Day this year. There's going to be a lot of disappointed wives and girlfriends. Now, I would counter that immediately by saying, no, if you do want to do something on Valentine's Day, this is me coming as a wife. If you want to do something instead of watching the Super Bowl, that's the disappointment.
Jess, would you, as a married woman, is there any part of you that would agree with what I'm going to say here, and that is I think Valentine's Day is the most overrated of all the holidays?
Yep. I think it's the worst Hallmark holiday of all of them.
Yes.
Of all of them. I think it's so stupid.
Yeah. I do have friends whose wives are like, what are we doing on Valentine's? I'm like, man, I've been married 33 years. Like, every day's Valentine's.
Exactly. It's like if you're not celebrating each other during the year, then that, and you need that one day.
You need that one day where every restaurant's packed and all that. Yeah.
It's going to cost you a lot more if you do some special dinner. Now, it's one thing if, it's a significant holiday for you. Maybe you got engaged on Valentine's Day, which that's a whole other bag. But like just to do something?
Yeah, like my kids, well, my daughter probably not as much because they've been together for a long time. And my son, they've been dating for 4 years. It's probably a bigger deal for them, but they're in their early 20s.
They're young. They're young.
Yeah, for us, it's like, whatever, man. In fact, and here's a funny thing now that I think of it. Fella, is it really a Super Bowl on Valentine's Day this year?
I think so.
Oh, I can't wait to tell him that. He'll...
He's
might
still
have an
in the
issue.
thick of it. He's still in the thick of it.
She's a former athlete. She gets it. They'll be fine.
Well,
all right,
I still have the issue with my friends getting married. I've missed 2 Cougar games in my 14 seasons covering this team.
You don't get married in the fall.
Get married in the fall. Plus,
you don't get married.
It is, yes, and I can confirm that it is on Sunday, the 14th. Do something Friday.
Yeah.
Do something Saturday. It's already on a Sunday. Watch the Super Bowl. Also, I don't know, wear red or something. Just have a...
Well, not if the Seahawks are in it or the
Niners. No. Sorry, just whatever. Just make a nice breakfast to soak up all that booze you're going to drink together.
Indeed. What else?
Okay, 253. Continuing to watch the Mariners is like going home to the same boring relationship that ultimately is going to fail. You have a couple of good nights together, but most of the time your significant other just pisses you off. There's a few people that have shown interest in you at a local bar in Tacoma and have even hit on you, but you're dumb enough to just stick it out. You're feeling relationship out and not make changes. That is...
Can you do me a favor?
And send that to you?
Copy that and paste that to me. That is
I'm sending it
arguably
to you.
an all-timer. That is an all-timer.
Right now.
God, that is good.
I couldn't get through it without laughing because it was so good.
That is awesome. God, that's awesome. All right, you got one more?
Oh, boy, that was a good one. Hold on. I just wanted to email that to you.
God, that was good.
That was really good. Let's see. Here we go. This is in regards to Terry and Arnold. I love how the Seahawks always like to act that they're all about character, and they won't sign guys like this, but they're always do. It's so damn funny. Just admit it. Who you are. Oh, just admit who you are and stop trying to be something that you're not. That coming from the two.
I don't know how you define they always sign guys like that. I don't know what you mean by that.
I think that they have definitely given second chances.
They have. I mean, listen, they've there's been some draft picks along the way that have been a little bit, questionable. Frank Clark, Malik McDowell, I get that. Greg talks about the signing of Quentin Dunbar, but I think you're kind of exaggerating. And first of all, if we went and did if we did an audit of every team in the NFL, you're going to find a few dudes that have had some problems over the years. I'm just going to tell you that right now. All right.
Football always wins, right?
Football always wins.
That is all we have time for.
Okay. We'll check in with Softy next. back at the Bowling Classic. High above the 18th green. We're looking down at the 18th fairway. Dave Softy Mahler, his second shot. He's 290.
This kid doesn't look Jewish.
Let's see what Mahler does with the second shot, and he sculls it into the fescue on the left. That's going to be a tough up and down.
No, I would have chunked it. I would have chunked it and busted my wrist. I tell you, I hurt my wrist on a practice swing the other day.
That's because you're old. It happens, buddy. Don't worry.
I don't think it's because I'm old, man. I think
Was
it's
it just a
'cause
bad
I'm
swing?
moron. No,
Just
I'm
a bad swing.
You stupid idiot!
They have pills for that, you know.
How do you freaking hurt your wrist on a practice swing? Moron.
I don't know. There's often time I might go to the range sometimes. I'll wake up the next day and like 3 things hurt. And I'm like, well, all I did is hit golf balls, man.
Well, you're
and then
a
I kept-
mess, man. You know
I
that,
am, but
right?
I am.
Like,
I am.
watching you is painful.
Trust me, it's all the way
Painful.
through. I come out here and I watch these guys, and it's like, well, golf's an easy game. Like, it really is. Like, you watch these guys on the range, you think it's an easy game. Then you and I will go out and try to hit balls the next day.
Right.
And you hurt your back, or would you say you jacked up your wrist?
Jacked up my wrist.
Yeah. Meanwhile, these
Well,
guys.
use language, gentlemen.
Sorry.
Language.
I'm sorry. Anyway.
Oh, God.
Stupid idiot!
That's exactly. It's a Friday. What do you want from me, buddy? What do you want from me on a Friday, huh? What do you want from me? Where
Yeah,
are you
it's
at?
like
You're
you
at
watch.
Cheney
I mean,
Stadium?
Freddie's got
Yeah.
the smoothest swing of all, and good luck duplicating that, man.
Well, you can't because and then Ernie Els is out here doing the same thing, and you know, it's like you got guys like Tommy Two Gloves wearing 2 gloves. What are we doing?
Yep.
Come on,
Yep.
come on, fella. Like
I
that
do
would
that
not.
when I go to like Mexico or wherever, and it's muggy as hell, and I'm sweating my balls off.
Yeah,
I'll put a couple pairs of gloves on, some like rain gloves or whatever.
Yeah,
but I don't know, man. That seems kind of weird to do that here. But
God, these guys are so good. My God.
It's amazing,
like,
man.
If I could hit like one iron shot like they do on the range, just
Right.
one, you know,
Right.
just one, like effortless, like just absolutely effortless.
Who's the oldest player at the Boeing this year, you think?
I don't know.
Find that out. Do some work while you're out there.
Yeah, I'm out of here in a minute. I don't
Because
think
whoever
that's
that
gonna
guy
happen.
is would kick your ass.
Well, I've got.
Right.
I mean, I was talking to my good friend Tyler Ingalls, the tournament director, about the qualifiers. Like, you know, there's like 2 or 3 pre-qualifiers, and then a pre-qualifier, then another pre-qualifier, and then the actual Monday qualifier, where like out of that 100 guys, 1 guy gets in or something, right? And
well, you know who tried to qualify for it was our buddy Brian Thornton.
Did he get in?
From Meridian. No, he didn't make it. He won the Senior Oregon Championship 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
And he tried to qualify for the Boeing Classic, and apparently he had not sobered up yet from his Senior Oregon win. So he couldn't get in. But he'll try again next year.
My buddy
There's
Murph,
actually a Bozo division that he's going for, I heard, next year.
My buddy Murph from Druids, who I play with every week, he was in the final pre-qualifier. All he had to do was get to Monday and lost in a playoff when he had a triple somewhere along the way. But then how about this? Like, everybody knows the name Jeff Gove if you're a golf fan out here,
Oh,
right?
yeah, for sure.
So
yeah.
Jeff Gove couldn't even get in this year. The guy's one of the best golfers in the area, and he got knocked out in the qualifier in the in the 3rd playoff hole or something.
Hey, he won the Washington Open last year. I know that Gove did. I've played with him a couple times at a Pro-Am. He's a great dude. He runs the Idaho Club.
Okay.
That's his spot. So anyway, yeah, man, it's a good spot. You're up in Snoqualmie on the Ridge. I'm in Cheney Stadium in Tacoma tonight.
Nice.
This is a night that I know you'd love to be here. It's Paint the Park Purple night, Husky night tonight.
God, I wish I was
here
there.
in Tacoma.
Can I get in? Is there tickets available? Are there
I can
tickets
get you
available?
tickets. I know people. Yeah, exactly. And
Is my buddy
William
Ben Nelson
MacGyver,
down
the
there? Where's
former-
Ben at?
Nelson? I'm not sure where he is, man. Who knows what he's doing?
Ask him if I can come down.
Willie MacGyver, who is the former Husky catcher, who the M's claimed off waivers from, is it Kansas City? I think.
Oh, is he a former Husky?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
He's in the lineup tonight for
I think
Tacoma.
Toronto. I think he came up from Toronto, didn't they?
Toronto. There you go. Yeah, he's in the
Toronto.
lineup tonight. Yeah.
Toronto.
By the way, how about Paulie Sewald is already active for the Blue Jays tonight?
You wanted him.
I did want him. His numbers actually were crazy. Did I tell you what his numbers were?
Weren't they good
everyone
and then
looks at his
bad?
ERA and thinks he stinks,
Yeah.
and I guess overall he did stink, but he had, up until June 23rd, the guy had like a 3.5 ERA, if not less
Jeez.
than that.
Okay.
And then he just completely lost it.
Did he just have a few bad outings, or was it just like
No,
a
he gave
month
up
and a
7
half?
home runs in 10 innings.
Oh, God.
and his ERA just exploded. So the Diamondbacks said, all right, that's it, we're done. 3.18 ERA in his first 31 games, and since June 23rd, 14.3 ERA with 7 bombs allowed and 10 2/3 over 14 games. He totally fell apart.
You can only have one. That Paul Sewald or Rucker.
Right.
What do you take?
The 14.3 ERA Sewald?
Well, just Sewald as a whole
or Rucker?
I'm taking
I'd rather have
Sewald.
Sewald.
I'm taking Sewald.
At least we get some leadership out of the guy.
Hey, you get to see Colt Emerson tonight.
Nope, we don't.
Why? Not in the lineup?
He's on the IR. You didn't hear about that?
No, I have no
Mariners
access.
put him on the IR with a wrist injury.
I have. I'm
Is your
internet
internet
free up here,
not working up there? What the hell's going on, man?
buddy. I sent you the picture of the setup. You know what I'm. We're on the
you gotta
air.
Crank it. You got to turn it, man. You got to turn the knob.
Hey, my guy Terry Ryan, our great engineer, we got it through 3 hours here, and I'm not sure how. So it was good. It was good.
Yeah,
so he's on the IR, huh?
He's on the IR. They put him on the IR with a wrist injury, the Major League IR. So he is not for now reporting to AAA Tacoma.
Well, good for him. At least he's on the Major League one. He gets paid anyway. He signed that big contract, so it's not like he's
got
hurting for money.
$100
He's not hurting for money. All right, what do you got coming up today?
Let's see. Chris Daniels will join us to talk about the very latest in the NBA involving Vegas, all that, Portland, whatever, LA, the Lakers, all that. I think we're kind of getting at the nut cutting time, man, with this expansion thing. So we'll talk to Chris about that. Chuck Powell's going to be here talking some baseball. Hugh Millen's going to be here. We're going to go over a little bit from the last Hard Knocks episode. Instead of Hard Knocks, you know what we have today on the radio show, Ian?
I do not.
We don't have Hard Knocks. We have Soft Taps.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. Well, hey, real quick, let me thank Ryan Ingalls and Katie from the Bowling Classic. Great hosts out here today. So come on out, watch some golf this weekend. And much like Softy and I, every time we watch these guys play, you'll find out how truly bad you are at the game of golf.
Right.
But big thanks to the folks out here. Have a good show. See you.
All right.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
Wow, what a way to start the show. Holy cow.
Failure.
Wow. Where's Moger? Holy
First time
moly.
I've ever done that, guys.
You know what? That's fine, man. I don't want to hear it. All I hear, Dick, is excuses.
Is that a leadoff
Tell me
home run
about
allowed
that
right
game.
there? That is a
Show me the baby.
That is a first,
Terrible.
it's strike one, strike two, strike three, first batter of the game. You're done.
This is how it starts, man.
Dan Wilson bench me.
Again.
Dan
Unbelievable.
Wilson.
Jesus Christ, Jackson.
Actually, Dan Wilson would give me.
He'd keep you in.
Yeah, exactly. He would
For
actually.
failure.
Yeah.
All right. Headlines brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
2 in a row. That's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
Mariners looking for 2 in a row for just the second time since July 20th. How about that, by the way? That'd be nice to win 2 in a row. George Kirby on the mound today against Peter Lambert for the Astros. Colt Emerson will not be reporting to AAA Tacoma because he's got a wrist injury. So instead, the Mariners put him on the Major League IL. Brock Rodden, though, is fresh up from Tacoma. He's going to make his Major League debut at shortstop against the Astros tonight. Julio Rodriguez, your DH, which means Victor Robles is in center field against the Astros this evening.
Good baseball name. Better wrestling name, though. Brock Rodden.
I got to be honest with you, it sounds like a porn star.
Wow. Okay. I wasn't
really
going there,
does.
but you can. That's fine.
Brock Rodden.
Matt Brash has rejoined the team in Houston. He will throw a bullpen session tomorrow. The team is optimistic he will return in early September.
Tacoma Rainiers tonight. Willie McIver, former UW catcher who was claimed off waivers from Toronto, will be in the lineup for the Rainiers tonight, by the way. And it's Paint the Park Purple night tonight,
Nice.
by the way, for all you Husky fans out there.
Every night should be Paint the Purple night. Capacity crowd of 8,000. Watch Kyle Schwarber lead off with a home run. The Phillies beat the Twins yesterday 7-1 at the Field of Dreams in Dyersville, Iowa. 26 Hall of Famers in attendance, including Philly great Mike Schmidt.
Kevin Garnett is going to get his number 21 jersey retired by the Wolves. You know, he played for both Minnesota and Boston, Dick. The T-Wolves are going to retire his number after a game with Boston on the 28th of February. But the Celtics have already retired his number. They did that back in 2022.
And Cardinals second-round pick, Cardinals second-round pick, Chase Bezantis, may have a significant knee injury after he had a player fall on his knee in last night's preseason game against the Raiders.
That sounds like Shannon Dreyer back in the day.
Yes.
She was talking about Mark Chimura.
It was a bulging something in his neck, yes.
But she didn't say disc.
No,
she said
didn't.
Dick Fane.
Yes, she did.
If you know what I'm talking
I
about.
do remember that.
MLS Sounders at Lumen on Sunday against Vancouver. 7:30, 7 o'clock pregame right here on 93.3 KJR.
Here we go.
And now, two goofy, wacko, out-of-touch homers. Just brutal radio. Just horrible.
Live
41 yards.
from Elliott Bay.
Can you feel it now?
This is Softy and Dick.
I don't know, Jackson. This is the way it's going to be. We can get Moger in here, man. Figure it out. He was pristine.
I mean,
Did you think, Dick, when he filled in,
He was
great?
fabulous.
Really good.
I also heard a couple slips during the update, so I wouldn't be talking and throwing stones, Mr. Glasshouse.
I don't know, man. I'm just telling you right now that he's excellent on the board. Excellent.
I didn't hear a
excellent.
response to my response.
And he
so-
doesn't really have an attitude either.
Not at all. Not at all.
You know, he doesn't
is
talk
very,
back.
Very accommodating.
Okay.
That's right.
Does that mean I get to be rid of you, son?
Jackson is fumbled.
If you want, you want out. I mean, we got to fire someone to make room for a raise for Florio. May as well be you.
Found that out, didn't we?
May as well be you.
Let's call him out.
If you want out of here, then we'll take care of it, man. Although I think your salary, I'm not sure if that'll be enough for him. He might want a lot more than that, man. He's asking for a ton of money here. So if anybody wants to sponsor the Mike Florio show, let me know. Anyway, we are in Tacoma at Cheney Stadium, hanging out live before the Rainiers game tonight. Paint the Park Purple night, where former Husky Willie McIver, who was claimed off waivers from Toronto, will be in the lineup tonight. So for all you Willie McIver fans out there, tonight's the night to get here.
Nice.
The Mariners on the road against the Astros. Have you looked at the pitching matchup tonight, by the way? Have you even bothered, Dick, to look at the pitching
I know
matchup
Kirby's
for
pitching.
tonight?
I don't really, honestly, don't care a lot. Don't care
Really?
a lot. But,
Okay.
I mean, I'll
Peter
keep an eye on
Lambert.
it.
Peter Lambert's on the mound. He's got a 2.29 ERA
Perfect.
since the start of July.
Perfect.
And he's on the mound tonight.
Just
for
like our guy from the
Astros.
Yankees the other day, right? Who was
That's
like
right.
18 and a third and gave up one run, and he just shoved it right up the Patukas of the Mariners, but Logan Gilbert was even better.
First of all, it's not a patukas. It's just a tuchus.
Just a tuchus.
All right? You don't need to add the puh. There's no puh. It's just a tuchus, which is Yiddish for butthole. 5-4, 3.15 ERA, but since the 5th of July, he's taken a 2.29 ERA, and the Mariners suck on the road. They're 24-36 on the road. You realize that since the 4th of July, the Mariners have only won consecutive games twice, by the way, in the last almost 6 weeks. So they're going for something tonight that they've only done 2 times since Independence Day. I mean, they are since, what is it, the 1st of July or the 1st of June? No, 1st of July. They're 13-22. I mean, they're terrible, man. So I feel like if there's any hope left for this baseball team, this kind of feels like a playoff series in a lot of ways, but you don't get in the playoffs. You get to keep some hope. That's your prize. If you can sweep the Astros, you get to keep some hope. You wake up, you're a couple of games out of first place. Obviously depends on what the Rangers do, but I know a lot of people have already given up. They've already moved on from this baseball team. Larry Stone, who's usually fairly optimistic, right, came on the show the other day and said, I just don't see it. I don't see these guys turning this thing around. I know you don't see it. I get the sense that Jackson really doesn't see it either. And frankly, look, if I'm being truthful, I'm not really seeing it either. I'm just being a putz trying to hang on as long as I can. That's
well, I mean, when you look at this team, if you divide it up into starting pitching, bullpen, defense, offense, managing. Yeah. All right, let's divide it up into 5, and let's check the boxes, shall we? Manager, no. Mm-hmm. Offense, no. Mm-hmm. Defense, no.
Right.
Bullpen, maybe a half a check, but after the first 3 guys, it's crap.
Right.
And you check the starting pitching. You literally check 1.5 boxes out of 5. That is not close to a playoff caliber team.
Then how come we're not hammering the GM and president of baseball ops more?
Well, because
we
are, though.
Well,
I don't think we are. I think the majority, and I think Jackson, in general terms, like the last couple years, like whatever, nobody's taken more heat consistently than Jerry because he's been the one constant guy. They've changed managers, they've changed players, whatever. I'm talking about like right now, and if I'm wrong on this, then correct me. The majority of Mariner fans' ire seems to be going towards Dan Wilson.
That's fair, but I think also because Jerry is riding on this success of, I think a lot of Mariner fans, and rightfully so, I feel this way, give Jerry credit for what the Mariners did last season. I don't give a lot of credit to Dan Wilson for what they did last season, and we said it during the year. Many times during the year last year, in the playoffs, we said it. Is Dan Wilson really catapulting this team to greatness? Is that the reason why they're winning as Dan Wilson? Or is it just a well-put-together baseball team? We thought we had a well-put-together baseball team in 2026, so I think the fan base, and me included, I'll include myself in this, I would feel it a little bit hypocritical for me to go on the air in March and say, you know what? This is a pretty damn good baseball team Jerry's put together, and then 5 months later say, this is a crappy baseball team. Jerry should be fired for the baseball team that he's put together because we all thought it was good 5 months ago.
But who cares what – I mean, Dick, I'm not trying to be a smartass here, but who cares what you thought? You were wrong. I was wrong.
I think everybody was wrong. I think most Mariner fans thought it was a good team.
But again, you keep saying that like that matters. It doesn't matter, right? I mean, obviously we were wrong. Like we were wrong about the players that Jerry brought in. Well, let's go back and revisit that. Why did we think they were going to be good? Well, because we liked the addition of Ref Snyder. We liked the addition of Donovan. We thought the Harry Ford for Jose Ferrer deal was a good move for a guy that's not going to play any role in this baseball team at all because you got Cal Raleigh, so good luck getting playing time. And they needed a reliever. We thought those moves were all good.
Correct.
We were wrong.
Yep.
They were all bad. All 3 of those moves. I mean, Ferrer was okay, but he hasn't turned out to be the dominant middle reliever that we thought he was going to be. He's been up and down the whole year. But, I mean, what we thought in March, to me, is irrelevant. It's all about results. And when you did your 4 boxes thing there, whatever, a couple seconds
5
ago,
boxes, yeah.
The defense, the offense, Jerry DiPoto built this defensive team. He built this offensive team, and they stink.
Yep.
So how come the front office isn't taking more of the blame? If we're not going to give Dan credit for the team being good a year ago, then why are we criticizing him for the team being terrible now?
I think that's fair. Maybe we shouldn't criticize him as much, and maybe we should have given him more credit last year.
Either way, right? Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I mean, but I think Dan doesn't have a lot of equity because Dan hasn't shown us he can do anything well yet. Jerry DiPoto, for as much as you like him or don't like him, has shown he can build a farm system and has shown he can take a 69-win team to 8 outs from the World Series. So that's not nothing.
Well, it's not nothing to us because we stink over 50 years. If this was any other town in the major leagues getting within 8 outs of the World Series, a lot of towns would say, so what?
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, we look at that as a major. It's like in the Christmas Story. It's a major award. That's our leg lamp, right? Getting it within 8 outs of the World Series is our leg lamp because we're terrible. Because we're the only team left without a World Series. I mean, if we were, I don't know, just give me any team. The Braves, the Giants, whoever,
Twins.
and we multiple championships, multiple. Would we be sitting here soiling ourselves over being 8 outs away from the World Series? Of course not. Of course we won't. Like the next time the Mariners make the playoffs, whatever year that's going to be, it won't be nearly as big as it was in 2022 because we didn't wait 21 years for it to happen. So all of this stuff is in context for me. And I just think, Dick, just real quick, I think with this general manager that if you go out and you do your job as a GM, being a 500 baseball team, being 84, 85, like that's nothing that should be celebrated.
That's
it
correct.
really isn't.
That's correct.
But we celebrate it because we're not a very good franchise. We celebrate it because we have no history. We celebrate it because they tore this thing down and stunk on purpose, and now they're back to at least some relevancy in an era of Major League Baseball where it's easier to make the playoffs now than ever. So I have asked this question before, and I don't know the answer to it, Dick. I really don't. I have asked the question before. Obviously, there is a difference between making the playoffs and winning the World Series. There's a difference between getting to 500 and making the postseason. Is it possible that Jerry Dipoto has taken this franchise as far as he can take them?
Yes, but it's also possible that no general manager under this ownership could take them further. I'm just saying. I mean,
not yet. Yeah.
I'm saying. I mean, you mentioned the Giants. You mentioned the Braves.
Right.
Do those ownerships of those franchises make it more or less conducive than the Mariners' ownership to win?
I would say historically more.
Okay, so Jerry has a harder job general managing this team than he would those teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I've been saying that for years, that it's a hard job, right? That when you're kind of meddling in the middle when it comes to salary and things like that, and I will give Jerry credit for a lot of things, and I don't think it's any kind of an insult to say, man, you've done all you can do, right? Because somebody literally coming in here, and like, let's say the A's hired a brand new GM. I don't know if Billy Beane is even doing that. I'm not even sure what he's doing. Let's say the A's hired a new GM, and that guy came in and took from the toilet to World Series champions. Let's say the Angels went out and got a new GM, which I think they'll have one over the offseason, and that guy comes in and takes them from the outhouse to the penthouse. Making that jump from Z to A seems to be really hard to do. It's almost like when you're like when PJ Carlesimo went from Seattle to Oklahoma City, right? Which I hate to mention them, but you get the point.
Right.
They were a mess. And by the time they got good, somebody else was going to take that thing over. Same thing with the Kraken, right? Your first coach, Dave Haxtell. We knew that Dave Haxtell was not going to be around by the time these guys were ready to compete for a Stanley Cup championship because he just wouldn't be allowed to last that long. There'd be too many losing seasons that would be really hard for him to survive by the time they got good. So I just wonder if Jerry Dipoto and the Mariners breaking this thing down to the studs and then rebuilding it, is he going to be able to get this thing to the next step? Will he hang around long enough to take advantage of that, or will that now be the responsibility of somebody else? And I think it's certainly possible. And I just asked you the question, and when you said, I don't know, or you said it's possible, I totally agree with you. 1,000% that maybe this is a Chris Peterson, Steve Sarkisian type thing. You know, Steve Sarkisian got him to 7-8 wins, and Chris Peterson was the one that got him to the Final Four. You know, somebody else has to come in and take that next step. So I'm just really curious to see what happens with Jerry. If they do fire Dan, they don't fire Dan over this offseason. We get to a point next year where they're meddling again, and you're talking about, 12, 13 years, whatever the hell it's been by next season. At some point, somebody has to decide at the Mariners, Dick, can Jerry do all of this? Can he take us from Z to M and then from M to A? You get what I'm talking about? Like from the bottom of the alphabet to the top. Can he do that? Can he do all of that? Or is he the guy that can get us halfway there, 3/4 of the way there, and then somebody else has to come in and really put the finishing touches on this thing to put it over the top?
Is that the goal of the ownership? Because
I hope so.
My gut, here's what my gut tells me.
Better.
My gut tells me that Mariners ownership is a lot more satisfied with the job that Jerry Dipoto has done than the Mariner fan base.
I got to be honest with you. I think you're exactly right. And Jackson, I'm sensing a little more criticism from our guy here towards the ownership versus where you were a couple years ago. Are you starting to turn a little bit?
I thought a couple of years ago, probably, just because what I want to see is a commitment. Now that we've gotten to good, I want to see just an out-and-out 100% commitment to get great.
Yeah,
and I haven't seen that.
No, it's not going to
happen. Not going to happen with these guys.
They're not going to add $20 million to the payroll, which we've gone over the numbers over the last 5-6 years. They really don't increase. They have a number for payroll, and they really don't push that. I don't think that they have the oomph to say, you know what, let's go from good to great. Let's add $20 million to the payroll. I just don't think the ownership group, Larson and all of them, say, yeah, $20 million. No, they don't think like that. They think, you know what, 160 is a good number, and we're not coming off that number because that number is a playoff team, and that number is 54%, and we're just fine with that.
Well, your point about how they think that Jerry's doing, and Dan, I think both of them, by the way, Jerry and Dan, that they think they're doing a better job than the fan base thinks. I'm totally with you on that. 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see sitting down with Stan and say, Jerry's doing a phenomenal job with this team. Dan's been outstanding. I mean, honestly, I could absolutely hear him say something like that. 100%. So I think it's almost like a moment of truth right now for this baseball team. First of all, this weekend against Houston is definitely a moment of truth. If you guys want to be a part of this, then you better sweep the Astros. That's it. I mean, no winning the series and gaining a game.
No,
I want to wake up 4 out on Monday. I want to wake up 2 out on Monday.
You mentioned, I think it's a great call. You mentioned a playoff series. If you want to equate it to a playoff series, I think it's the old 5-game series, and we're down 2-0.
Right.
And 1 win means 0. 2 wins means 0. You have to get 3 wins in this series if you want me to believe that you have the slightest pulse and CPR can be performed to turn this franchise around. You have to sweep. If you win 2 of 3, you win 1 of 3, 0 of 3. I got no more optimism on Monday than I have right now about this.
Well, you can wake up 8 games out. You can wake up 2 games out.
That's right.
Right? The choice is yours on starting tonight. And it really does feel like that, man, that if this team's got any fight in them, any balls, any backbone, whatever, they'll go in there and they'll take care of a team that's not very good, right? I mean, if I told you back in March that you'll be facing a 62-60 Astro team on the 14th of August, you say, well, God, the M's are probably 8 games up already.
Yeah, we're the team up 3 at least.
They're the team that's going to put those guys away, man. So, I don't know. I am super duper interested, guys, in this series over the weekend. I know a lot of people aren't, and I totally get that. But, I'm with you, Dick, that the real let's face it, the realistic path to the playoffs is the division, not the wild card.
Yeah, there's too many teams to jump.
1, 2,
like Boone
3,
said.
4, 6 teams in front of you
Yes.
that you got to jump. That's a lot that's got to go your way. You could put a major dent in Houston's chances if you can sweep starting tonight in Houston. Let's do this. We're going to take a break. We're in Tacoma. We may be joined by Ryan Bliss between now and 4, who's the all-time, you hear this? He's the all-time Rangers stolen base leader, by the way. Now,
really?
After the other night. Nobody has stolen more bases than him in Tacoma franchise history. So I'm sure he'll have some thoughts as well on what's going on up at the major league level. We may get with him. Chuck Powell's going to be here. Hugh Millen's going to be here. Fun with audio. We're going to revisit a little bit of Hard Knocks from the last episode. Chris Daniels coming up. A lot more to get to on a busy Friday right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Hi, boys and girls. It's Softy here again from my friends over at Family Owned Beery and Toyota. Football season is upon us, and my buddy Johnny Chong at Beery and Toyota is kicking off a giant summer closeout sale right now. Gearing up for game day, Beery and Toyota's got a powerhouse lineup of new Tacoma trucks, Tundras, and 4Runners, all clearly marked for immediate delivery and ready for you to drive off the lot. Score yours today at Beery and Toyota, mile west of SeaTac Airport in the center of the known world, or on the web at beeryandtoyota.com.
Now back to Softy and Dick, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Whether it's your favorite games, food, concerts, MMA, or professional boxing, it's all at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
I don't care what sport you're playing, Dick. I don't care what country you're playing in, what league you're playing in. Having a franchise record for anybody and anything is pretty freaking cool.
Absolutely.
And it's not very often that we get to talk to a guy that has a franchise record in anything. But you are looking at right here the new franchise record. Put your hands together in stolen bases for the Tacoma Rainiers.
Let's go.
Nobody in Tacoma baseball history has stolen more bags than Ryan Bliss with his 95th the other night, and he joins us right now. How are you, Mr. Record Holder? What's going on?
I'm doing well, doing well.
It's great to have you on. Tell me about that. Tell me about being the guy that Samad Taylor was the guy. It took like 40 years to break that record, and then you took it from him the following season. So 95 stolen bases. No Tacoma player has ever stolen more. What does that mean to you, man?
Yeah, it's awesome. Like I said last night, I know anytime you hold a record for whatever franchise and anything, I think it's special. I put a lot of emphasis on running bases and, not only stealing bases, but being a good base runner to help the team win, whatever that is. So, having this franchise record is awesome. It's actually funny. I talked to Samad last night.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Was he pissed?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, he's like, you couldn't let me have it a little longer? I said, no, I need that. So it's been awesome, and it was a fun night.
So are there guys that get the red light all the time, the yellow light, and then the green light? And are you just a green light guy that you can just pretty much go whenever you feel like it?
100%. Yeah, that's actually right. It's funny because we have a little base running thing that's like diesel, premium, and like regular gas. So like a lot of guys are diesel in there. Yeah. But no, for the most part, I have green light. There's situational parts where I do have a red light, but Skip and all the coaches gave me trust and told me I have green light. So whenever I feel right and the situation's right, I want to get that back.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, it's got to be a little bit of a bittersweet thing. Like these guys do a great job down here. This organization, the Rainiers, are awesome, but everyone's got the same goal, and that's to get back up to the major league. So do you feel like you're doing everything you can? You're showing enough to get another call up and get your butt back to Seattle?
Yeah, I know. I feel like I'm doing everything. I feel like I'm playing well. I feel healthy. I think that's the main thing this year was coming back in after the injuries and getting healthy. And I feel like, especially over the past couple months this summer, that I've turned it on. I feel like I've gotten better defensively. I've been playing everywhere in the infield as well in the outfield as well. My bats have turned around especially. So I feel like I'm doing everything I can. It's out of my hands. I'm just making sure whenever I do get the call that I'm ready to go.
Yeah, Ryan Bliss with us. You've had, 4 call-ups so far to Seattle? How many now?
2 official.
2 official.
Couple taxi squad, but for sure 2
okay.
official.
So if you get the 3rd official shot, how are you more ready for that now than you were the first couple times, you think?
Mentally and physically, I think I'm better. I'm in a better spot. I've got some at-bats under my season. I got a lot of more games under my season. I think I know what I need to do. I think I found out remember who I was as a player coming off those injuries, and I think when I go back up there, I'll have a more mental headspace to be able to go out there and help this team win.
I'm just visioning Ryan Bliss. We were just talking about the Mariners getting a sweep over Houston this weekend. That necessarily it's a necessity that they get the sweep over Houston to give them a shot. And as you're talking, I'm envisioning pinch runner Ryan Bliss, October, second base in the 9th inning, nobody out, looking to steal third. I mean, what needs to happen for the Mariners? What's your vibe for the Mariners going forward to have that happen? And what do you need to do between now and October to make that dream a reality that I'm having?
Yeah, that's funny. I've had that same dream probably a million more times. You said that right there. I've dreamed ever since, being with the team last season in that postseason run of just being up there helping the team, whatever it is, pitch, run, defense, hitting, whatever it is. And I think for me, it's just continuing to do what I'm doing. I feel like I'm playing well. I feel like I'm doing everything I can, and just be ready for when if it is my time, if it comes up in October, if it comes up sooner or next season, whenever it is, I just need to be ready.
Right.
Continue playing my game, continue progressing and getting better each and every day, and so just be ready for the calls.
Well, you're 27 in December, I believe, so still a young guy. You're not 19, but you're not 40 either. Do you feel like there's kind of a clock ticking a little bit at all for you? Or do you feel like, you know what? No, I keep doing what I'm doing. I'll get that shot.
Yeah, no, not for sure. Not yet. No, not at all. clock's ticking. I know what type of player I am. I know I can help a team win. I know I can provide for a team. I know that my abilities and where I am. No, I'm right where I need to be, and I feel good about it.
Well, what is the difference, honestly? I mean, you talk about the difference off the field, the difference on the field between what you're seeing down here. If someone were to approach you in the street and say, you spent plenty of time in AAA, you spent a bunch of time in the major leagues, tell me about the differences between those two leagues, what would you say?
Yeah, it's a totally different game, but at the same time, it's the same game. It's a weird thing. I tell everybody it's the same game, but the lights are bigger.
Right.
Each out means so much more. Each run is more precious. Each win and loss feels a little harder. I think the game speeds up in that aspect just because everybody hits the ball hard. Everybody has good at bats. Everybody has the best pitch. So you have to be kind of more mentally sharp when you get up there and be ready for the next thing ahead of you, not ready for what's going on right now. So I just tell everybody it's a faster game, but it's the same game at the end of the day. It's still 90 feet. The pitcher's still throwing the ball 60 feet, 6 inches. So it's more between the ears than anything, I think, in the bigs.
Ryan Bliss joining us. Ryan, I want you to put your baseball scouting hat on, all right? Uh-oh. Give me the scouting report for the starting shortstop for the Seattle Mariners today. Brock Rodden making his major league debut.
Yeah, he's an awesome player. This year was first time I got to play with him, see him every day. Switch hitting player, fiery type of player. Dirtbag type of player, the type of guy that you want. Yeah,
love it.
Right?
We use that term for offensive lineman, by the way.
Yeah,
You're saving it for baseball.
Yeah,
I love
actually.
that.
Yeah. Look,
what does that mean to you that he's a dirtbag?
He's gonna get. He's kind of he's feisty on the bags. He's gonna get that next base. He's gonna slide hard. He's gonna play hard. He's gonna when the game's over, his uniform's literally gonna be full of dirt.
Right.
So yeah, he's gonna play as hard. It's a great player. Sneaky pop too for a guy our size.
Okay, well if he's a dirtbag, how should we describe you? If you were me or Dick doing this show talking about Ryan Bliss, I'd say, hey, he's a fun-loving guy, he's jovial, he's in a good mood, positive dude. How would you describe yourself?
Yeah, all those words are pretty accurate. You'll get the same thing out of me every day. Whatever I'm playing, if I'm not playing great, if I'm playing the best, you're gonna get the same player out of me. I like to call myself a little spark plug. Whatever it is, getting on base, still in the bag, and just getting everything going. I don't necessarily have to hit the 3-run homer, but I can be on base for that 3-run homer.
Well, Dick was asking about Rodden, and obviously know about Colt Emerson. You play with him down here for a while. Gets the big deal, goes up to the big leagues and struggles. And they were going to send him down, and they still may, but he's on the IL now with a wrist injury instead. What do you think's going through his mind? I mean, you know him a little bit. Put yourself in his shoes. Like, I could see how a young kid like that would feel like, God, man, I suck. This is terrible. I'm a failure, blah, blah, blah. This is awful. What do you think he's thinking right now?
Yeah, I mean, I know him Colt a little bit. I know he's a strong kid, strong mental kid. Everybody struggles.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to struggle in this game, and unfortunately for him, his first time happened to be in the big leagues. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. You got to learn, and you got to adjust. I have nothing but the utmost faith that he's going to come back. I don't know about his injury. I just heard about that. I pray that he's going to be good. But
wrist injury.
His wrist injury, yeah. So whenever he comes back healthy, I have no undoubt that he's going to come back and be good. You just got to adjust to the league, and he's more than capable of doing it.
Ryan, I saw a highlight a couple nights ago of this huge man rounding the bases on an inside-the-park home run. Yeah. So tell me about Laz Montez, because he is a combo of speed and size, dude.
Oh, 100%. Everybody sees the big towering home runs. Everybody sees the pop, the 108 off the bat. When he first got here, the first thing I noticed was his speed and his defense. Is elite. I think it's pretty good. His arm is really good. He moves really well for a big man. I think he has more than for the show. And I call him Baby Yordan Alvarez. I mean, the balls he hit.
I'll take that.
The balls he hit are majestic. That bats he have are really good. And he's still young. He's still getting better. You can see each week his at bats getting better and better. It's really impressive watching. I'm eager to see how he is. Once he grows up and gets into his man strength.
No doubt. Well, Ryan Bliss is with us, all-time stolen base leader in Tacoma. Do you have a nickname, by the way?
Everybody just calls me
Flash, Slick, whatever, nothing?
Nothing yet. Maybe after this franchise record, I'll get something.
I mean, I think you need one, don't you?
I think so,
if you could give yourself a nickname, what would it be? Did you have one when you were a kid, by the way?
Not really, no. I mean, everybody just called me by my last name, Bliss, but, I mean, now that I think about it, I need to come up with something. I haven't thought
Hell
about
yeah,
it.
you do.
I need to come up
The
with something.
guy that owns the Rainier's record for stolen bases cannot not have a nickname.
Right?
That dude's got to have a nickname. nickname. Did you get to take the base home with you when you set the record?
We'll think about that. I got, we'll look at it. Yeah, I'll get that bag for sure. I need to put that up in my little area with all my jerseys and stuff. So I for sure need that bag.
That's
Love
right.
it,
Like
love
like
it.
Willie
All right.
Mays Hayes with the gloves, man.
No doubt,
100%,
no doubt, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm just maybe one day you'll jump in from the parking lot, sleep in the parking lot, wake up in your car. You saw that movie, right?
100%,
Major
yeah,
League,
yeah, I
right?
saw that, I saw
Ryan, congratulations, man! Awesome accomplishment, unbelievable. Nobody can ever take that away from you unless somebody breaks it after you.
100%.
Because we said the same thing to Samad Taylor.
Uh-huh.
Nobody can ever take it away from you, and then you took it
Till
away
Ryan
from
Bliss
him
comes
next
around,
season,
yeah.
right? So best of luck, man, and maybe we'll see you up in Seattle soon, buddy.
100%.
Appreciate it,
Hope
man.
so. Thank
You
you.
bet. Ryan Bliss with us on the radio show, the all-time stolen base leader in Tacoma Rainiers baseball history with 95. He's got that on his resume, and boy, the M's could use a little bit of that pizzazz on the base pads, don't you think?
No
Dick? They're
question
14th
about
in
it.
stolen bases, kind of right in the middle. What do you say we get a break? A little fun with audio coming up on 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey, Dick Fain here. Menu item alerts at the Ram. Beer crust artisan flatbreads just released. I'm going to make you hungry right now, all right? The California Club, roasted garlic oil, grilled chicken, applewood smoked bacon with avocado, blistered cherry tomatoes, smoked cheddar. How about the Mediterranean Garden flatbread, the roasted garlic oil, charred onion compote, artichoke hearts, blistered cherry tomatoes, feta cheese, oregano, basil. Oh, so good. How about one more? Chipotle barbecue shrimp. Oh, that sounds good. You got chipotle barbecue sauce, grilled shrimp, roasted red peppers, cream cheese, pineapple pico de gallo, finished with fresh chopped cilantro. Get them all. They are brand new and only at the Ram.
It's time for Fun with Audio, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino. Bet, watch, and win at the EQC Sportsbook. Visit emeraldqueen.com for details. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. And by Bloometry Experts, trusted and certified pros specializing in tree pruning and tree removal. Contact one of their arborists today at 206-714-9835 or bloometry.com. Now, Fun with Audio.
All right, big thanks to Ryan Bliss, who's so fast, Dick. He was already back on the field by the time you and I went to a break after the interview was over. Just took off.
It's good.
Man, like a flash.
Mariners,
He needs a nickname.
Mariners need speed, man.
They need a lot more than that, but they need speed for sure. All right, how about a little Fun with Audio / Hey, did you hear that? Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
We'll hear more on this coming up at 5:30. But after yesterday's news about Terrion Arnold, let's fit in one now from this week's episode of Hard Knocks, where John Schneider talks about the risks in signing the corner, including a conversation with Mike McDonald.
With this Terrion Arnold thing, like, what would be another controversial signing that's happened so we could kind of understand that situation?
We have 90 players here right now. We're always kind of looking for what's next. How do we get ready for, a corner that's not here yet? Like guys that we're going to need at a certain point. You want to be strong and as healthy as possible in December, January.
Terrion, talk to Jalen about him.
Oh yeah, what's that?
He was awesome. He's got a buddy, high school buddy. He's like, this place would be awesome for him. Just had a baby. Joey thinks he is going to be able to play in the preseason. Sweet.
Yeah, when he said that, I'm like, his face just lit up like a Christmas tree. Like they're getting him. I mean, there were so many signs, and I'm kicking myself, Dick, right after that show, because I watched it on Wednesday night. I was like, my God. I mean, there's a cliffhanger with Arnold. McDonald's getting all fired up about it. They're talking about him playing in the preseason. They're signing this guy.
Yeah.
And then what happens? They freaking sign him.
I was watching it with Dixon, and I was like, they're not doing this at the end if they're not getting him.
Right.
I mean, they're just not. And you heard right there, he said, how do you prepare for a guy that's not here yet?
Right.
Like, that's what, I mean.
Calling the PR team, call the marketing team. People are going to be pissed. Let's be ready for that criticism.
Right.
Let's get ready when somebody's got to tell Iggy or Pritchett that we're bringing in Terrion Arnold, right?
Oh, absolutely. Well, Calkins is upset. Did you read Calkins today?
Oh, screw that guy.
Well, I mean, he said
he
basically the exact opposite. We called it a low-risk, high-reward move. His exact words, low reward, high risk. Okay, all right. Well, everybody's entitled to their opinion, I guess.
They should drug test everybody over there, starting with that weirdo. All
right,
hey, Dick,
don't
did
be
you
mean.
happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
At Sean Payton's press conference yesterday, the Broncos head coach shared what he had seen so far from former Husky and their fourth-round pick, Jonah Coleman.
He did a number of things on tape where was exposed to certain protections maybe that a lot of college backs weren't. So you feel an older player or a veteran player, and you saw that on tape. Like you saw the runs that we run, some protections. You got a chance to see more of it maybe than you do with some other backs.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's a positive development for Jed Fish. If you're a running back, you want to get ready for the NFL. He's telling you right there that he's seeing things from Jonah Coleman, that he's got tricks up his sleeve that a lot of college running backs don't have, and that goes right back to his time with Jed Fish. I mean, does he have a shot to really play a lot in Denver? Because they got J.K. Dobbins, right? I mean, Jackson, you're the fantasy guy around here.
Oh, yeah.
They got J.K. Dobbins, but, I mean, he's good, but he's not.
Well, they drafted R.J. Harvey last year.
Harvey's the big one that's going to get in the way of Jonah Coleman.
Yeah, but has he done much either himself yet?
But
he showed flashes, though.
He did, and I think ultimately that's a backfield in fantasy that you don't touch at all. Because that's going to be one where all three of those guys are going to get opportunities. Like, Coleman is too good for the Broncos not to use him.
Yeah, Harvey had 5 touchdowns in the last 6 games of last
season. Was he hurt? No, he wasn't hurt. He played 17 games. I'm just saying, Dobbins, they don't have an obvious.
That's right.
There's not a bell cow guy there.
Correct.
There's no, Adrian Peterson, for example, in Denver, right? I mean, I could use a better example than that, but it just feels
There's
like
no
it's
Bijan in Denver.
Yeah, there's a chance for someone to pop, man, and maybe it's going to be him.
Well, I just like how he talks
maybe
about.
we'll see him against us as the starting running back. Who knows?
I love how he talks about Washington Huskies being ready for the NFL. That's not the first Washington Husky that they've been talking about that's ready for the NFL. That's for sure.
Well, that's what I said at the top. It's just another positive development for Jed
That's
Fish
right.
that you want to go to the NFL, be ready for the NFL, go play for Jed. He should pay me for that. That's a hell of a marketing tool, by the way. That's a hell of a promotion. I should get paid for that. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
Caitlin Clark and Sophie Cunningham held a press conference this week where the Indiana Fever Stars talked about how their team is sticking together with all the drama surrounding their coach Stephanie White's comments throughout the week.
You know, I think there's just been a lot of outside noise, but our locker room is good, and that's what it is to be an Indiana Fever on the staff. As a player, that you know when you come here, that's going to be one of the things that's going to try to distract you. But our locker room in there, it's tight, and we have each other's backs. Coach loves us. She didn't see the clip. At the end of the day, she didn't see the clip. And you know what, Dejanay, she is a hell of a player. She's a great defender. And so she coached her for I don't know how many years up in Connecticut. So give her flowers, and she didn't see it, and that's okay. Me and Steph are great. Steph is great with all of us. And so it's really the outside noise that's trying to distract us, but we're good.
I talked to Steph earlier in the day, too, and, you know, I think we forget a lot of times, like, we're human, and she has feelings, and there's moments that are really hard, and sometimes that's just the job you sign up for, but at the same time, like, it's okay to feel those emotions. I think our world is just, like, we love to hate. We love to divide. Like, that's all we want to do. Like, nobody wants to see each other succeed. I feel like we need to do a better job at uplifting each other.
I think if Stephanie White had to do it all over again, she would have just stayed with the same intonation that she had at the first part of the press conference when she said that I didn't see the play, whatever, and not devolve into the whatever she said at the end, like go to hell,
go to hell,
go to hell, basically.
Everybody else can go to hell.
There you go. Like she kind of devolved into that. I don't know.
Oh God.
I'm just excited because we've got a national broadcast tonight at 7:00 on ION, and the game leading into it, Fever Wings.
Oh.
So let's go. We got some eyeballs tonight at 7:00.
All right. Well, I'm laughing my ass off right now at that clip. I'm sorry, guys. I literally started laughing in the middle of that thing because they're talking about uplifting people, whatever. Stephanie White's speech the other night, love will win, but everybody can go to hell.
Everybody else can go to hell.
I mean, what are we doing? And the whole idea, like, I mean, I don't want to look at her as a head coach in the WNBA. I just want to look at her as a head coach. Mm-hmm. And I don't give a damn if you saw the clip or not. You do not, under any circumstance, defend the opponent. You don't do it. If you didn't see the clip, then you do what every coach should do, and you have your players back. I mean, what the hell would Stephanie White have even remotely thought she had seen that would get her to defend the opponent versus her player? So I'm sorry. I'm not buying any of this.
Or Dave,
I'm not buying any of it all. I think it's ridiculous.
That night after the game, just say, I didn't see the clip.
Yeah. Or how about you
That's
just
when
do
you
this?
say I didn't see the clip, so I really don't have an opinion. You say I didn't see the clip.
No.
Obviously, the officials thought it was warranted to go to a flagrant 2, and we'll stand by that. I didn't see the clip. I mean, that's all you have to say.
No, you don't.
Why?
You don't, because that's not even defending your player. That's Switzerland.
Okay,
that's
so
ridiculous.
what do you say to defend your player? It was a terrible decision. If she didn't see the clip, then why should she condemn the action?
Because her player took a clothesline and hit the deck. Does she really need to see a clip to know that Sophie?
Absolutely, Dave.
Oh, you're out of your mind.
Dave, listen.
You're out of your mind, Dick. You're crazy.
How many
Absolutely
times?
out of your mind. No, as a coach, you have your
Dave.
players back in public 10 times out of 10.
How many
Every
times
single time. There is no circumstance where a head coach should ever either A, defend the opponent, or B, sit there and not have her players back or his players back. Ever. I'm sorry.
My point is this. How many times have we seen a layup or a dunk attempt in the NBA or the WNBA where at first you're like, holy crap, what a cheap shot. And then you go back on the video in the slow-mo and it's like, oh, no, actually, he was off balance. He was dunking. He didn't get hit that hard. It was clearly not intentional, and it looked horrible. That happens all the time.
Well, first of all, that's not a coach. That's a broadcaster talking. A coach is sitting next to a player. A coach needs to have their players back every single time. And by the way, secondly, about this whole I didn't see the clip thing, she was staring at the play. There's video and still photos of her from that game that has her looking right at the play the entire time. So I don't buy any of this BS, Dick. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
We're just going to have a difference of opinion here. And that's great. That I
Well,
just
I don't think she handled it right. You and I both agree that she
handled it
didn't
terribly.
handle it right.
She sounded like a clown when she's on the podium talking about how we need to lift people up and love's going to win and blah blah blah.
And then what'd she
Summer
say?
of Love, Woodstock, all that, but everyone can go to hell.
Everybody else can go to hell.
I mean, what the hell, man? No. I don't want to start treating her differently because she's a woman. I don't want to treat her differently because she's the head coach in the WNBA. It was a disgrace what she did. There's a reason why Fever fans came out and started booing this gal. They don't like her. And the players are having her back. Hey, good for Caitlin and Cunningham for taking the high road with this thing. But you saw their reaction. You've seen her reaction. Who's the other great player? What's her name? Mitchell, is that
Tiffany
right?
Mitchell, yeah.
Yeah, Mitchell. And look at me knowing
Can I
stuff.
see?
In Indiana, right?
Look at ball knower, Jackson.
Freaking rubbing their temples. They're rolling their eyes at this gal. No, man. If Stephanie White's name was Mike White and he was the head coach of an NBA team, we would be ripping his ass for all of that.
People are ripping her
his
anyway,
ass.
regardless of where she coaches.
Good Lord.
Everybody else can go to hell.
Oh, God. All right. We're going to break.
I want you to say, one of these days, we're going to have a good story that the WNBA that you can actually say something positive about.
Hey, this is good. You like this. You like the drama.
I do like the drama.
I
want you to say something nice about the league.
I think we've gone from talking about why all this stuff is happening and whether it's good or bad for the NBA or for the WNBA to just talking about it.
That's
right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so that's fine. I mean, this is all good stuff. It's controversy, obviously. There's a lot of it going on out there, but man, if this was the NBA, holy moly, and this was our team, oh my God. We're going to break. Chuck Powell's going to join next and talk some baseball and who knows what else. Coming up on 93.3 KJR FM. Hi, boys and girls. It's Sati back here from my friends over at Bellevue Rare Coins with some good news. The Issaquah showroom is now reopened. They were closed for a while for a facelift, and now they are open again. Their fancy schmancy new Issaquah store back open. That means you got 4 locations: Tacoma, Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah, to take in your valuables, take in your coins, take in your watches, your silver, your jewelry, your bracelets, anything of value, and get it appraised for free. Bellevue Rare Coins not only wants to tell you what your stuff is worth, but they want to give you a little bit of a history lesson as well, because they believe informed customers make the best customers. So before you give your valuables away, take it into a Bellevue Rare Coins for a free, no-hassle, pressure-free evaluation of your stuff. They're famous for their high payouts, and now that new Issaquah showroom is open. Jump on the web, find out more, BellevueRareCoins.com.
the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Yeah, boys and girls, here we go. Happy Friday, live from Cheney Stadium in Tacoma. Rainiers and Reno coming up tonight, by the way. Hear the call at 7 o'clock over on 950 AM with Chuck Powell and Riley P. Headlines are brought to you and you only by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
They all have their head up their ass, and that's a lousy take.
Mariners going at it tonight against
Was he talking about your take or my take?
I haven't even
last
said
segment?
anything yet.
Okay,
Jeez, man, God. Mariners against the Astros. George Kirby versus Peter Lambert. Peter Lambert, since the 5th of July, has a 2.29 ERA. 5-4, with a 3.15 ERA overall. Mariners against the Astros, game 1 of 3 starting tonight. Brock Rodden will be at shortstop making his debut. Julio at DH, Victor Robles over in center.
Hawks defensive lineman DeMarcus Lawrence says 2026 will be his final season in the NFL. And Texans backup quarterback Graham Mertz suffered a torn ACL last night in the Houston preseason game. He was the 6th-round pick of the Texans last year.
Dick, real quick, what'd you make of DeMarcus Lawrence's year last year with the Seahawks?
I thought it was solid.
They all have their head up their ass, and that's a lousy take.
NBA.
Hugh disagrees.
Kevin Garnett already has his number retired by Boston. Minnesota is going to do the same thing after a game with the Celtics in February. Number 21 getting retired by the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Some more bad news for our friend Brian Schmetzer. Pedro de la Vega out for the rest of the season with a quad injury. Like, when
Dick,
does it stop with those guys?
He played 7 minutes. Dick, what do you make of the Sounders' chances the rest of the year?
I think they're almost zipping.
They all have their head up their ass, and that's a lousy take.
Baseball, the Giants are getting the All-Star game in 2028. You know what? Let's test our next guest baseball knowledge. Let's keep it right here.
Okay.
Giants are getting the game in 2028. What team is hosting the All-Star game next season?
Oh,
geez. In 2027.
I don't
You know what? If you were a real baseball man, you'd know the answer to this question.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Dick, who's getting the All-Star game next year?
Milwaukee?
Nope.
Who?
I know it. It's the Chicago Cubs.
Okay.
I knew it because I just looked it up.
Wow.
That's how I knew it. I would not expect you to know something like that. That is just pure baseball minutia, and you are way bigger than that, my friend.
do remember that because they had just put lights up at Wrigley Field, and they celebrated that by having an all-star game.
Right.
And they hadn't had lights for very. She hadn't seen many night games, and if I remember, Gary Carter had a huge game under the lights of Wrigley for an all-star.
Yeah, it was like the 80s, right, when they finally decided to put lights over Wrigley Field.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, somebody may want to turn on the lights with the Mariner offense, dude. Holy moly.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, they scored a few runs in Game 2 of against the Yankees, but if not for Weston Wilson, man, they would have been shut out again, and who knows, we still may be playing. Give us just the take on this from 50,000 feet, right? I mean, you were the first one on this radio station to bravely put your cojones out there, your career on the line.
Good
and
job,
call for
Chuck.
Dan Wilson's
Well
dismissal.
done,
Did I put my career on the line?
Yes, you did.
I didn't realize I did.
Yes,
Otherwise, maybe I would have.
Rich
thought
Moore
about that.
called me in the office and said he doesn't know this, but if that doesn't work, man, he may be out of here, man. So, what do you think? What the hell's going on up there, man?
Going on with. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you at this stage. Grossly underachieved. They can't hit. I don't think they're managed well. Cal Raleigh has had the worst season after a great season probably in the history of sports.
Crazy.
I mean, not just baseball. I mean, there's never been a bigger decline one year from the other. I mean, he was hitting 159 at one point. Do you realize what the lowest batting average for a qualifying hitter in Major League Baseball is?
Jaron Duran, like 200, right?
202.
Yeah. He's like 40 points behind him, right?
Hey, there's like 40 points between Jaron Duran, the 151st batting average in baseball, and the 93rd versus the worst batting average of qualified hitters and Cal Raleigh. Same difference. Same difference.
Smokes.
Yeah. Plus, he's not even playing good defense.
Yeah.
It's affected his defense. It's affected his ABS challenging, which he's been terrible at since he was great at the beginning of the year.
Pareda was great yesterday.
Hey, Pareda was great. Garver was great at it. It was the one redeeming quality that he had, but he's not even good at that anymore. I mean, he's just questioning everything he does as a baseball player right now. It's like he's like paralyzed. So that certainly is a major contributor. It's just been terrible. I mean, they've just played bad baseball for 4.5 months, and who would have predicted it
other than somebody that is just completely sour on this team all the time.
Right.
Who could have predicted that? Because believe me, Vegas didn't, national pundits didn't, I certainly didn't, you guys didn't. I mean, it just is.
Yeah.
I mean, the New York Mets probably have the worst team in the National League with the second highest payroll in the sport. And yet, who does everyone at MLB Network say has the most disappointing season this year? The Mariners.
Right.
I mean, it's
Right.
crazy.
Right.
So we were discussing earlier in the show about this weekend and if it even matters. I mean, Softy's holding out some hope. Jackson and I are like, I'm moving on to other things. So does this series even matter?
Well, yes, of course. If they sweep, they're completely back in it.
Yeah.
So
They have to
yes,
sweep.
and they can. They've beaten the Astros 7 out of 8 games this year, so they're certainly capable of it. And obviously, you saw their pitching, and they don't seem to be intimidated at all by facing this Astros team anymore, which I think once upon a time they were. So, yeah, it matters. I mean, I'm on the other side of the fence. I don't think it's going to happen, but they certainly have a chance. I mean, you sweep this weekend, you're within 2 with 37 games to go. That is completely doable. Plus, you've given yourself all the momentum, real momentum, tangible momentum, not a 3-run homer by Cole Young late or a Dom Canzone 3-run homer late or a brawl followed by a Colt Emerson home run, spark of momentum. That's like real tangible momentum. We just took the soul out of the team that was 5 games up on us, and now we're just 2 games back. Now, you only win 2 out of 3, and that's if you win the series. You only gain 1 game out of that.
Not enough.
And that's
Not enough.
probably not enough.
Right.
I said a few times this morning, and I'm not sure I 100% believe it, but we had the conversation, Anders Hurst and I this morning, sweep or die. Is that what this weekend is? Do you have to sweep the Astros in order for this not to be over? That's probably taking it too far, but it does emphasize how important it is to have success in Houston this weekend.
Who do we have after Houston? Is it Milwaukee? Who do we
Yes,
have after
Milwaukee.
them? Okay, so Houston's got the Angels and the A's after
Jeez.
us.
Yeah.
They need to sweep this series because of our schedule versus their schedule.
Now, Mariners' schedule gets soft in September.
No, right, it does. But in the immediate, though, Philadelphia, Chicago, Milwaukee, right? These are all
They can
really
be up
good baseball
7-8
teams.
games easily.
While the Astros are playing the Angels and A's the next 6. So my point is this, is that if they lose 2 out of 3, and let's say they lose a game and they're 6 out, and then we go to Milwaukee and they go to L.A. to take on the Angels, that could be 8 out by Wednesday of next week. So my point is, guys, you're not going to get a lot of opportunities to directly impact this, and you have a chance this weekend.
This is it. This
got to take advantage of
That's. I mean, there's a reason we had the conversation: sweep or die. It feels that important, and not just to win 2 out of 3. I think you may have to.
Right.
I think there's a very good chance that you have to sweep Houston this weekend.
Let me go back to the Cal thing just for a second, because I don't want to get too far away from that. Because Dick and I talked about this on the air the other day. I asked Dick, if Cal ends the year the way he's playing now, and then he starts next year the way he's playing now, what do we do? He's earned $85 million. Are we going to bench Cal Raleigh at some point? Does Cal Raleigh get taken out of the lineup and demoted at some point? How do you handle Cal if he's a one-trick pony that just can't do his trick anymore?
I really don't even want to think about it. It would just be the most startling transformation in my 11 years here for sure. I mean, like I said, this is a historic decline. This is not just one of the great drop-offs in baseball history. This is this might be the greatest drop-off from one season to the next in the history of sports. I even heard the conversation today, should he just be benched this year, at least for a while. I don't think they would ever do that. I think you're committed to him for this season, for the start of next season. I mean, he'd have to be doing this exact same thing next year. Like, if he gets up to 210 and can hit 30 homers and at least have that much confidence where his leadership comes back and his defense comes back and his pitch calling and his challenging all comes back, he brings enough intangibles to the field that if he can just give you back the defense and the handling of the pitching staff, then he can be an asset to this baseball team. But obviously, we got the taste for 60 homers now. Like, 15's not going to cut it. So I think he'd have to be as bad as he is this year.
Yeah.
And I just can't imagine he's going to be hitting 159 on June 1st next year. I just can't imagine it. But
I
you
think
never
that's-
know.
I think
Anything
that's
can
fair.
happen.
I mean, you saw a 100 out of 100 Cal Raleigh for a season, and you're seeing a 0 out of 100 Cal Raleigh this year. I mean, maybe it's not close to 50 next year, but it's got to be somewhere in the 20, 30, 40 versus 0. I would think. Chuck Powell.
Well, let's put it this way: you're not gonna acquire a catcher this offseason.
Right.
No matter
Right.
how bad he
Right.
was this
Right.
year,
Right.
he's your guy going into next season. I'm sure no one in the history of sports is going to train like Cal Raleigh's going to train this offseason. Probably rework his body a little bit.
Go see a shrink.
Probably go see a shrink.
Yep.
Maybe get a different girlfriend. Maybe get a different car. I don't know, something to just change the entire voodoo of his life right now.
Change his name.
Yeah.
I'm now known as Jerry.
Well, shrink the dumper. I mean,
Jerry Raleigh. But that's the thing is that Dick, and I said the same
Sugar
thing that you
Bear.
did in the
How about
first
Sugar
half.
Bear, Raleigh?
Fine, whatever. All of us thought, well, there's no way this will continue all year.
Yeah.
When he comes off the IL, he'll be fine. None of it's happening.
Yeah.
It's just not.
He's just as bad. Chuck Powell joining us. Hey, Chuck, man, I know he's been put on the injured list, but let's face it, Colt Emerson was demoted. Was that the right move?
Yes, and yet, I mean, the reaction to this, I just think, is all wrong by so many people. There is no extreme reaction to this. A rookie shortstop who basically just reached puberty, who has all the ability to be an excellent player in this league, and I think still will, was not playing well. He was inside his own head on both sides of the ball. And if you have visions of trying to track down the Houston Astros, you couldn't continue with Colt Emerson playing shortstop. But the idea that this is going to destroy his confidence, no way. This is a very mature young player, and what we're going to see next year is what Cole Young did this year from a year ago. Remember, Cole Young was not on our playoff roster last year.
Right.
Like, he played so bad down the stretch that they couldn't play him in the playoffs. And look what he's done this year. Well, I think Colt Emerson is going to have the same sort of season next year that Cole Young had this year. He learned some lessons, grow from it, mature from it, a little physical maturity, and he's going to be fine. I also don't think – I mean, I was here. I did the Rainiers game when he played here on a Friday and got called up that weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I will just tell you, as I was driving away, because that was my first chance to see Colt Emerson play 9 games. Very impressed with his defense, but I drove away here thinking he's not ready.
Yeah.
He's not ready yet.
Right.
And yet J.P. Crawford's defense was so bad, and it was bad. Don't let the Mariners fool you. It was terrible. I mean, C.J. Abrams was like the only shortstop in the sport whose metrics were worse than J.P. Crawford's as a defensive shortstop. Range, lack of arm strength, and Colt Emerson did bring that to the table. For a while, he had upgraded our shortstop position.
Right.
But he's a rookie. I mean, Mike Trout struggled his rookie year. Not everybody's Ken Griffey Jr., and even he didn't hit the ground running, as you remember, as a rookie. So it's the right move to take him down. He's not playing well on either side of the ball. His confidence is shot. The league's adjusted to him. They're toying with him at this point, and he needs a break from it all and to reboot a little bit. In the meantime, another reason that you couldn't make this move earlier, who else is going to play shortstop?
Right.
I mean, Leo Rivas, on Colt Emerson's worst day this year, he was 10 times better than Leo Rivas has been this season.
Right.
Leo Rivas has been atrocious for the Mariners this year. And then the other option is Brock Rodden, who they're calling up. And he's a feisty. I heard your interview with Ryan Bliss. That's how I describe him. He's a dirtbag. He's a feisty guy.
Love
He'll
that.
probably put the ball in play a little bit more, but he's not going to go up and save the day for us.
No.
But right now, it was better for the team and better for Colt to not let him suffer and agonize and fail at baseball for the first time his entire life at the major league level. He needed to be replaced, and that's the move.
Yeah, well, Chuck Powell's with us. I'm chuckling inside a little bit here.
Hey, now, a lot of synonyms for
chuckling inside
laughter.
because we're talking about the least terrible option, right? At shortstop. It's either Leo Rivas, it's
Well, where's
J.P. Crawford,
JP?
it's Colt Emerson. He's done. He's done.
He's just done.
He's
well,
finished.
What about Cole Young? Joe Sheehan was on with Ian yesterday and said, "What about Cole Young at shortstop? He's an excellent second baseman."
Well, the only problem is I have a good second baseman.
Right.
And then I'm going to move him
you're not doing
to
that.
a weaker position that he hadn't played in a while. I think he can hold down short, but then I've weakened second base.
Right. Yeah.
And that's probably going to be Donovan. And Donovan's actually playing better at third than Weston Wilson. Then I got to put Weston Wilson at third. So now I've weakened second and third to give Cole Young the nod over Brock Rodden. So I'm at least want to feel good about second base and feel better about third base, and we'll make things work at shortstop.
You just got done talking about how great Cole Young's been. Why would you want to mess with his mojo? Leave him there. He's having great success at second base.
I mean,
he's hitting the ball. He's doing fine. Let the kid be. But, guys, my problem with this is all of a sudden.
Maybe if you would have brought up Bliss instead of Rodden, then you could have put second and then Cole at short, but that's not the decision.
Cole Young
and Rodden has outplayed Ryan, and I love Ryan.
If Cole Young is the future at second base, then he's that's his job. Stop messing around with everybody. This is what this team does. It's what this franchise does. Literally, it's almost in their MO that they can't just let something be. Right? We have a great 5-man rotation. Let's make it a 6-man rotation. We have a great starting pitcher. Let's make a piggyback, and let's limit how much time this guy goes. And then, you know what? On the day of the piggyback or the day before, let's change our mind, and let's do something else. Do you guys see the idiocy here with this? How just maniacal this is to start doing things like that? My problem is that all of a sudden you've got, for a team that was it 7 or 8 outs, by the way? 8 outs away from the World Series. Yeah. They got a lot of holes, man. Over the offseason. Left field, right field, third base, DH. What's going to happen there? What's going to happen with the
Canzone's fine and right. I'm excited about Canzone and right.
Full-time right fielder every single day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Made big leaps this year and still could make another leap next year.
Then they've only got 4 holes instead of 5. How's that sound?
Well, they have holes, yeah.
They've got holes. So, what's a Rosarena's future look like?
He's gone.
Is Donovan really going to be your third baseman?
Probably not. Probably going to be super utility next year.
Right.
You're going to trade one of your starting pitchers for a bat.
Is Josh Naylor going to bounce back?
I mean, he should. I mean, his track record says he shouldn't have been as bad as he was this year. I mean, that's just part of this. You can't predict things in baseball. Baseball's crazy.
You know what's really funny for a guy that's pretty positive right now, more positive than most on this Mariner chances this year? I'm very negative. For being as positive as I am about the Astros
well, it
series,
sounds like you're negative.
I'm very negative about the future.
You're negative about the future. You're still optimistic about the present.
Annoyed by how many. I thought
you're annoyed that we have to start thinking about the future.
Yes,
right
I thought
now.
we were off and running.
Yeah,
I thought we were good. I've told Dick this. I thought the Donovan trade was a good one. I thought the Refsnyder signing was a good one. I thought the Ferrer deal was a good one, and they just haven't worked. And all of a sudden, we thought we were like, okay, now we got a team of maybe 20 of 26 guys are good to go. A couple of spots. No, now all of a sudden we got a ton of places we got to look at. Are we trading starting pitching? What's going to happen with
You're
Kirby,
do that anyway.
Hancock, Sloan, Anderson? What the hell? I mean, oh my God, man. So my question to you is this before you wrap it up.
Well, you'd have to shake up the offense.
Right,
so
for sure.
I like Kevin Seitzer a lot, and I know Edgar's we're talking about not firing Dan. They're going to fire Edgar.
Right.
I mean, there's no way after this offensive season that you can keep those guys. They obviously are not getting sure to them.
Well, what about Jerry?
I wouldn't.
What do you have to see where you would say Jerry has taken this team as far as he can take it? We need someone else to take us to that next step.
Well, a lot of my analysis of that is how I feel personally.
Well, of course. That's why I'm asking you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But no, because a lot of people will say at the beginning of the season the roster's fine, and then it turns out not fine, and then they blame Jerry. I just don't operate that way. If I think the roster's fine and should get the job done, and then they don't get the job done, am I going to go back and say Jerry was stupid for signing Refsnyder?
No, but you can say you were wrong. You thought the roster was fine, and you were wrong. I was wrong.
So maybe
I'll admit it.
So, but I don't know. I mean, you take the evidence. Rob Refsnyder crushes lefty. Let me give you an example. How crazy this year is. So we had Refsnyder in the offseason. His one niche is to hit lefties. He can't hit lefties. And we've had it 4 times. We just traded for Taylor Ward, who led the league in walks.
I can't walk.
He has not walked since he's been with us. And I don't see Taylor Ward chasing pitches. I don't see him being reckless at the plate. Since Taylor Ward, walk machine, has joined the Mariners, no pitcher has thrown him a ball.
That's amazing.
Like, how crazy is that you get the league's leader in walks? He was the league's leader in walks one day, and then the next day can't get a walk for a week and a half.
That's Mariner baseball.
How do you
Chuck.
explain some of this
Mariner
stuff?
baseball.
I mean, it's baseball. Everybody says they hate hearing the phrase, well, that's baseball. But it's true. It's just a weird thing. And then this season for the Mariners has just taken the cake. I mean, it's hard to explain it all. I don't think that they have any choice but to count on Cal Raleigh bouncing back, Josh Naylor bouncing back.
Yeah,
and
I think you're right.
There's a good chance I think that they will. I mean, did they just die as baseball players since last season? I have a hard time believing that.
Yeah. Maybe that is what happened, and we don't even know it. This guy here is dead.
Yeah.
Cross him off then.
Maybe Cal sold his soul to the devil for one great season. I don't know.
All right. Anything else you want to offer?
Who, me?
Well, you, Dick. Anybody.
Well, I mean, can you give me 30 seconds on Terry and Arnold?
Yeah.
Oh. I wouldn't have done it. I just think things are going way too well, and you've built a great culture here. I don't think he's that good of a player. If he was that good of a player, the Lions would have given it more time. Like, the Lions, as soon as that story broke, they already knew it, cut him.
Right.
They were already having issues. The Detroit Lions, who for 2 years, the reason that they didn't go as far as they wanted to go is because they lost like 1,000 defensive backs to injury.
Last year, right. Yeah.
2 years in a row.
Yeah, right.
Why on earth would the Lions not give it a little more time to see if maybe the charges are exaggerated? They got rid of him. I don't think we needed him, and I don't know why you would bring any kind of negativity to such a positive heavenly place for football right now.
Got it. All right, man.
That's my thing.
Dead.
Cross him off then.
Player Hugh Millen.
Which one do you want?
Your take sucks.
Oh, the terrible take?
Yeah.
Chuck, what's your take on the Mariners and the Astros game tonight?
I think the Mariners are going to win.
Oh, geez. Well, I'll tell you what.
They all have their head up their ass, and that's a lousy take.
All right. Good stuff. 7 o'clock tonight on the AM, right? All right. Good job.
All right, man.
Chuck Powell with
See you,
us. We'll get a break. We're going to hear a little bit from Mike McDonald. Chuck doesn't like it. I don't think Millen likes it either. And we're going to talk to him at 5, by the way. We'll hear from McDonald on the Terry and Arnold signing next.
Now back to Softy and Dick, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Whether it's your favorite games, food, concerts, MMA, or professional boxing, it's all at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, here we go. Friday afternoon, live from Cheney Stadium. Mariners saying that Colton Emerson's going on the IL with a left wrist injury, Dick, as opposed to going to Tacoma because the injury was bothering him more than he was letting on, by the way, says the Mariners. So he was maybe hiding it a little bit. I mean, you could see that,
yeah,
right? Young
absolutely.
Kid
You want to stay up.
Wants to stay there, doesn't want to go disappoint anybody, and hides the injury and all that stuff. So he's going on the IL for a while. We'll see. I'm curious what happens when the IL stint is over, right? Does he come back to the major leagues, or does he then go back down to AAA?
Well, you don't have much AAA left. What do you got, like 2.5 weeks left? So
early September, right?
I would say, here's what I would do. I would have him finish the season in Tacoma and then bring him up when the Tacoma season's over. And that would give him an extra, 10 games at AAA, get the swing back, feel good about yourself, and then get back up with the big team.
Remember, this is not like it was back in the day when you could bring up as many guys as you want in September, right? You only get, 2 guys? Is that right?
Well, he would definitely be one of the 2, though, right? If he was playing well.
Right, but if you want, and then but he would not come up as a call-up. He would just come up to take whoever was on the roster and place him. Like Arroyo, Montez, Sloan, Anderson, whatever. But, yeah, the last Rainiers game is, I believe it's early September. Actually, you know what? It's September 20th. It's 2 weeks before the baseball regular season ends. So yeah, you got 5 weeks. 5 weeks left in the Rainer season, so a little more time. Mike McDonald, Terry and Arnold. The Seahawks, have they officially signed him, by the way? Is that like
I
done?
I have not seen an official announcement.
So this is a little unique, right? In that Mike McDonald's talking about a guy that they haven't even signed yet. How often does that happen?
Ooh,
there's no contract yet.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Right? This isn't official, but they're still talking about it. Here's Mike McDonald on the Terry and Arnold situation.
I think it was an opportunity to bring on a player that we felt strongly about during the draft process, and we also understand that it's a serious situation with a legal matter that's, there's a process behind it, so we respect that. And that's how we'll operate, too, and just letting that process play out and let the league decide if and when, his return to play is. And we'll just kind of understand that that's at play, but there's also an opportunity to bring him in and give him an opportunity to earn a position here. But, we feel really strongly about our locker room and our team. And we had a great visit with Terrion, and obviously we knew him going throughout the process. And I referenced the folks that have been in his corner throughout the whole process as well, and we respect those people. And we're not going to ignore those folks that we really respect and have a strong opinion about it as well. So, kind of when you put all those things together, it felt like it was a good opportunity for the team.
How soon would he be here, and would he be able to play preseason games? Well,
the timetable right now is being worked out. So he's visited. To my understanding, he's visited quite a few teams, 8+, maybe 10+ teams. So we're working through that on when's the best time for him to come in. But we have an agreement with him, and we'll see. But I just really don't know how we're going to do it.
What did you learn about the legal process, Mike, that made you think now's the time to sign him, that he'll be available to play?
I do not have the specifics on the dates and things like that. All I know is that there's an availability if the league lets him happen that he could play. So in terms of when that happens and how that goes down, it's just kind of, to me, it's part of that process, So what the facts of the case, all those things about the comments of what happened, it's not our responsibility to have a comment on that, nor can we. So I think we just have to understand that there's a process of play, and we're going to let it play out.
Right. But how much did you look into the criminal allegations to feel comfortable that you could sign?
Well, for us to comment on that right now is not our place, nor should we. So again, it's a serious situation. We understand that, but to make any comment further is not the time or place right now.
Yeah, I just don't know if I've heard them talk like that about a player that technically hasn't signed a contract yet, right? Which is, I'm fine with that. I'm not saying it's bad. I mean, it's just unique, I guess, for them from a PR perspective to do that. But, I mean, it's obviously out there. He's saying they have an agreement with him and all that. And, look, I mean, I don't have any problem with this. I understand why some people would. I don't agree with the high risk, high reward portion of this whole thing. He's going to have to come in here. He's going to have to earn his spot behind guys like Iggy and Pritchett, by the way. They're not going to pay him a lot of money, Dick. You wouldn't think they're going to pay him a lot of money. And if things get sideways with him and his legal situation, then you just say goodbye. That's it. So I don't see them allowing this to get to a point where it F's up their culture. I think that's been a lot of people's take, that this is a tight-knit locker room, a great culture. Why would you want to bring in this guy to mess with that? I mean, look, I understand there's the accusation about what he did off the field, which is a big deal. I don't want to just poo-poo that. But from a locker room perspective, is this a bad guy? Was he a cancer inside the Lions locker room?
They've got assistant coaches that worked with him at Alabama, recruited him in Alabama.
Right.
They've got Jalen Milroe, who can say nothing but Jalen Milroe says nothing but great things about this guy. He wasn't a problem in the Lions locker room, so why should he be a problem in the Seahawks locker room?
I don't think he will be.
My take is, what is the worst possible scenario for the football team? He comes in,
he gets cut.
He comes in, he's a bad player / bad dude, and he's gone. That's the worst case scenario?
Right, and he doesn't play.
How does that hurt the team long term? It doesn't.
I don't think it does. You're not giving him a contract. This is not like Percy Harvin, where you gave Percy Harvin a bunch of money, traded some first-round draft picks, and the guy was a Meshuggah, right? I mean, that's not what we're talking about, right? That's not what that is at all. I mean, if they were committing huge dollars to him and draft capital to get Terrion Arnold, then I would say, all right, that's probably way too big of a risk. Way too big of a risk. I think it's low risk, high reward.
That's exactly
I think it's the exact opposite. I would never say high risk, high reward. I think it's low risk, high reward. I mean, the guy's going to be buried in the depth chart when he shows up here. He's going to have to show he deserves to play. He's going to have to behave himself. He's going to have to stay out of trouble.
Yep.
All that stuff. I mean, actually, if you're worried about a guy being a malcontent and being, a bad egg, for example, on or off the field, this might be the best time to get him.
Mm-hmm.
Literally.
Was there any, when he said that, he's been talked to 8 to 10 teams,
right?
We have an agreement. We don't know when he was going to sign. Was there any of you that was like, man, do you think he's going to get stolen by somebody else and he'll back off the agreement with the Seahawks?
I mean, until he signs a deal, it's possible.
I mean, there is just...
I don't think so. I'm not worried about that, but it is possible.
There was just a little bit of me going, well, what if some other team just came in and said, you know what, we're going to give you a 2-year contract right now.
Yeah, you know what? And Dick, if that happens, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
See you later.
I mean, it's not like DeMond. He doesn't have anything signed yet.
I'm not gonna worry about losing the guy. I mean, I think the Hawks are going to be just fine without him. I think they'll be just fine with him. I mean, I just, could he come in and give him a little bit of an edge at corner? Maybe when they play the Rams and, teams like that. Yeah. But I mean, to me, it's kind of a nothing burger as far as a risk is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why somebody would sit around and say this is a huge, like I even saw Chase Daniel tweeted that out. This is a high risk, what's the risk?
Exactly.
Honestly, like what is from a tangible perspective? I mean, I don't know, Jackson, you want to play the other side here? You want to play the contrarian? From a tangible perspective, what is the risk? What is the risk?
Okay, let's just throw this out there, right? Is that he signs with the Seahawks and he's doing well and something with the case gets brought up or something happens and he ends up being a total negative.
Okay.
And
you just hit on it. You just hit on it. That's the concern. That's the concern.
That's it?
The concern is that he comes to Seattle and he ends up starting for you. And he ends up playing a big role in your defense.
And
You're doing great.
Convicted.
He's out, and then all of a sudden he's got to go.
Right, but to Softy's point, he's helping your team win, and then you're taking something away.
If you're counting on him for a big role, and he ends up filling a big role, and then all of a sudden you lose the guy, that is a slight concern.
Yeah.
But I would hope that at that point in time, this thing's been resolved with him off the field. So I don't ever want to lose guys that I'm all of a sudden counting on. You know, like, man, you know, we weren't really going to count on you, and now we are. Now you got to leave the team. That sucks because the guy behind you is all pissed off and butthurt. And, you know, we've been running our defense a certain way, and now we can't. I'm trying to think of an analogy or an example of where something like that happened in Seattle. I'm sure there's something if we put our brains together. That would be the one concern, Jackson, that if this guy ends up coming in here, kicking ass for you, and then all of a sudden he's got to leave, right? But I don't know, man. I mean, can he help you win games in the interim? Yeah. Probably. Is he that great a corner? Is he worth all this hubbub? Maybe not. We'll talk to Hugh at 5 about that on 93.3 KJR FM. Hi, kids. It's Santi back here. Hi, how are you? No better way to celebrate the weekend than with my friends at Taco Time. It's true. It's a tradition. People celebrate the weekend by going to Taco Time and getting their favorite Taco Time menu items. I'm a big crisp beef burrito guy, natural chicken soft taco guy, Coke Zero, a couple hot sauces. But while you're there, you might want to check out the chicken Caesar soft taco and the chicken Caesar salad because once they're gone, you never know when they're coming back. For a limited time only, the chicken Caesar salad includes romaine from the Carpenito Brothers Farm right here in the Kent Valley. And they also have Molly Moon's ice cream on the menu for the summer at Taco Time. Jump on the web and find a Taco Time restaurant near you at tacotimeandw.com.
Time now for Textimonials, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
All right, we're back from Cheney Stadium in Tacoma. Big thanks to the Emerald Queen. Don't forget they add their brunch, Skyline Brunch, every Sunday from 10 to 2 at the Slahal Steakhouse at the Emerald Queen Casino. Find out more, emeraldqueen.com.
When are you taking me there for a little
5-1.
steak?
You?
Yeah. I've never been there.
Well, what are you going to give me?
Oh, you want to go the
What are you
ramp?
going to give me? Yeah.
Get you a bunch of beers?
I don't mind that. If I'm taking you to a steak dinner, man, then,
That's true.
or I'm getting a little something in return.
I got you. All right, no problem.
The heck, man. It's either you or my wife. I know my wife's going to offer a lot more than you will.
That's
we'll
true.
go. You know what we'll do? Maybe we'll go there when we go see Dune 3. How's that?
Ooh,
We'll go
that's
there
not a
instead.
bad call.
Jackson, where's the best theater down here in Tacoma?
Rustin, yeah.
Cinemark Rustin.
Can we see Dune 3 down there?
Damn right we can.
Oh, that's a great
All right.
call.
We'll go to Slahal Steakhouse, and then we'll go see Dune.
How about that,
So
Jackson?
great.
See what I just worked there for
Good
us?
job.
We'll get the Fred Flintstone and some gout and go see Dune 3.
That Friday night. Let's go.
We'll get diabetes and go see Dune 3.
Love it.
December
All right.
19th.
Here we go. 49451 Tacoma Dodge text line. What do you got?
Continuing to watch the Mariners is like going home to the same boring relationship that ultimately is going to fail. You have a couple of good nights together, but most of the time your significant other just pisses you off.
They all have their head up their ass, and that's a lousy take.
I just love that clip, by the way.
It's a great one. It is.
It goes back to what we talked about earlier this year, that I think at the root of it for a lot of people, they just don't trust these guys. They just don't.
And why
just
should they?
don't.
I mean, if you had somebody that wronged you 45 times out of 50, would you trust them to right you the next time?
How big are the 5 times that they took care of?
Reasonably big.
5 World Series titles.
Oh, yeah. But no, I'm talking about the Mariners. They've had the 5 times have been reasonably big.
Yeah, I guess. Look, I'm not disagreeing with any of it. I'm the same way. I am programmed to think of the Mariners as a adjective for disaster, right?
Yes.
And that's just the way I feel
Mariner.
about it.
It's a
man.
verb. To Mariner.
Yes, it's a verb. Correct. Yes. And that's exactly the way I feel, that I just expect to be disappointed and let down every single time. What's next?
Jerry DiPoto does not do enough with the payroll he gets. Look at what Tampa does pretty regularly with much less payroll. It can be done, but not by this guy.
Well, you got other teams. Tampa Bay is behind the Mariners, I think, now. The Guardians are behind the Mariners, I think, now. I'm pretty sure Milwaukee is behind the Mariners.
Yep.
Are they not? The
White
Brewers?
Sox are in first place. They're
White
behind
Sox
the
are in
Mariners.
first place. Yeah, there's a lot of teams that are doing a lot more with less.
Well, it'd be interesting. That'll be really interesting to see, because if we have a Yankee Dodger World Series, then we're like, all right, it's just all about payroll, right? But if we have a Brewer Ray World Series, which we absolutely could have, then you're looking at the Mariners and going, come on, guys, no excuses.
Yeah, but it's also, for me, not just about making the World Series, right? It's about getting to the ALCS multiple times and giving yourself a lot of bites at the apple, right? That's the thing. Like you're in the Final Four, you got a shot. You're in the league championship, you got a shot. So how many teams are getting to the league championship? How many teams are getting to the Final Four, the World Series? Is it all about money? I think the more you spend, typically the better shot over time you're going to get. But that texter is exactly right. There's a ton of teams that are doing way more with less than the Mariners have. All right, what's next?
Last one.
I have a $100 ticket for the Mariners to win the World Series at 14-1.
Ooh.
I will now sell it for $1.
I won 77 cents last night, by the way, on a baseball game that was 6-0 in the 7th inning. And I bet it.
You just bet it?
And I won 77 cents.
Good for you. How much you put down on it? Like $25?
$20.
$20?
$20.
All right.
I think it was the Ranger game last night. Rangers.
It is stunning. I'm one of those weird dudes that watch the Vegas lines of, Super Bowls, World Series odds all year long. Mm-hmm. And the Mariners only slipped from 10-1 to 12-1, like over the first half of the season. Vegas still believed. Then it slipped to 20-1 for about 3 weeks. And Dave, since last week, it has gone from 20 to 50. It is just cratered over the last week.
They've just said, I'm done. By the way, Mike Varell just made a really good point on Twitter about the Cole Emerson IL thing with his wrist.
What's that?
When they said that Emerson was kind of, not being really upfront. He said, I get it's on the player to be transparent, but still not the best look for the organization to not know what's going on with its 21-year-old franchise shortstop. I mean, it's fair.
Yeah, but can you tell? Like, if you've got kind of a wonky wrist, like
what?
How do you
What do
really
you mean a wonky wrist?
How does the team really know how bad it is if the player is saying it's fine, it's fine, it's fine?
Because he's playing terrible. And he's not playing up to his potential. He's not hitting the ball. He's not making contact. He's not hitting barrels. How often does Dan Wilson talk about barrels? Every single damn night, barrel this, barrel that. But just the fact that they didn't know how bad it was, I mean, I agree with you that I'm not going to hammer him for it, but it's another check in the wrong column, right? Another check in that right side.
It's more on Colt Emerson because, dude, you're making $95 million. You're already set. You don't have to worry about living your life in AAA. They are never going to stay there. You're making $95 million. You're going to be in the bigs.
I do agree that he needs to be honest, but I also agree with Mike's point that when you're struggling like this and you don't know what's happening with your shortstop, and he's hiding an injury from you guys, the fact that you've got all these people running around the organization and nobody knew, nobody could figure out that something was going on with him. So, I mean, it's not good. As our boss likes to say, not good. We're going to break. Hugh Millen coming up next on 93.3 KJR FM.
This is Duke of Duke Seafood, letting you know that this hour of Softy and Dick on your home for the Huskies and Kraken is proudly brought to you by Duke Seafood. Why not make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All right, boys and girls, here we go. Headlines on Satya Dick Jackson on this Friday night from Cheney Stadium in Tacoma. Headlines are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
Bill Parcells is a freaking prick.
That guy, not Bill Parcells, but Hugh Millen will join us coming up next on the radio program. Is he thumbs up or thumbs down on the Terrion Arnold signing? You'll find out in a matter of seconds. Colt Emerson was all set to be in Tacoma, Dick, here with the Rainiers, but instead the Mariners are putting him on the IL with a wrist injury. They say they were not aware of how bad Colt Emerson's wrist injury really was. Matt Brash is in Houston, set to throw a bullpen tomorrow before the M's start a crucial series with the Astros tonight.
Injuries and suspensions in the NFL. First, the injury. Cardinals second-round pick Chase Bezantis may have a significant injury after he had a player fall on his knee in the preseason game last night against the Raiders. And Falcons pass rusher James Pierce Jr. suspended for 8 games for violating league's personal conduct policy after being arrested on domestic violence charges in the offseason.
DeMarcus Lawrence telling Yahoo that 2026 will be his last year in the NFL. He had 6 sacks for the Hawks last year. And Paulie Sewald claimed on waivers by Toronto from the D-backs. He will be active for the Blue Jays tonight.
Storm in Portland Fire tonight from Climate Pledge, 7 o'clock. You can watch it with me and Alyssa Charleston-Smith on Ion at 7.
What else we got? Kevin Garnett's going to get his number retired by the Minnesota Timberwolves after a game with the Boston Celtics, who retired his number, by the way, 4 years ago in 2022. All right, joining us right now on the radio program live at 5. He was on this morning, he was on today, and I found myself listening and thinking, you know what? This is great. I'm really getting all I need. I don't need any more. I don't want to have more at 4. I want to have live at 5 with Hugh Millen. He joins us right now on a Friday. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Good.
We're doing
Good.
swell, man.
Yeah.
Swell. We're in Tacoma, Cheney Stadium. You know, Colt Emerson was supposed to be here, but now he's not because he's on the 10-day IL instead with a wrist injury that the Mariners say that they really weren't aware of. They said he should have been more transparent. He wasn't letting them know how bad the injury was, and other people out there, including Mike Varell, have said, you know what, yeah, it's on the player to be transparent, but not a great look for the franchise to not know how badly their shortstop phenom was banged up. What do you think?
Well, if he was good enough to play, I don't know. It's hard for me to criticize the team because I think players do that often. I think they conceal injuries. If they feel like they're going to play anyways, what's the use in trying to, you sound like excuses. I could give you examples in my own career. I think that's natural. If you don't think that it's really affecting how you play, then I could see why you wouldn't disclose it. I don't know a lot of the details, but I'm not going to hold it against the club for not being mind readers. The implication then is they should swing by on their next road trip, swing by Vegas, go sit at the poker table and read everybody's mind and win a lump of cash at the table because they're supposed to be mind readers. No, I don't connect it that way.
Hugh, in my mind's eye, I can envision you last night in front of the Nerd Machine and the videos and just pouring over Alabama Crimson Tide secondary and Detroit Lions secondary to tell us all about Terrion Arnold. So what jumped out at you first?
Well, I did. I watched every pass play of the Lions that he was on the field. So even if the ball went in the opposite way and he jogged after it, I watched it and watched number 6. And I just wanted to kind of evaluate from the perspective of if I was in a quarterback room and we were playing the Lions and we were trying to determine, who to attack, would we shy away from Terrion Arnold? And I would say, look, I think he plays press better than he plays in off coverage. And the Lions, I'm sitting there as I'm watching this, I'm like, whoa, they play a lot of man-to-man. Well, after the the film study, I looked up the Lions were in terms of cover one, that is man to man with the free safety. They're the second most in the NFL to the Browns. He's physical, almost to the point of where you think, boy, he gets lucky not getting called for contact beyond 5 yards. I think he defends the go ball real well. The concerns I have of him as a player, as I said, off coverage, I think when what's a term called press bail, where you're acting like you're at the line of scrimmage and then you turn with your ass to the sideline, knees in, and you maintain an outside leverage in what's called a half drop. You're not backpedaling, you're in a half drop, and you're trying to see the receiver and the quarterback. I think he had too much width. He was clearly more comfortable with too much cushion. And I think the better corners, they operate from a closer comfort level, trying to mirror and shadow those receivers, particularly in the break points. I think his technique with his feet, that invariably he'll have one step where his feet really widen, his balance is off, and it slows down his acceleration right at that break point to be able to maintain the shadow. And so I think if I was going in against him, the thought would be you can complete passes against him as long as you're on time. Yeah, because he does have good makeup speed, but there's that separation bubble that, let's say an in route. I'm throwing to my split end. He's going down. I'm going to keep it real simple. He's going to go up the field. He's going to break in at 15 yards. Right at that spot when he breaks in, I think Arnold is a little slow to mirror. And if I throw it on time, right when my receiver comes out of the break, I think I'm going to have enough separation. So, then after the exercise, I went and looked at Pro Football Focus. Out of 109 qualifying cornerbacks, guys, his coverage grade was 88. Passer rating against was 43rd, about middle of the pack. But here's two stats that might alarm you. Yards per coverage snap. He was second to last out of 109, and then coverage snaps per target. That's an indicator of our quarterbacks either fearful or eager to go after him. The top guys in the league, are up over 9 snaps per target. Obviously, the more snaps you have per target, the more you're feared. He at 4.7 snaps per target. That was second worst. Out of 109 guys. So there's some elements of this that lead me to think, man, is the juice worth the squeeze on this with the distraction?
Well, is it? Would you have done this?
Well, I think back years ago, I wrote a column for the PI during the season on a weekly basis. Then the PI went to you, and so I did it for the Times for a few years. So generally an 800 word column. If I were to write a column that this is a good move for Seattle, I could write that column. And you guys have touched on the reasons. And there's the relatively low downside. You can cut him. Here's a guy that has the talent. I believe in Carl Scott, by the way. And I should say that leading the column and ending the column would be I trust Mike McDonald and John Schneider. I wouldn't trade either of those two guys for anybody else at their position. Not one other GM, not one other head coach. That's how I feel. So I'm going to defer to them. So I could write the column. The column, if I were to write that I don't think it's worth it, would just be a little bit more compelling as I read it back to myself. And the reason it would have to do with things that are much more intangible. And it has to do with the connection that Mike McDonald's trying to have with the players in terms of how they see with themselves and the enterprise and who they are. He's talking about warriors in the garden, how they're guys that are burning competitors and warriors ready to slash necks, but they're also good citizens. And it would be along the lines, guys, of this psychology, this team psychology. If you go back to when Billy Joe Hobart had his scandal, at that juncture, the Washington Huskies had 22 straight wins. It breaks midweek, and then they from that point on, they lost 3 of their next 4 games. Now, just statistically, the aberration of that a team that's good enough to a coin that is weighted so heavily that it would be heads 22 times. The odds that it would then be tails 3 out of the next 4. I'm not saying they became a 250 football team, but the facts are for the next 4 games they won at a 250 rate. And I just think that there's a distraction, a compel. Who are we? There. Of course, at that time there was that. I don't want to say that this would equate to that in magnitude. Let me say this again. This would not equate to that in magnitude in my estimation. I'm just trying to get you to connect with a team psychology that, and once you kind of grasp it, then you say, well, could this be in play for signing Terry and Arnold? It could be. And I don't want that risk. And, if I had thrown on the tape and watching for several hours, doggone, I mean, this is like a 4.5 hour exercise. If I had come away like, whoa, this guy is just polished, ready made, like ready to go now. No, I think he needs Carl Scott to clean up his technique. Now he's got the talent, but I think there's enough things in his technique that would need to be working. He's a young man, maybe it's going to be a success. I could absolutely see it being a success, but anyway, that's along the lines that I'm thinking.
From a player standpoint, Hugh, put yourself in the locker room. Do you think this guy will be seen as a brother in arms right away, or do you think he'll be seen as a persona non grata?
Well, on all of these type of questions, I always say, even when I was on a team, I can't speak for my teammates. I'm not in their head. I can speak to my sense of what the aggregate thought is, and that may be just semantics. It's important for me to say it, and obviously I'm not in that locker room, but my experience would be that there's generally 3 camps. There's the kind of guy that's kind of against it, or even subconsciously like, wait a minute, who are we? Who's not falling in love with Leonard Williams in this? We're only 2 weeks into Hard Knocks, right? The energy in that room is so great. So I think that there's some that's like, what are we doing? There's another group. I don't want to say a third because that implies they're all 33%. Right. But the other group, and I don't know what percentage it would be relatively don't care. And then there's another group that would be, maybe they know him from a past, or they're like they literally think, hey, this is a bunch of blown up stuff, and they're really pro Terry and Arnold. So how that distributes, I think you're going to have different. My point is they have different thoughts, different factions, because they're all different personalities. I mean, if you gave them a Myers-Briggs personality test, there's all kinds. But I would say what he would need to do is just come in and work his ass off, be humble, be a great teammate, practice hard, show that he's committed to the enterprise of the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, I'm sure Nehemiah Pritchett loves it, by the way, that he's there.
Well, that's an interesting.
I'm sure he'll ask him to go to lunch the minute he shows up to the locker room, man.
Auburn and Alabama, right?
Let's
Dave,
go share a coffee.
You mentioned that. I'm glad you brought up his name, because I think that for me, that's a big part of this story. I think that there's a feeling that he was ready to take the next step, that maybe he didn't have enough physicality coming out as a 4th round draft pick, and that maybe he upped his physicality game. And remember now, practice number 1, he was starting in those nickel packages. And so you had Josh Jobe and you had Witherspoon inside, and in the dime, and then Pritchett was outside. And so my hunch tells me that he hasn't performed at the level that they might have thought. If he was taking off the way some people were hoping, we might not be having this discussion about Arnold.
No, that's a good point. Hey, let me get one more. Dick may have one more too, but I want to make sure we sneak this in. So the Jaden Daniels story, I don't know if you've been reading about this or not, Hugh, that he's mad that DJ Pickett is going to wear his number 5. He thought it should have been retired after he won the Heisman Trophy. He has asked LSU to stop using his name, image, and likeness for promotional purposes. And LouisianaSports.net is also reporting that his camp requested LSU return their copy of the Heisman Trophy that Daniels won in 2023. What do you make of this little spat between Jaden Daniels and LSU?
I think it's preposterous. I think talk about a great way to squat on your entire legacy. Evidently, the inference is that he's been out of shape, that Joe Burrow is going to get his number retired, or at least they have unofficially, they haven't give out number 9. And there's a big difference. And I want you to think of this as a Husky fan. Joe Burrow went 15-0, and he had 60 touchdown passes and over 5,700 yards. He had, at 92%, he had the highest percent of first place Heisman votes in the history of the Heisman. Dave, you and I have a vote, right? I know you voted for Burrow. I don't even have to ask you. He is the Heisman Trophy winner of Heisman Trophy winners. They won a national title. He threw 12 touchdown passes in his last in the semifinal and final. 12 freaking touchdown passes in his last 2 games. So now Jaden Daniels was brilliant. He won a Heisman. He deserved to win a Heisman. They went 10-3. Like, there's on what planet, in what universe is that the same? It's not. I ask you this: would you rather have Steve Entman, who won a Amir Outland Trophy and was the number 1 overall pick and won a national championship?
Yeah.
Or would rather have Washington have had a quarterback who won the Heisman but when it went 10-3? And by the way, LSU has 3 Heismans in there. We have none. Mm-hmm. Washington has none. So that might be more alluring to us. There's not one Husky fan who would trade that. Give me a 10-3 team for a Heisman, give up a national championship. So it's preposterous. I can't believe that that he would analyze this, and of the 100 ways to handle it, he picked out of 100, he picked the 100th best way to handle it. So I don't know. I think it's a douchey move. It's classless. It just speak entirely. You could run you could have a class with kids about humility and let accolades come to you. You don't go seek them. So they should be bestowed upon you willingly. And he's trying to mandate all of this when, and by the way, Alabama and Notre Dame, they've got 11 Heismans between them. None of their jerseys are retired. Bryce Young won a Heisman and a national championship at Alabama. His jersey isn't retired, so I don't know. I don't even understand how somebody would be on Jaden Daniels' side on this.
Hugh, a thought popped in my head as I was watching Sam Darnold just rip it yesterday in practice to a very healthy tight end core and a very healthy wide receiver core. Meanwhile, there was just slugs in the backfield running the football. Like, there was nobody out there. Is it possible, if the injuries continue and Price is not quite ready, is it possible we turn in the early season to a pass-first, Sam Darnold shoulders the load of the offense type of team for the first bit of the season, which we have never really been in the last 15 years?
Well, Dick, depending on how you want to frame it, you could say that Seattle was that last year. Go back and look at the degree to which Darnold was as a percentage of the passing game. His yards per attempt, the yards down the field, he was leading the league. Now he ended up he ended up number one in yards per dropback and number 2 in yards per attempt. So net yards per attempt, I believe it was.
But only 15th in attempts. They were kind of middle of the ground in how much they actually threw the ball.
But through the first half of the season, I think you're gonna see that the passing attack in the first half of the season, that's worth.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Putting the numbers. So I think you're going to find the idea. We can fill in the numbers as we can put the placeholders in now and then fill in the numbers. But I can assert you this, that the 2025 Seattle Seahawks offensively, which by the way set a franchise record for points scored.
Mm-hmm.
That they were a pass first. Overwhelmingly, the ratio of pass to run got flipped in the last 5, technically 6 weeks, counting the playoffs. they really were a passing team early on. And Smith and Jigba was on a pace to, remember, Smith and Jigba was on a pace for like 2,100 yards.
Mm-hmm.
And he ended up at 1,800, but they cooled down in the passing game. So yes, absolutely. And I think Elijah Arroyo, there's an opportunity there in year 2. I'm very interested in his development, because I had a year ago when I was really disappointed about the lack of performance of Arroyo. I said, I'm going to look up, Trey McBride and all these young tight ends and the half a dozen good young tight ends. And I'm going to come on the radio. I'm going to say, look at these guys had these great rookie years. Why are we not throwing to Arroyo? And then the only guy who among that group, who was getting the ball thrown to him with a greater regularity was DePorta at Detroit. Everybody else had very meager rookie years, and then boom, year 2, they had a big vault. And you're saying, well, what is that group? I don't have it in front of me, but I had the 5 or 6 top young tight ends, and so I think there really could be something there with Arroyo. And the thing I didn't like about Arroyo, I didn't like how his shoulders would come back, which would shorten his stride. When he ran option routes, he would almost come to a near stop. Brian Flory gets all the attention because he is the offensive coordinator, but he's also the tight end coach. And I'm dying to see if he can clean up that technique and get him to speed cut and have larger strides and not slow down so much at the top of his break point. So Arroyo could be a big part of all that.
Hugh, good stuff. We'll talk Monday. You're the
Rock
best.
And roll.
Thanks,
man.
man.
Hammer down.
All right. Hugh Millen with us. We're going to break. Instead of hard knocks, we have soft taps. Coming up next.
I like that.
We're going to go over a few of our favorite moments from the Hard Knocks episode. It's a spoiler, but we've given you 2 days.
Yeah, come on. If you haven't seen it by now.
Come on. That's on you, people, right? This is like Colin Emerson. Hey, man, don't blame me. Blame him. I'm blaming you guys if you haven't figured it out yet. Next on 93.3 KJR FM. All right, kids, Softy here again from my friend Tamara Lamore of BKT Northwest. If you're looking to sell your house this summer, don't know which agent to hook up with, I get it. There's a lot of choices out there. Sometimes it's confusing. Let me make it simple for you. You want to save the most money. You want to have somebody cut out all the stress and all the drama, and you want someone to make all the phone calls to get your house ready for sales so you don't have to. Check, and check. That person is Tamara Lamore of BKT Northwest. Look, this is a wacky time to sell a home, especially in this region. That's where you got to have an agent who knows how to price homes correctly the minute they hit the market so they're not sitting around and they get sold for top dollar. Conversely, if you're looking to buy, you want to be able to take advantage of other people that don't know how to price their homes correctly so you can win a bidding war and have things go your way. Either way, you got the right person in your corner, whether you're buying or selling, with Tamara Lamore and the entire team at BKT Northwest. Jump on the Google and find out more. Search for that name, Tamara Lamore of BKT Northwest, or check out her website directly at sellerschallenge.com.
This is Duke of Duke's Seafood, and this hour is brought to you by Duke's Seafood. Why don't you make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com. Now, back to Softy and Dick on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, here we go. We're back at Cheney Stadium in Tacoma. Softy Dick Jackson. We got Reno tonight, right? We got Chuck Powell, Riley Pay on the call at 7 p.m. over on 950 a.m., by the way, if you want to check that out. Sweet Willie McIver, former Husky, claimed off waivers by the M's for Toronto. He's going to be in the lineup tonight for the Rainiers against Reno. All right, here's what we got. A little Hard Knocks. I'm calling it Soft Taps, but that just seems kind of dumb. I'm just trying to think of a different name for our purposes, Dick, besides Hard Knocks. So if you got something better
I actually got a little chuckle out of that when you said that first.
Soft Taps, but you got to do soft taps. Soft taps. It's not Hard Knocks, it's Soft Taps. I think the show's been great. You think the show's been great, right, so far. How about Mitch Johnson, former O'Day star, son of JJ, head coach of the San Antonio Spurs, meeting with Mike McDonald in his office. How about this clip? Check it out.
Today, camp has a special visitor. Seattle native and head coach of the San Antonio Spurs, Mitch Johnson.
The identity stuff, what about from going into this camp? Have you changed much, or is it now kind of like it's set in place, now just growing it and building it?
We tried to stress the model a little bit in the off season, but the challenge I had was how do you deliver the same message to the majority of the guys, because you're also trying to make them everybody think that we're all new, and then they also trying to get them to understand that this is who we are, and so it's really important that we protect it so they hear it, And then the next one is our style of play, just as a good time for it because we're kind of in the meat of camp, but
And those are, you call those culture days?
I think of it in terms of we're in the install phase of training camp, so we're installing our systems, I'm installing our culture.
I like that.
How old was Wemby when you guys drafted him?
He was 19. He was 19 when we drafted him.
When did everybody know that he existed and was a good player?
Our CEO actually saw him. He was in the gym, just happened to be in the gym. I actually wasn't planning to see him. He was 16. Or was just about to turn 16 and came back after his trip and said, I think I saw the greatest player I've ever seen in my life. And literally 12 months later, we put the plan in motion to turn the team over and have the chance to draft him in a couple of years.
Wow. That's amazing.
He's that amazing.
I mean, the fact that these are two young guys, Dick, right, at almost the top of their profession. Mike's there. Mitch is almost there. And they're talking about ideas and exchanging ideas, man. I just love it. I love the fact that we got a guy in Mike McDonald that Mitch Johnson wants to seek out to pick his brain, to ask him how he does things only 2 years into his coaching career. Right. It's awesome.
I can't unsee, though, Mitch Johnson as a sophomore in high school leading the day in the state tournament.
Right.
I'm sitting there. It seems like last Tuesday that I'm sitting there calling the game with a 15-year-old Mitch Johnson with the basketball in his hands. And JJ sitting in the front row scowling.
He just looks like a more mature version of that guy.
Yeah, he does. He looks exactly the same.
It's unbelievable, man. Yeah, and you know what? I mean, look, man, I just think for a guy like Mike, he's still probably developing a lot of his theories on stuff. Mm-hmm. But if this is the starting point for him, good God, where's this dude going to be in 10 years from now?
Well, you heard what Hugh said.
Go ahead.
Hugh said he was the best coach.
Wouldn't trade him for anybody.
Wouldn't trade that coach or that GM on the same team for anybody.
Right.
Unbelievable.
Well, the only coach that I would probably trade him for, I think, is McVay, and that's it.
Yeah, that's just if you want an offense or defense. That's the thing. He's the McVay of the defense.
Yeah, I would not want him for McVay because I would always take the defensive-minded guy over the offensive-minded guy. Frisman Jackson is the wide receivers coach, and there's a clip in the last Hard Knocks with him and JSN arguing about offensive terminology.
Anything else that you need from me?
Yeah. Can you practice on it? I say around.
No, you say
yeah, you are.
I'm smart enough to, if I know, then I know. I'm smart enough to get coached and do the right thing.
So I ain't coaching?
No, I'm just saying, you said I'm up. That's what you said.
Yeah.
It's not like last year where it was 8, 9, 4, 5. That's all I did.
Okay. And I'm telling you, like, you gotta spend a little more time on it. It ain't just gonna be we got all these tags. I'm willing to work with you.
I'm thinking structure. I've been doing that all my life.
All right, I'm telling you, it's box rules.
Too high, go get safety.
Push crack to the safety.
That's what I'm thinking.
Not just go get him, because I don't want
Push crack, exactly what I did.
Yeah.
Push crack to the safety.
Yeah.
So why is this right here?
Well, erase it and go put it somewhere else then. Go get a green marker.
What? It says structure, but now I gotta erase it in my head that I've been doing it for 3 years. And I did it right. That's the thing. I did. How you gonna say something to me when I did it right?
I wasn't critique. I didn't say you did it wrong. All I was doing was giving you a reminder. Hey, if that safety deep, stay on the corner. All you had to do was like, I got you, and that would have been the end of it. But you on a rage bait today. You want to rage bait me?
I call it good banter.
Nah, if nobody don't love banter more than me,
I know
love banter.
I know you're like, how is that not good banter?
Well, I wasn't in the mood. I've been in the mood today.
Exactly.
Okay, I've been in the mood, and so you rage baiting me was getting me hot on the field, and then it was getting me hot right then and there. See, you know what's gonna happen? They probably recording this.
Yes.
And then I was just on record saying, hey man, Jack's man is a great dude, man. Like, I can, me and him never had no argument. That's what I was saying. I was like, me and him never had no
arguing all the time.
I know we do, but I was just telling them we don't.
What'd you make of that?
I was a little, it was slightly concerning when I saw it. Not overly concerning, but slightly, twofold. One, JSN just came off one of the great wide receiver seasons of the last decade in the NFL, and he won Offensive Player of the Year, and they're really changing up and making him think more, because obviously this offense, I mean, you heard right there, this offense is more complex with the routes than it was last year. Right. And then, so that worried me a little bit. And then secondly, I'm wondering, okay, if they're getting this heated, which wasn't really heated, but it was kind of heated. If they're getting this heated with the Hard Knocks cameras on, how heated would they have been if the Hard Knocks cameras were not on them?
Wow. Maybe even more, and that's fine. I mean, guys are going to scream and yell at each other. They're going to argue, and it's going to be just fine when it's all said and done.
Probably.
I mean, this is... I don't know, man. I mean, I just, this is football. This is how coaches and players sometimes operate. They get into a fight. They scream at each other. They call each other terrible names, and then they hug it out. That's the difference. That's the violent nature of football.
That's fair.
Versus basketball, versus baseball, versus golf, versus tennis. Like, can you imagine if Joe LaCava and Freddie Couples, right, are walking down the fairway, and Freddie is calling him an SOB, screaming at him, putting him in a headlock. He's got him on the floor on the fairway. That's not how that works, man. It's just so different in the NFL. And I think when you're with a guy almost every single minute of every single day, eventually this stuff's going to come out. Right? And you're going to get like brothers. You're going to fight. So I think you're getting a real look, Dick, inside the culture of the NFL and how tight this locker room is, that they can have moments like that and still be okay.
No, and that's why the concern level was slight, because it's the Seattle Seahawks. If I saw that same thing and it was the Vegas Raiders or the Arizona Cardinals, I'd be like, oh boy, this team's in trouble. But that's just because of the culture of the team.
Yeah. What do you say we got a break? We got a few more clips, right, Jackson, that we put together we're going to talk about next on 93.3 KJR FM.
This is Duke of Duke's Seafood, and this hour is brought to you by Duke's Seafood. Why don't you make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com. Now, back to Softy and Dick on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we're back on a busy Friday night right here on 93.3 KJR FM from Cheney Stadium in Tacoma. We're going over a few of our favorite clips from the last Hard Knocks episode. And I'll tell you what, man, this is one clip that I've been wanting to play now for a while. I'm glad Jackson included this one. How about Mike McDonald, Dick, getting pissed off at Derek Hall? Remember this? For bull rushing during practice and coming close to getting his quarterback hurt. Check this out.
Derek, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you bull rushing right now near the quarterback?
I'm not trying to hump. I can't see behind me.
You can't be trying to hump right now. This isn't the time for it. The quarterback you almost decleated the guy into the quarterback's knees. Come on, man. You're smarter than that. What makes Derek so special is how he plays the game. He's a violent, aggressive, we talk about chasing edges. He lives right on the edge, and sometimes he's one of our habitual going over the edge players. Guys, it's still not time for all the power moves, okay? It's not time. These are not. We're going against our own team, okay? Damn it, Derek.
Oh, when I read clearly bad.
Get him out. Get him out. Get him out.
What do you want me to do?
Get him out.
Damn. Oh, my gosh. What the
Hey, you can complain all you want. You can complain all the you want. You're too close. That's twice. It's not smart. You can bitch all you want. But it turns out I'm running the practice. Stay away from the quarterback.
There's going to be times in game or in life where there's going to be something that you don't agree with. So how you respond and react to that, I think is huge. And I think the biggest piece for me is try to see where I went wrong.
I'm not mad. The D Hall thing just like
it's hard. Like I've had a lot of players. Like, it's hard. You just have to keep managing because it's what makes them special.
You're my guy. Why we love you is also what pisses us off in practice.
I got to tell you what, man. This is not a time for humping, Dick.
You can't be trying to hump right now. This isn't the time for it.
It's just not the time to hump, man.
Oh, God, you got another drop, didn't you?
Doesn't it? Oh, yeah.
You can't be trying to hump right now. This isn't the time for it.
Doesn't it, though, kind of remind you of the guy in practice who they just cannot control? And by the time the regular season starts, he is just going to be like a starved animal going after a T-bone steak.
Yes.
I mean, after all this stuff with Derek Hall, I understand that we can't get the quarterback hurt. And when they play it in slow motion, it did show you how close he came to hitting Darnold, which would be ridiculous if he got the quarterback hurt. But if they can just keep this guy off the quarterback, man, dude, it looks like Derek Hall is about to become a maniac once the season starts.
I think you're right. I mean, would anybody be surprised if Derek Hall was called an elite pass rusher at the end of the season?
No, but and you know what else would not surprise me? If Derek Hall led the league in false starts like Michael Bennett did.
He loves to get off. There's no question about that.
Cannot control himself, man.
You can't be trying to hump right now. This isn't the time for it.
So, Softy, have you opened your other present yet?
Oh, I've got it right here. 3, 2, and 1.
Hey, you can complain all you want. You can complain all the you want.
Turns out I'm running the effing practice.
That's one we're going to use well.
We heard that he was a red ass, and we finally got to see it.
That's been my favorite part. I mean, honestly, I think the show itself has been kind of boring.
Right.
But the best part of it has been what I've seen from my head coach. And
Absolutely.
I love what I've seen from my head coach because I kind of thought that Mike McDonald was just kind of a goofy, quirky, defensive brainiac.
Yeah.
And he's actually got some chops. He's got some head coaching chutzpah. Is that how you say it?
You know what it's like?
Did I say it
Yes.
right?
You ever see the movie Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Jackson? Quentin Tarantino?
Yeah, of course.
You ever see that film?
Yeah.
Kind of boring, and then bang!
Really?
Just whoa!
You thought it was boring?
Up until the last part, yeah.
Really?
I thought it was kind of boring. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan.
I thought it was
How
a
about
little
this?
slow.
I'll give you another analogy. Silo season that just started up. First couple episodes, and then bang!
I'll give you that. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like I'm totally with you.
Last
That I thought episode 2 of Hard Knocks was kind of and then the Mike McDonald stuff just made it all worthwhile, man.
Well, and then
it
the
made
Terry
it
and
all
Arnold
worth watching.
that was the cool thing about how it ended, just like the fade to black. I thought that was awesome.
Right.
You got Terry and Arnold, Mike McDonald drooling
Cliffhanger.
over Terry and Arnold, and then just fades to black. I was like,
You can't be trying to hump right now. This isn't the time for it.
How about we go to number 6? Okay. This wasn't really necessarily one of my favorite clips of the show, but we'll play it anyway. Marshawn Lynch playing the player evaluator for Madden, visiting camp. He actually showed up, I think was it at Lumen, right? He was at Lumen Field, I think, too. Chatting with Michael Dixon. Check it out.
Legendary Seahawk Marshawn Lynch is here to make sure the video game Madden NFL 27 has the player ratings right.
They got ratings for everybody.
Oh, yeah?
85?
That's the highest punter.
Hey, so look,
we could boost it a little more.
The thing, I can get that taken care of for you.
Get me at a 90.
Get you at a 90?
At a 90 would be nice.
All right, let me make a note right quick.
Appreciate that.
Get my Madden rating up, bro. You. All you got to do is get the ball in the net, and I'm going to get your ass to a 90. Right. It's that simple.
Right now.
That's it.
Best punter in Madden. Yeah, appreciate it.
This got to be at least a 90 off rip.
Here we go.
You know what I'm talking about? And then we can start talking this other but we ain't finna talk nothing until we get that taken care of. Why y'all keep on getting all these white DBs? What y'all gonna do with them, man? How many of y'all is it?
What?
White DBs.
More and more.
What the is going on?
New 80s.
What the is going on? White people ain't known for their dancing. And DB, you got to be, you feel me, flowing in this month.
Wow. The part where he tells Michael Dixon, all you got to do is put that ball in the net and I'll make you a 90. Right?
Yep.
Remember that?
Yep.
Just drop it in there. It reminds me of, remember the old Celebrity Jeopardy skit on SNL?
The best.
When Will Ferrell's playing Alex Trebek and he's getting all pissed off. Just write a number and you win. And you wrote Threve. All you got to do is just put the ball in the net and you'll be a 90. Boom, you're a 90. That's it. That's all. Was he making fun of Ty Okada for being a white DB? Is that
yes,
what he was doing?
Yes, he was.
Only Marshawn Lynch can do that, by the way.
Michael
Really.
Dixon, he is number one punter in Madden right now with an 85.
Yeah. Don't you think Marshawn Lynch can really just say whatever the hell he wants?
Yes, he
can. Like anything.
And that's why
anything.
the
most
haven't gotten
offensive
tired.
stuff in the world
Make me a
sounds
90.
totally
F
different
you.
coming out of Marshawn Lynch's mouth.
I haven't
Think about the
gotten
most
tired of him. Have you?
offensive thing. No. Think about the most offensive thing that Marshawn Lynch could say to your kid.
Yeah.
And if I say it, you're going to kill me. Marshawn Lynch says it.
I'd laugh. And they'd
laugh your balls off. It's good to be Marshawn,
That was
man.
Dixon's favorite part of the show. I think he was pretty bored, to be honest with you, of the show. He liked the Marshawn minute and a half, though.
That was
How
big
many
on
kids?
Twitter.
That was funny.
How many kids started grabbing their packages across the goal line because of Marshawn Lynch? Little 5-year-old kid grabbing his Ghiblies because Marshawn does it, man. All right, let's get to, you want to go to 3, Jackson?
Yeah, why not?
3 or 5? 3, the Warrior in the Garden. At first, I didn't really get it, but here's Mike McDonald's Warrior in the Garden speech with Leonard Williams.
I'm thinking about who we are, how we roll, and I had this idea of warriors in the garden, okay? These are dangerous type people, okay, that are poised, trained, like lethal, but that choose not to do it. They have the capability of doing that at any point, okay? They could do it all the time if they wanted to, okay? That's us. That's you guys. That's how you guys operate. At a drop of a hat, we can go out there and play ball, and we'll freaking go play Seahawk football and whip ass. Okay, but we're also trying to be great guys. We're also trying to be great teammates. We're trying to be great dads. Okay, we're trying to be great husbands. Okay, there's a dichotomy there. There's like a push-pull. You guys with me on that? Warriors in the Garden.
The Warrior in the Garden. Leonard Williams takes it literally.
So this is a variegated Congo philodendron. And that variegation that makes these leaves red is the same variegation that actually makes the roots and the stems also red. And I didn't even notice it, but there's a new leaf coming, so it's going to be happy with this repot.
Who knew that Leonard Williams was Cisco Morris? Who knew? Good
Who's
Lord.
the Ed Hume? Remember Ed Hume?
Yeah, Ed Hume in Seattle Times, absolutely.
Was he before Cisco's time?
Yeah, so Ed
right?
Hume was like the 80s.
So the whole garden thing is just to show like the softer side of the warrior.
Yes.
The moral side of the warrior.
Yes.
Is that right? The leadership side. Okay. I mean, what do you guys think of that?
I think it's perfect because I think you can be a good person and a warrior at the same time.
Right, but can you think of a different example besides a garden?
Yeah, probably.
Is there anything else you can do?
Probably. I didn't love it. I didn't love that.
Yeah, that was kind of weird. That was kind of weird.
I don't know.
But it is typical that he would think of that, by the way.
Yes.
So I had this idea of like a warrior and like we're in the garden.
See, that's the thing. It fits.
So was he at Dino's with John
team.
just talking about that over a pitcher, you think?
Maybe.
You can just see Mike McDonald sitting around his house just thinking about these various things and just writing down all these notes.
Yes.
And all right, which one are they going to actually think I'm like the cool guy if I roll this out? And that was the coolest of all of the ideas.
Well, you know what the cool thing about it is, Jackson, is that he's the Super Bowl champion, so he can do anything he wants.
Well,
and it resonates.
one of the producers of Hard Knocks is going to join us on Monday's show, by the way. I want to know how much editorial control they have over this thing. Like, do they get to pick and choose? And were there things the Seahawks have said, nope, we're not putting that on TV? Do not put that out there. We're going to ixnay that right now. Or does HBO have total control over everything that goes over the air? So we'll find out more about that.
Maybe it's like a
Monday.
challenge flag. Like the Seahawks only get two
They get a
challenge
couple, yes.
flags an episode. It's like, all right, if you're going to use your challenge flag, you better use it for something good.
Hey, that scene of me picking my boogers and eating them, take that out. We're not going to use that one.
That's
all right?
one challenge.
Yeah, but they did not throw the challenge on this one.
You can't be trying to hump right now. This isn't the time for it.
We're going to break. Chris Daniels, what's going on with expansion, the NBA, Vegas, the Lakers, the Sonics, Portland? There's some movement, guys, and things that we might want to hear about coming up next.